You, the chosen one, have endured trials that would have broken most, but not you. You kept your faith, you pushed through, and now the season of hardship is giving way to a time of divine abundance. Could it be that you were led to this message today for a reason? Nothing is accidental when God's hand is at work. You are standing on the threshold of immense blessings, and the signs are becoming clearer. Your breakthrough is here. Look back for a moment. Every struggle, every closed door, every moment of doubt, it was never meant to destroy you, but to prepare you. Just as Joseph's journey took him through betrayal and suffering before leading him to his rightful position of power, Genesis 50:20, your path has been refining you, shaping you for the wealth and success that are now within reach. Have you ever wondered why your trials seemed heavier than those around you? It's because your calling is greater, your purpose more profound. God has tested you, and now you are stepping into your reward. If this message resonates, comment 777 below as a declaration of faith that you are ready to receive what God has ordained for you. To those who have generously supported this channel through super thanks, your kindness does not go unnoticed. May God bless you abundantly for sowing into this mission. Now, as we step deeper into this revelation, prepare your heart, because what comes next will confirm everything you felt in your spirit. Are you ready to embrace the wealth, purpose, and favor that have been waiting for you? Let's dive in. God's chosen ones, you passed the test. Now wealth and abundance are coming your way. A clear and unwavering vision of success is often the first indication that God is calling you to a path of abundance and wealth. Unlike fleeting daydreams, this vision is deeply embedded in your heart and mind, radiating a profound sense of reality that cannot be ignored. Picture yourself with this powerful, almost tangible image, a glimpse of your future where you have achieved true success and prosperity. This inner vision feels so genuine and tailored to you that, even though it hasn't yet materialized, you believe in it wholeheartedly. It's not just a random thought or wish, it feels purposeful, as if it were planted in you by divine hands. This vision remains unshaken, even in the face of hardships and obstacles. In fact, during tough times, it grows stronger, reminding you why you must persevere. Have you noticed how this vision subtly guides your choices and actions? It's as if you carry an internal map that pulls you forward, even when the path is unclear. This inner picture compels you to seek personal growth, urging you to refine your talents, acquire new skills, and learn from mentors who have walked a similar journey. Think about it. Why do you feel so driven to push your limits, work late into the night, or make sacrifices others might avoid? Deep within, you know that these efforts are part of a greater plan, not a mere coincidence or random ambition. In the Bible, God instilled visions and promises into the hearts of his chosen ones, such as the vision he gave Joseph through his dreams. Despite being sold into slavery and unjustly imprisoned, Joseph held on to the vision God gave him. His unwavering belief in that vision guided him, shaping his actions and decisions until he ultimately rose to a position of great authority. Similarly, this vision within you is not just a glimpse of what could be, it's a beacon, a divine promise encouraging you to move forward. Do you feel that same unshakable certainty even when everything around you seems uncertain? This vision isn't just an encouragement, it's a force that shapes you, motivates you, and gives you hope when challenges arise. It is God's way of showing you the potential within you, of reassuring you that the struggles and sacrifices you make are not without purpose. So, ask yourself, is this vision calling you forward? Can you feel its divine pull, guiding you step by step, even through moments of doubt? Remember, this is not just any vision, it's a sign that God is preparing you for something extraordinary. This vision of success is more than a goal. It's God's promise whispering, "Stay faithful, for the journey ahead is leading to your blessing." When you encounter challenges or face setbacks, it's entirely natural to feel a sense of discouragement. Life's obstacles can be overwhelming, and it's easy to question your path when things don't go as planned. However, for those who carry this profound inner calling, the vision doesn't waver. It stands firm like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. Have you ever felt that unwavering pull toward a goal, even when the odds seem stacked against you? This persistent vision serves as a constant reminder of your ultimate purpose, acting almost like an unwritten promise etched deep within your soul. It's a quiet yet powerful assurance that every struggle you face is not a detour, but a crucial part of your journey. Instead of feeling defeated, you find renewed strength in recognizing that this vision is something sacred. It's not merely a dream you've conjured up. It's as if it chose you, igniting a fire that can't be extinguished. Think about the story of David in the Bible. Despite being the youngest and least likely among his brothers, he was anointed to be king. Even when facing Goliath, a giant who instilled fear in an entire army, David's vision and faith didn't falter. He knew his purpose was greater than the immediate danger. Do you feel a similar conviction driving you forward, even when others doubt you? Many people around you might not understand this feeling. They may perceive your ambitions as too lofty or label your goals as unrealistic. They might say, "Why aim so high?" or "Be more practical." But for you, it's different. Deep down, you know that this vision isn't just about accumulating wealth or achieving status for their own sake. It's about fulfilling a deeper purpose planted in your heart. This purpose often extends beyond personal gain. It involves making a positive impact on others. Perhaps you envision a life where you can uplift your family, support meaningful causes, or create opportunities that empower those around you. Consider Joseph's journey, another powerful example from the Bible. Sold into slavery by his own brothers and later imprisoned unjustly, Joseph never lost sight of the dreams God gave him. His unwavering faith and integrity eventually led him to become a powerful leader who saved nations from famine. Isn't it inspiring how a steadfast vision can turn even the direst circumstances into stepping stones toward destiny? In many ways, this vision is a divine gift, a spark meant to guide you through the complexities of life. It keeps you resilient and optimistic, even when others choose to give up. It helps you believe in a future where you overcome current limitations and achieve the extraordinary. This inner calling grounds you, providing a sense of direction and hope that many seek but few find. Have you noticed how it influences your choices, nudging you toward actions that align with this greater purpose? If you're someone who harbors this consistent vision of success, consider it a profound blessing. Not everyone experiences this level of clarity or conviction about their future. Take comfort in knowing that this vision is likely meant to be your compass, a reminder that a greater purpose awaits you. It's as if God is whispering to your spirit, encouraging you to stay the course, because what's ahead is not just personal success, but a fulfillment of destiny. So, how will you respond to this divine calling? Will you embrace it wholeheartedly, allowing it to shape your journey and impact the world around you? Remember, the riches you're called to pursue carry significance far beyond personal gain. They are resources entrusted to you to fulfill a mission greater than yourself. Maybe this is why, even in the face of adversity, your spirit remains unbroken and your vision clear. Think about Esther, who risked her life to save her people. Placed in a position of influence, she recognized that her role was not just a coincidence, but orchestrated for such a time as this. Could it be that your aspirations and the opportunities before you are aligning for a purpose only you can fulfill. This persistent vision isn't just an internal motivator. It's a testament to the unique path laid out for you. It challenges you to grow, to push beyond your comfort zones, and to develop qualities you didn't know you possessed. It encourages you to trust in a plan larger than your own, fostering patience and perseverance. Do you see how each setback might actually be setting you up for a greater comeback? As you navigate through life's ups and downs, let this vision be your guiding light. Surround yourself with stories and teachings that reinforce your purpose. Reflect on the perseverance of figures like Paul the Apostle, who faced countless trials yet remained steadfast in his mission. His letters continue to inspire millions, demonstrating how enduring faith and vision can leave a lasting legacy. Embrace this divine spark within you. Nurture it with wisdom, faith, and action. Let it inspire you to not only achieve personal success, but also to make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. After all, a vision that is rooted in purpose and service has the power to transform not just your own life, but the world around you. So, ask yourself, what steps can you take today to honor this calling? How can you align your daily actions with the greater purpose you've been entrusted with? Remember, you're not alone on this journey. The same divine force that placed this vision within you is there to guide you every step of the way. Your vision is more than a personal aspiration. It's a piece of a larger tapestry woven with intention and love. Cherish it, protect it, and let it propel you toward the incredible future that awaits. The road may be challenging, but with unwavering faith and determination, you can fulfill the extraordinary destiny that has been laid out for you. An unexplainable resilience in the face of hardship often marks those destined for a path of wealth and greatness. This resilience goes beyond simply toughing it out. It is an inner fortitude that seems almost supernatural, a strength that feels as if it comes from a source greater than yourself. When life presents challenges, career setbacks, personal losses, financial hurdles, you somehow summon the courage to keep moving forward, even when everything around you feels insurmountable. Have you ever wondered where this resilience comes from? This unwavering determination isn't just your own will. It's a gift, a power instilled in you to carry you through life's storms. This inner strength often leaves others in awe, puzzled at how you manage to bounce back time and time again. Friends, family members, or even strangers might say things like, "I don't know how you keep going," or, "After all you've been through, you still find a way to stay hopeful." They don't always see that your resilience isn't solely about being tough. It's more than mere willpower. It's an enduring, almost sacred strength that seems to be uniquely yours. Could it be that this resilience is a divine gift bestowed upon you for a purpose beyond what you can yet see? Reflect on the story of Job in the Bible. Job faced unimaginable losses, from his wealth to his family and health, yet he remained steadfast. In his suffering, he questioned, he mourned, but he never completely lost faith. And ultimately, Job's resilience led to his restoration, a life more blessed than before. This is the kind of resilience that may be at work in your own life, an enduring strength that hints at something greater ahead. It's almost as if life has been preparing you for a larger purpose, a destiny that requires strength, patience, and wisdom. With every hardship you face and overcome, you grow more resilient and better equipped to handle the weight of future blessings. Each challenge hones your skills, teaching you patience, endurance, and wisdom, all essential traits for those called to a life of abundance. Think about it. If you're meant for greatness, wouldn't it make sense that you'd be refined through great trials? Sometimes you may find yourself asking why you've had to endure so much, especially when others appear to have an easier road. These questions are natural, and they arise when life's burdens seem especially heavy. But consider this. Your resilience might be a mark, a divine indication that you've been chosen to bear this weight because you are meant for something more. Could it be that these struggles are part of a grander plan, one designed to prepare you for the unique path of wealth and influence you're destined to walk? In the Bible, we see figures like Joseph, who was betrayed, enslaved, and imprisoned before he became a powerful leader who saved nations. Through his trials, he developed the wisdom, humility, and strength he would need to carry out God's plan for his life. This resilience wasn't a coincidence, it was preparation. Similarly, your journey might be shaping you for something you can't yet see, something that requires the strength and depth only you possess. At times it may feel unfair, especially when you see others facing fewer struggles. But remember, this resilience is more than just a personal trait. It's a sign, a divine signal that you are being molded for greatness. This inner strength hints at a future filled with abundance, suggesting that your unique journey and the trials you've endured are all part of a purposeful path. So, how will you embrace this resilience? How will you let it shape your perspective and actions as you step into the life of blessings that awaits you? Perhaps these challenges are not merely obstacles, but stepping stones to a destiny woven just for you, a destiny of wealth, influence, and impact. Let your resilience remind you of the strength within and the purpose ahead, as each test you overcome brings you closer to the fulfillment of a divine promise. With resilience comes a profound sense of humility. When you've faced struggles, you know what it feels like to be at the lowest point, to feel vulnerable, and to fight your way back up. This perspective keeps you grounded, even as you progress toward wealth and success. Those who achieve wealth without experiencing hardship often lack a true appreciation for what they have. However, for those who have overcome significant obstacles, each achievement becomes invaluable. This resilience doesn't just lead to financial success, it brings a deep inner wealth, a sense of fulfillment, gratitude, and respect for the journey you've undertaken. This path of resilience requires inner work, a constant refining of your heart and mind. With each obstacle, you grow not only in strength but in faith and wisdom. You begin to see challenges as temporary, knowing that there's always a way forward. Through this growth, you learn to trust in your ability to adapt, find solutions, and overcome. This confidence doesn't just apply to your current struggles. It becomes a well of strength for future challenges, especially as you step into a life that carries the responsibility of wealth and influence. In the Bible, we see this humility in figures like Moses, who, despite his royal upbringing, understood the struggles of his people. His experiences taught him compassion and humility, qualities that later helped him lead his people through one of history's greatest journeys. Similarly, your hardships shape you, building a sense of empathy and humility that wealth alone could never provide. Do you feel this inner growth shaping your perspective on success and wealth? This journey of resilience is a gift, equipping you for something beyond your current understanding. If you feel an unexplainable strength helping you endure, it's a divine signal that you are being prepared for greater things. Each time you conquer an obstacle, you're not just getting by. You're proving to yourself and to those around you that you have what it takes to achieve remarkable goals. Have you noticed how this resilience is not merely about survival, but about preparing you for an impactful life? The Bible often reminds us of this transformative journey. Consider the story of David, who spent years in exile, facing danger and hardship before he became king. His resilience refined him, preparing him for the immense responsibility he would carry. Likewise, each struggle you overcome is molding you for a future where your influence may reach beyond personal success, possibly transforming lives around you. When you reach that place of abundance, it won't just be material wealth. It will be a wealth of character, forged through challenges that have strengthened your spirit and expanded your capacity to give. This inner richness will help you remain grateful and generous, allowing you to make a meaningful impact in the lives of others. So, if you possess this unbreakable resilience, see it as a calling, a preparation for a future filled with purpose and opportunity. Embrace it, trust in it, and continue moving forward with the knowledge that this strength is no ordinary trait. It is part of your destiny, guiding you toward a life of fulfillment and abundance. Each step, each challenge overcome, is leading you to something far greater than you might envision. So ask yourself, how will you use this gift of resilience to make a difference? Consistent, well-aligned opportunities can be one of the clearest indicators that you are being guided toward a path of success and prosperity. For some, doors open just when they're needed most, and pathways unfold that seem almost purpose-built for their unique journey. If you're among the chosen ones on the path to wealth and fulfillment, you may notice that these openings aren't merely coincidental. Instead, they align so closely with your skills, dreams, and goals that it feels as though a greater force is orchestrating everything. Imagine yourself in this scenario. You're putting in the hard work, improving your abilities, and aiming to create a meaningful future. Just when doubt begins to creep in, a new door opens. A job offer, a chance meeting with a mentor, or an unexpected financial gain. These aren't merely lucky breaks, they're well-timed steps that pull you closer to your purpose. It's as if the universe, or perhaps a divine hand, knows precisely what you need at each stage and guides you forward, ensuring you reach the right place at the right time. The Bible speaks to this idea in Proverbs 16:9. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. This verse reminds us that while we put in our efforts, there is a higher power directing our paths, opening doors that align with our destiny. Do you feel this guidance in your own journey, perhaps in ways you hadn't expected? These doors don't always open in the ways you might expect. Perhaps you meet someone at a gathering who later introduces you to an influential connection, or you come across a program that teaches exactly what you need to know to move forward. Such opportunities often feel spontaneous, almost miraculous, yet they fit so perfectly with the direction you're headed. This alignment becomes a gentle reminder, encouraging you to keep walking with faith and trust in the path ahead. Consider Joseph's journey in the Bible. Betrayed and sold into slavery, he later finds himself in Pharaoh's palace, eventually rising to a position where he can save an entire nation. Each stage of Joseph's life, though difficult, was a step toward his purpose. The unexpected turns were actually steps forward, positioning him for the opportunity that God had set for him. Could the doors opening in your life, especially those you didn't foresee, be preparing you for a purpose you don't yet fully understand? There's something uniquely personal about these opportunities. They match your talents and strengths as though they were tailor-made. They're not just random chances. They are tailored to your gifts, enabling you to use your unique abilities to their fullest. If you have a natural talent for communication, you may frequently find yourself in roles where this skill shines, opening new doors with each connection you make. If problem-solving is your strength, challenges come to you that allow you to prove yourself and build a solid foundation for future success. This alignment brings purpose to the journey, affirming that each step is not just intentional, but perfectly attuned to who you are and where you're meant to go. When you reflect on these moments, do you feel a sense of gratitude and amazement at how your path is unfolding? These consistent, meaningful opportunities are like a message, quietly confirming that you are on the right track. Rather than feeling accidental, they reassure you that your journey is being guided with precision, reminding you that you are supported in your pursuit of greatness. Could it be that these moments are signs, preparing you for a life of greater impact, much like David was prepared for kingship through unexpected opportunities in his youth? This intentional alignment of opportunities speaks to a higher calling, one that leads you toward a life not just of success, but of purpose and fulfillment. When you repeatedly encounter opportunities along your journey, it builds an inner confidence, a reassurance that you're on the right path, even when challenges or delays arise. At times, doubt creeps in. Perhaps progress seems slower than expected, or setbacks feel discouraging, but each new door that opens is a reminder that you are indeed guided, that your path is not random but orchestrated with purpose. Each chance, each step forward, strengthens your resolve, making you realize that your diligence and vision are bringing forth results. Could these openings be more than mere coincidence? What if they're signs of a greater design that calls you to keep pressing forward? Each opportunity makes your journey not just a possibility, but a calling, infusing you with purpose and motivation that fuels your spirit. What's more, these chances often come through people placed on your path. At times, it's the right mentor who steps into your life, someone whose wisdom speaks to your soul just when you need it most. Or it's a community that stands by your side, offering encouragement and insights that sharpen your vision. These individuals often feel like gifts from above, coming into your life to guide, support, or connect you with others crucial to your journey. Through these relationships, you sense you're not walking this path alone. These allies are like sentinels, strengthening and empowering you toward your purpose. When your life consistently aligns with opportunities that match your goals, consider it a powerful indication of divine support rather than mere luck. Each doorway that opens might be evidence of a greater plan, a heavenly roadmap leading you toward success and abundance. Yet, this guidance is not about having everything handed to you without effort. Rather, it's about putting in the hard work, remaining steadfast, and recognizing when circumstances miraculously align. It's about seeing these fortunate encounters as part of a larger divine pattern designed to help you reach a worthy destination. Just as Proverbs 3:5-6 advises, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." These opportunities, these people, these moments, they are reminders that your journey has a higher purpose, one filled with promise and guided by the Creator himself. Are you ready to embrace this divine design and see where it will take you? For many, the pursuit of wealth revolves around personal desires and comforts, but for God's chosen ones, wealth carries a profound, almost sacred responsibility. It's as though they feel destined to use their blessings not merely for self-enrichment, but as a tool to bring good to others. Unlike those who seek riches solely for personal gain, chosen individuals are driven by a calling to make an impactful difference. Have you felt this too? A deep-seated urge to use financial resources for something beyond yourself? This may be a sign of divine favor, marking you as a steward of blessings meant to uplift others. In this mindset, wealth transcends material desires. It's no longer about accumulating possessions, but about channeling resources toward a higher purpose. To those with a calling, wealth becomes an instrument for change, a way to lift others and create a better world. This aligns with the words of 2 Corinthians 9:8, which says, "And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work." The abundance isn't meant to end with you. It's meant to flow through you, reaching those in need and fulfilling God's purpose. If you resonate with this, it's likely you felt inspired by the thought of using wealth to serve your community or support causes close to your heart. Perhaps you dream of creating opportunities for those who struggle, envisioning how your resources could plant seeds of hope and change. This isn't just a passing thought. It's a responsibility that feels as if it's woven into your soul, a recognition that abundance is a gift meant to be shared. Do you ever feel that your blessings are entrusted to you as part of a larger mission? This sense of responsibility to do good is what sets the chosen apart. It's a calling to be a steward, a caretaker of resources that are meant for a broader purpose. You're not just accumulating wealth, you're safeguarding it, ready to direct it in ways that align with a divine plan. Like Joseph in Genesis, who was given favor and resources not for his personal comfort alone, but to save a nation during famine, you may feel that your wealth has a mission attached to it. Are you prepared to embrace this role as a steward, seeing yourself as a vessel through which blessings flow to others? In this light, wealth becomes a path to fulfillment and purpose, not a mere end goal. As you continue to walk in this awareness, consider the ways God might be guiding you to use these resources to serve a higher calling. What specific needs or causes stir your heart? Each prompting could be a part of God's plan for you, an invitation to fulfill the purpose for which you've been chosen. This mindset shifts your journey toward wealth from a self-focused pursuit to one deeply intertwined with purpose and impact. Instead of simply asking, "What can money do for me?" you begin to think, "How can I use money to make a difference?" This perspective inspires a strategic approach where every financial goal is a step toward bringing positive change. You're not just driven by ambition, you're motivated by the vision of improving lives, addressing social challenges, and creating opportunities for others. Each decision you make, whether it's choosing a career path, investing time in certain projects, or even making sacrifices, serves as a reminder of the higher purpose behind your goals. Could it be that this journey is about more than wealth alone? Could it be about fulfilling a calling that reaches far beyond personal gain? Those who feel this calling often have a heightened sensitivity to the needs of those around them. When you hear of poverty or see communities struggling with limited access to education or healthcare, it's not a fleeting concern. It stirs something deep within you. You may find yourself envisioning ways your success could help meet these needs, whether by creating jobs, funding initiatives, or simply supporting those in need. This compassionate drive is a hallmark of someone chosen to carry a unique responsibility. You realize that wealth, for you, is not an end but a means, a tool that can help transform lives. Have you noticed this pull in your own heart? A pull that says your success is meant to uplift others as well. In embracing this mindset, your dreams are no longer confined to personal achievements. They expand to a vision that radiates outward, impacting many. Proverbs 11:25 tells us, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." Your desire to help becomes part of a cycle of blessing, where giving creates an abundance that flows back to you in ways you never expected. This is a journey of stewardship, where the wealth entrusted to you becomes a powerful instrument for change. If you find yourself drawn to this path, seeking opportunities that align with values of compassion, generosity, and responsibility, you are responding to a calling that few truly understand. You may encounter challenges along the way, moments that require perseverance and sacrifice. Yet, these trials only serve to deepen your commitment, reminding you of the purpose behind your efforts. Are you ready to step into this role, to see wealth as a divine tool meant for a higher purpose? Each decision and sacrifice becomes part of a larger narrative, one where your success becomes a blessing, not only for you, but for countless others. As you envision your future, let the idea of wealth extend beyond personal comfort. Picture it as a ripple effect, a gift meant to touch lives, change communities, and bring hope where it's needed most. When you see wealth as an instrument of change, you are stepping into a role that few embrace, a role marked by purpose, compassion, and divine favor. This profound sense of responsibility shapes how you view the journey toward earning wealth. Unlike those driven solely by profit, you feel called to uphold ethical standards, making honesty and integrity the cornerstones of your financial decisions. You understand that wealth earned through unethical practices or at the expense of others is hollow, lacking the true value that aligns with a higher purpose. Instead, your aim is to acquire resources in a way that resonates with your values, ensuring that each dollar earned reflects your principles. This approach demonstrates that wealth for you isn't just about the end result, but also about the journey. Have you ever felt this way? That the how matters as much as the what, when it comes to wealth? By walking this path, you naturally draw the trust and respect of those around you. People recognize you as someone capable of handling money with integrity, and this perception is invaluable, establishing you as a responsible steward of resources. This grounding force of responsibility keeps you humble and grateful, reminding you that wealth is a privilege, a blessing rather than an entitlement. With this gratitude, you find a powerful motivation that goes beyond personal ambition. You realize that you're working hard not just for yourself, but for the good that your success can bring to others. Is it possible that this calling is a signal from above, guiding you toward a purpose greater than material gain? Such a calling is indeed a sign that your pursuit of wealth isn't solely about personal success. It's a mission, a divine assignment to use your blessings for positive impact. When you approach wealth with this perspective, it brings a level of fulfillment that goes far beyond the mere accumulation of riches. This view aligns with Proverbs 13:22. A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children. You're driven to build a legacy that lasts, one that can bless generations to come. In this way, true wealth is not measured by what you possess, but by the good you can do, by the lives you can touch, and by the impact you can leave behind. As you progress on this journey, consider the legacy you want to create. Imagine reaching your goals and using that success to support others, to uplift those in need, and to contribute to a world that reflects the values you hold dear. This vision of legacy is a reminder that wealth, when approached with purpose and responsibility, becomes a source of lasting fulfillment. Are you ready to embrace this role, to see your journey as more than a personal endeavor, but as a meaningful mission to bring hope and change? Each step forward brings you closer to a life of purpose, where wealth is no longer a goal, but a tool for divine service. A continuous drive for self-growth and improvement often signals a preparation for something far greater than your current reality. This isn't just a passing ambition to improve, it's a deeper, instinctive pull that feels almost like a calling, urging you to learn, expand, and elevate yourself. Imagine a sense of curiosity that continually pushes you to seek knowledge, sharpen your skills, and test your boundaries. This drive for growth is not random. It's a journey of refinement, shaping you into someone who can steward the blessings, perhaps even financial abundance that lie ahead. Do you feel this pull, a desire to grow that feels almost destined? This journey is purposeful, a natural progression where you might find yourself drawn to books about finance, relationships, or personal discipline, topics you may not have explored before. Perhaps you're signing up for seminars or workshops, learning skills that prepare you in ways you never expected. This quest for knowledge and self-discipline isn't merely personal improvement. It's as if your spirit knows there is a larger purpose for you. Each new skill or insight is like adding a layer to a foundation, preparing you for blessings yet to unfold. could this desire for growth be a signal that you're being readied for a higher calling? This push for personal development also prepares your mind and heart for the responsibilities that come with financial blessings. Wealth isn't only about acquiring resources. It's about managing them wisely, making sound decisions, and using them to uplift others. Proverbs 21:20 states, "The wise store up choice food and olive oil, but fools gulp theirs down." This wisdom teaches us that wealth requires a disciplined, prepared mind to be sustained and grown. When you actively work on yourself, you're not just enriching your own life, you're molding yourself into someone who can responsibly handle abundance, using it to positively impact those around you. In refining yourself, you become more self-aware, understanding your strengths and recognizing areas for improvement. Each step of personal growth, whether it's building discipline, acquiring knowledge, or developing new habits, becomes a tool, a skill that prepares you for the opportunities that may soon come your way. Picture this journey of growth as a sculptor working meticulously on a piece of marble. Each lesson, skill, and habit is a chisel to the stone, revealing a masterpiece underneath. This process might feel uncomfortable at times, challenging you to leave your comfort zone, but it's preparing you to become a person who can not only attain wealth, but sustain and utilize it with integrity. Could it be that every skill, every lesson is preparing you for a future of significance? This perspective on personal growth turns each effort into a step toward a larger purpose, a reminder that the preparation itself is part of your destiny. With each new challenge, you're being refined, made ready for a life that goes beyond material wealth, a life of purpose, influence, and fulfillment that only comes from being truly prepared. As you progress on this journey of self-growth, you may notice a shift in the people around you. Those who don't share your drive for improvement may gradually fade away, while others with a similar vision enter your life. This shift is not a random occurrence, it's part of your transformation. Being surrounded by individuals who also pursue self-betterment strengthens the habits and mindset you're working hard to cultivate. These new connections become sources of inspiration, mentors even, as you learn and grow simply by being in their presence. Could it be that each new relationship is another layer of preparation, guiding you toward becoming the person who can handle blessings with grace and responsibility? Through this journey, you're cultivating qualities like patience, resilience, and clarity, all traits essential for managing and nurturing wealth. After all, while wealth can be a tremendous blessing, it also brings challenges that require maturity and discernment. By dedicating yourself to self-improvement, you're not just preparing to receive blessings, you're preparing to sustain and grow them with wisdom. When those opportunities for abundance finally arrive, you'll have the foundation needed to handle them responsibly. Imagine if this journey of self-improvement were more than personal. It's as if you're being called, guided step by step, shaped to become someone who not only receives blessings, but also becomes a blessing to others. This mindset reflects Proverbs 27:17. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. The right people in your life are helping to mold you, equipping you with the insight and resilience needed to handle abundance with integrity. Have you ever felt this push to grow and change, as if you're being sculpted by something greater? The traits you're developing now will serve as a steady guide when challenges come with those blessings, ensuring that you remain humble and wise. Ultimately, this journey is not solely about personal gain. It's part of a larger plan that sees your growth as a gateway to even greater blessings. With each step of growth, you're being prepared not just to receive, but to give, to uplift, and to create positive change. When you feel the urge to improve, to deepen your knowledge and character, embrace it wholeheartedly. It's a sign that your path is leading you towards something significant. As you continue to refine yourself, remember that your growth may impact lives beyond your own. Wealth and blessings will flow to you, but they're also meant to flow through you, touching those around you and fulfilling a higher purpose. Are you ready to take on this role as both recipient and steward of these blessings? This journey of self-improvement is not only setting you up for success, it's preparing you to be a light in the lives of others, part of a divine plan for a greater good. Strong intuition, or that unmistakable gut feeling, often serves as a powerful guide on our journey, especially when facing decisions that could lead to success and abundance. Have you ever felt an overwhelming sense of certainty about a choice, even when logic seemed to suggest a different path? Many who have achieved great things speak of moments when they trusted these instinctual urges, taking leaps of faith that opened doors to remarkable opportunities. This internal compass, this sense of knowing, is not just a quirk of human nature. It can be a divine gift, a sign that you are being led toward your purpose by a force greater than yourself. Intuition often whispers softly. It may come as a gentle nudge in your mind, a slight but persistent tug in your stomach, or a sudden wave of clarity that washes over you. These sensations can surface at any time, urging you to pursue an opportunity or avoid a potential pitfall. For those spiritually attuned, these feelings can feel like divine messages, a higher power's way of directing your steps. Have you ever wondered if these gut feelings are more than mere instincts, perhaps a guiding light meant to lead you through life's complexities? Trusting these nudges requires faith, especially when there's little external evidence to validate them. Proverbs 3:6 reminds us, "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight." When you feel these intuitive prompts, it's as if you're receiving guidance from above, a reassurance that even if the path seems unclear, you are moving in the right direction. Intuition becomes a bridge between your earthly journey and a higher calling, reminding you that you are never truly alone. By recognizing these signs, you're not only honoring your intuition, but also embracing a connection to something beyond yourself. Intuition helps you see past immediate fears or doubts, allowing you to step confidently into opportunities that align with your purpose. Imagine this internal guidance as a compass that always points toward your true north, urging you to walk the path uniquely designed for you. How many opportunities have opened because you trusted that quiet, powerful inner voice? Each intuitive nudge prepares you, leading you toward a life of purpose and fulfillment. When you honor this guidance, you develop a deeper sense of connection to your journey and to the divine forces guiding it. This intuition is a gift, helping you make choices that resonate not only with your goals, but with a purpose far greater than personal gain. Are you ready to trust this compass fully, to allow it to guide you through both the known and unknown? By tuning into this inner voice, you prepare yourself to receive blessings with wisdom and gratitude. This guidance refines your path, revealing opportunities aligned with your greater purpose. So, when these feelings arise, remember that they're not random. They are signals from a higher power, reminding you of the unique journey laid out for you. Trusting this guidance may just lead you to a life rich with purpose, abundance, and divine alignment. One of the remarkable qualities of intuition is that it transcends the need for tangible evidence or clear-cut data. It operates in spaces where logic may fall short, offering guidance even in times of uncertainty, nudging you toward decisions that might seem risky or unconventional to others. Imagine it as a silent force within, processing insights and experiences at a profound level, often drawing from emotions and subconscious wisdom that you might not fully recognize. This inner wisdom, aligns you with choices that resonate deeply with your true self and long-term goals. Could it be that this quiet guidance is shaping your path towards success and fulfillment? For many, intuition is an essential part of their journey to wealth and achievement. It provides a type of discernment that allows them to sense potential pitfalls before they even become visible. They may feel an instinctive warning about a business deal that doesn't quite feel right, or a subtle caution around a partnership that feels misaligned with their core values, even if no immediate facts indicate danger. This intuition serves as a protective shield, guiding them away from decisions that could hinder their progress. Have you ever felt a similar nudge, a sense that something just isn't right, even when logic suggests otherwise? By trusting this inner voice, you're tapping into a powerful mechanism for informed decision-making. It's a reminder of Proverbs 2:11. Discretion will protect you, and understanding will guard you. This wisdom, felt more than seen, becomes an invaluable asset, helping you navigate life's twists and turns. Each time you honor your intuition, you're not just protecting yourself, you're aligning with a deeper truth, a clarity that allows you to make choices aligned with your ultimate purpose. This intuition often acts as a compass, leading you toward your aspirations and helping you avoid detours that could cost time, resources, or peace of mind. Imagine it as a guiding light that keeps you aligned with the bigger picture, ensuring that your steps are in harmony with your values and your dreams. As you embrace this gift, consider how many potential setbacks you may have sidestepped simply by trusting your instincts. When you lean into your intuition, you cultivate a stronger connection to your path, making each decision a part of a greater journey toward fulfillment and success. This intuitive guidance isn't just about avoiding mistakes. It's about empowering you to make choices that reflect who you are and where you're meant to go. Are you ready to trust this internal compass fully, allowing it to lead you beyond conventional thinking and into a life marked by purpose, resilience, and true success? In today's world, where distractions and constant noise surround us, cultivating intuition can be a deeply transformative practice. This skill invites you to slow down, reflect, and truly connect with your thoughts and emotions. Practices like meditation, journaling, or simply spending time in nature can help you silence the external noise, creating space to hear that subtle inner voice. Over time, this intentional tuning in can sharpen your intuition, allowing it to become a clearer guide that steers you toward opportunities in harmony with your values and deepest desires. Have you noticed how this inner calm makes it easier to recognize the path meant for you? Embracing intuition also requires an openness to the signs and synchronicities that life brings your way. Sometimes seemingly unrelated events unfold in ways that align with your intentions or thoughts, almost as if the universe itself is sending a gentle affirmation. These coincidences aren't just random, they're often confirmations that you're on the right track. Proverbs 16:9 reminds us, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." Each alignment, each meaningful encounter, serves as a reminder that you are not alone on this journey, that there is a higher wisdom guiding you. Recognizing these moments strengthens your connection to your intuition, creating a flow of trust and awareness that allows this inner guidance to grow. Picture each synchronicity as a signpost, affirming that you're heading in the right direction. Have you ever experienced one of these moments, an unexpected event or encounter that felt like more than coincidence? Such instances can deepen your understanding of how intuition works in your life, showing you the invisible thread that connects your inner thoughts with the world around you. As you continue to develop this gift, remember that intuition is a relationship. The more you listen and trust, the more it reveals. This process of quieting the mind and observing your inner world can turn into a powerful compass that keeps you aligned with your purpose. So when distractions pull at you, return to this practice of inner listening and remain open to the signs life presents. With each step, you're not just honing intuition, you're building a pathway to a life aligned with purpose, resilience, and divine guidance. Are you ready to trust this journey, to let intuition lead you toward a future that's not only successful, but profoundly fulfilling? In the end, the journey toward wealth and success transcends mere strategy and hard work. It's also deeply connected to trusting the inner guidance that arises from within. This intuitive wisdom acts as a personal roadmap, gently steering you through challenges and highlighting opportunities that others might overlook. By acknowledging and nurturing this gift, you align yourself with a purpose that is uniquely yours, allowing you to grow and succeed in ways that are not only rewarding, but also profoundly impactful. Have you felt those strong gut feelings, those moments when something inside you knew the way forward before logic did? These are not random impulses. They may be the very signals meant to lead you to your next breakthrough or steer you clear of a potential setback. Your intuition is more than just a fleeting feeling. It's a compass, a sign that you're being prepared for something great. When you embrace this gift, when you trust it and let it guide you, you open yourself to a path filled with purpose, abundance, and fulfillment. Proverbs 25 reminds us, "The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out." This deep wisdom is within you, waiting to be tapped, ready to illuminate your way. So, as you progress on your journey, remember to trust that inner voice. Let it shape your decisions and guide you toward the wealth and success you are destined to achieve. Imagine each intuitive nudge as a light, illuminating the path toward the purpose you were born to fulfill. With each step, you're moving closer to a life rich in both success and meaning. Are you prepared to trust this guidance fully, to allow it to be a powerful tool on your journey? Embrace it and let it reveal the extraordinary path that awaits you. An unshakable faith in abundance is one of the most profound indicators that you are on a destined path to wealth and success. This belief goes beyond mere optimism. It's a deeply ingrained conviction that, no matter what obstacles you encounter, prosperity is within reach, and there is more than enough to go around. This faith assures you that your dreams and goals are not just possible, they're inevitable, woven into the fabric of your journey. Even during times of adversity, this belief shines like a beacon, guiding you through uncertainty and helping you maintain focus on the possibilities that lie ahead. Could this conviction be the very force that turns setbacks into stepping stones? With a mindset rooted in abundance, your view of life transforms dramatically. Scarcity and limitations no longer define your perspective. Instead, you begin to see opportunities in every corner, even in challenges. Failures don't crush your spirit. Rather, they become valuable lessons, paving the way to something greater. This outlook allows you to remain hopeful and motivated, especially when the going gets tough. When you believe that abundance is your birthright, you build resilience, a steadfast motivation that propels you forward. You understand that wealth is not confined to finances. It encompasses opportunities, meaningful relationships, and enriching experiences that add depth to your life. This faith in abundance also impacts how you interact with others. When you believe there's enough for everyone, generosity flows naturally. You become willing to share your knowledge, resources, and support, fostering a community of people who also hold this abundant mindset. This creates a ripple effect, where each act of generosity reinforces the belief in abundance, strengthening the bonds of encouragement and growth within your circle. Like the promise in Luke 6:38, "Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. This cycle of giving and receiving reinforces the idea that the universe is indeed abundant, rewarding those who share with an open heart. Moreover, this mindset of abundance naturally attracts prosperity. People who radiate faith in abundance exude positivity and confidence, drawing wealth and opportunities toward them like a magnet. This is the essence of the law of attraction. When you embody abundance, you align yourself with its energy, creating a life that is rich with possibility and inspiration. Have you noticed that the more you believe in abundance, the more you attract people, opportunities, and experiences that resonate with this outlook? Living with this mindset transforms your life into a journey of growth and fulfillment. Each moment becomes an opportunity to reinforce your faith in abundance, to give freely, and to embrace the blessings that come your way. With each step, you're not only shaping a life filled with prosperity, but also inspiring others to adopt this view, fostering a world where success is a shared journey. Are you ready to embrace this abundant faith fully, to let it fuel your aspirations and lead you to a life of wealth and purpose? By embodying this belief, you're creating a legacy of possibility, one that shows the world that true wealth comes from a heart open to giving, a mind free from scarcity, and a spirit aligned with infinite possibilities. If these signs resonate with you, it may indeed be that God has chosen you for a journey toward wealth and success. Embrace these signs with an open heart, stay strong in your faith, and continue to walk boldly along the path set before you. Remember, wealth that is divinely guided is about more than just material gain. It's a powerful tool for fulfilling a higher purpose. Let these signs serve as a reminder that your journey is one of deep purpose, responsibility, and impact. As you move forward, trust that God is walking alongside you, leading you toward the success and abundance He has prepared for you. If this message has inspired you, please consider supporting our work by donating through Super Thanks. Every donation, big or small, helps us continue sharing these messages with all those who seek guidance. And whether you choose to donate or not, know that we are grateful for you. Please like, subscribe, and share this message to help spread these powerful insights to others who may need it. We welcome your comments and thoughts below. Your journey is valuable, and your story can inspire others too. May God bless each of you, guiding you with strength, wisdom, and grace as you pursue your purpose. Beloved chosen one, wealth is no longer something you have to chase. It is chasing after you. The universe has already shifted in your favor, and the blessings meant for you are no longer distant. They are catching up with you, drawn by the energy of divine decision. Have you felt the shift? Everything that was once blocked is now opening. Everything that seemed impossible is now within reach. The obstacles that once stood in your way are dissolving, and what is coming toward you is greater than anything you've ever imagined. You are stepping into the season of overflow. Before we dive into this life-changing message, I want to take a moment to deeply thank every single one of you who has supported this channel, especially those who have given through Super Thanks. Your generosity is not just appreciated, it is a reflection of the very abundance we are speaking into existence. Whether you donate or not, please know that your presence here is valued beyond measure. Your energy, your belief, and your engagement in this message are just as powerful as any financial contribution. The energy you send into the universe returns to you multiplied, and your support helps this message of prosperity reach more people who need to hear it. There is great power in belief. If you are truly the chosen one, then this message is for you. Stay with me until the end of this video, because what you are about to hear could change everything. The words you speak shape your reality, and the thoughts you hold determine the abundance that flows into your life. As you watch this video, take a moment to connect with the power within you. Declare your blessings in advance. Type 999 in the comments as a sign that your desires are already being fulfilled. When you declare your abundance, you activate the forces of prosperity in your life. The universe listens to those who boldly claim their blessings before they arrive. This is not just another message. This is the shift you have been waiting for. What you desire is already on its way. It is no longer a dream. It is a reality unfolding in this very moment. Can you feel it? You were never meant to live an ordinary life. You were set apart, destined for something far greater. This is why you have faced challenges that others have not. This is why you have felt different. This is why you have struggled in ways that seemed unfair. But hear me now, the struggle is ending and the reward is beginning. Now, let's dive in. Your life is about to change. God's chosen ones, wealth is chasing after you. God has decided. Chosen one. Do you realize that wealth is running after you, not the other way around? It was never a question of if, it was always when. The delays you have faced were not rejections, they were divine setups for something greater. Every moment of waiting, every test, every trial was orchestrated by God to prepare you for what is coming. You were never denied, only refined. The Creator has been aligning every detail, ensuring that when your blessings arrive, they will be permanent, overflowing, and unstoppable. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. Habakkuk 2:3. Now, step into the mindset of abundance. This is not the time to think small or operate in fear. You must start thinking, speaking, and acting as if the wealth is already yours, because it is. The key to receiving is believing. Those who are chosen for abundance don't live in doubt. They don't sit in anxiety, questioning whether it will happen for them. No, they walk in faith, confidence, and expectation, knowing that what is meant for them cannot be taken away. Are you ready to walk in that certainty? Think of King Solomon. He did not chase after wealth. Wealth chased after him. When God asked him what he desired, he did not ask for riches but for wisdom. And because of that, he became one of the wealthiest kings in history. Moreover, I will give you what you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime no king will be your equal. 1 Kings 3:13. Wealth is not something you chase. It is something that chases you when you are aligned with your divine destiny. When your heart and mind are in the right place, the universe, the heavens, and the earth conspire to bring you breakthroughs, opportunities, and financial increase that exceed your wildest dreams. This is not a coincidence. If you are reading this, it is because you were meant to receive it. Everything in your past, the struggles, the setbacks, the moments of despair, was a stepping stone to this moment. You were being shaped, molded, and strengthened. Do you understand now that those trials were never meant to break you, but to prepare you for this season of overflow? Look at the life of Joseph. He was betrayed, sold into slavery, and wrongfully imprisoned. Yet, every hardship was pushing him toward his destiny as a ruler of Egypt. The pit was not the end. It was the pathway. When the time was right, he went from the prison to the palace in a single day. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt." Genesis 41:41. If Joseph had given up during his struggles, he would have never reached his destiny. Will you endure until your breakthrough manifests? Wealth is running after you because the appointed time has come. The season of lack is over. The doors that were once closed are now swinging wide open. Can you feel the shift happening in your life? Think about all the times you prayed, all the nights you cried, all the moments you felt like giving up but chose to keep going. None of that was in vain. I have seen the burden God has laid on the human race. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Ecclesiastes 3:11. God saw your faith. He heard your prayers. He recorded your perseverance. And now, the blessings that have been stored up for you are being released. But here's the most important part. This wealth is not just for you. It is for your family, for your loved ones, for the generations that will come after you. You are breaking chains, ending cycles of struggle, and creating a legacy of abundance. Think about Oprah Winfrey. She grew up in extreme poverty, faced abuse, and was told she would never amount to anything. But she refused to believe the lie of lack. Instead, she walked in her purpose. And today, she's not only one of the wealthiest women in the world, but also a giver, a legacy builder, and an inspiration to millions. What you are about to receive is not just a blessing, it is a foundation for the future. God is placing resources in your hands so that you can be a light, a force of change, and a channel of divine abundance. Are you ready to step into your inheritance? Because it is happening now. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why some people seem to attract success effortlessly? It's not just luck, it's a mindset, a vibration, an energy that pulls blessings toward them. Chosen one, abundance is not merely about money. It is about a divine alignment with the life you were meant to live. When you fully embrace the truth that you were chosen for wealth, prosperity, and overflow, your entire reality begins to shift. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. When your mind accepts that wealth is your portion, opportunities will suddenly appear where you once saw obstacles. The right people will come into your life. Doors will open in unexpected places, and blessings will begin to manifest in ways you never imagined. This is not coincidence, this is divine orchestration. Do you feel the shift happening within you? Look at Abraham. He did not chase after wealth, yet God made him exceedingly prosperous, not because of what he did, but because of who he was. God's chosen one. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. Genesis 12:2. Abraham embodied abundance, and because of that, he became the father of nations. Abundance is not just something you receive, it is something you become. Wealth is not outside of you, it is within you. When your inner world shifts, your outer world has no choice but to align. Have you noticed that when you believe in yourself, things start falling into place? This is because your energy, your faith, your mindset create your reality. You no longer beg for blessings. You walk with the confidence of someone who already has them. Joseph went from being a prisoner to a ruler in a single moment. He didn't chase wealth, yet wealth and power were given to him because he carried the energy of divine favor. Pharaoh himself recognized something extraordinary in Joseph and elevated him to second in command over all of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders." Genesis 41:39-40. What if the same transformation is waiting for you? What if everything you have endured, the setbacks, the betrayals, the moments of doubt, was only preparing you for this moment? Those who doubted you will have no choice but to watch as your life transforms before their eyes. The ones who laughed at your dreams will soon see them unfold in ways they never thought possible. But you do not need to prove anything to anyone. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Psalm 23:5. God is not just giving you enough, He is giving you overflow. The blessings that are coming will not only change your life, but they will also impact your family, your loved ones, and generations to come. Your life will become a testimony, a living example of what happens when someone walks in divine favor. Are you ready to step into this new season? Think of people like Tyler Perry, once homeless, living in his car, rejected countless times, yet he never stopped believing. Today he is a billionaire, not because he chased wealth, but because wealth chased him. His vision, his faith, his perseverance attracted the abundance that was always meant to be his. If it happened for him, why wouldn't it happen for you? You have been waiting for a sign, and this is it. The universe has spoken. Heaven has already decided. No more fear, no more hesitation, no more second-guessing whether this abundance is for you. It is for you. Do you believe it? For the Lord your God will bless you as he has promised, and you will lend to many nations, but borrow from none. Deuteronomy 15:6. Everything is aligning in your favor. The wealth that is running after you is not temporary, it is generational. It is the kind of prosperity that creates legacies, transforms families, and impacts communities. This is bigger than just financial gain. This is about stepping into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Chosen one. Do you feel it? The shift, the breakthrough, the unstoppable momentum of blessings rushing toward you. Chosen one, the days of struggle are over. What once felt like an endless battle is now giving way to a season of effortless overflow. The time of lack has passed, and now wealth, success, and abundance are not just possibilities, they are your new reality. The blessing of the Lord makes one rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. Proverbs 10:22. You no longer have to chase after wealth. It has recognized your energy, your resilience, and your unwavering faith. Now, it is pursuing you with unstoppable force. The delays you once faced were never denials. They were divine preparation. Everything you endured was shaping you, molding you, refining you for such a time as this. And now, nothing can stop what has been set in motion for you. The doors are opening. Do you see it? The things you once only dreamed of are now within your grasp. The doors that were once slammed shut in your face are swinging open effortlessly. What seemed impossible before is now unfolding before your very eyes. Are you ready to step through? Look at the story of Job. He lost everything, his wealth, his family, his health, but he never lost his faith. Even when everything around him seemed to scream defeat, he chose to trust in the divine plan. And because of that, the Lord restored Job's fortunes and gave him twice as much as he had before. Job 42:10. Your story is no different. There was a time when you doubted, when you questioned whether wealth and success were truly meant for you. Maybe you felt overlooked, forgotten, or even cursed. But those thoughts were never truth. They were simply reflections of past pain. Are you ready to let them go? Every rejection was redirection. Every closed door was protection. Every delay was divine timing. The battles you fought were never about breaking you. They were about building you. Joseph was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and wrongly imprisoned. For years it seemed like every step he took led him further from his destiny. But what looked like setbacks were actually God positioning him for a greater purpose. When the time was right, he was elevated to the highest position in Egypt, managing the wealth of an entire nation. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Just like Joseph, your struggles were not in vain. Every hardship was positioning you. Every setback was setting you up for greater. You had to go through the fire so that you could emerge stronger, wiser, and fully prepared for this moment. Do you understand now why you had to endure? Because you held on. Because you kept believing. Because you never gave up, even when everything told you to. The universe, heaven itself, is now pouring out abundance into your life. What is meant for you can no longer be delayed, denied, or blocked. The financial breakthrough, the success, the opportunities, they are all coming with divine force. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Think about Steve Harvey. Before he became a household name, he was homeless, sleeping in his car, and struggling to survive. But he never gave up. He kept believing. He kept pushing forward. Today, he is not only a multi-millionaire, but a man who uses his wealth to inspire, uplift, and give back. If God did it for him, won't he do it for you? The waiting season is over. The preparation is complete. Now is the time to receive everything that was always meant for you. For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. No force in the world can stop what has been destined for you. Wealth is chasing after you. Success is knocking at your door. Favor is surrounding you. Are you ready to claim what is already yours? Chosen one, you are entering a life of abundance. It's bigger than just money. Can you feel it? The shift, the expansion, the transformation that is unfolding before you. The wealth that is running after you is far greater than just financial gain. It is a new way of life, one of freedom, expansion, and complete fulfillment. It is a divine shift that will touch every area of your existence. Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth. 3 John 1:2. This is not just about money, it is about abundance in every form. It is about peace, joy, purpose, and divine alignment. You will begin to notice that opportunities no longer feel like a fight. They flow effortlessly. Have you already started seeing it? The right people will enter your life at just the right time. The doors that once seemed sealed shut will now open without resistance. The resources you need will find you. This is not luck. This is divine alignment. For too long, you lived in survival mode, wondering how, when, or if your breakthrough would come. But that time is over. The young lions lack and suffer hunger, but those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing. Psalm 34:10. You were never meant to struggle. You were never meant to live in lack. That was never your divine destiny. The world may have taught you that wealth requires endless toil, that success demands constant struggle, that you must chase after money and sacrifice your peace just to survive. But that is a lie. Are you ready to let go of that belief? When Jesus walked the earth, he did not stress about provision. He moved in divine flow. When thousands needed to be fed, he didn't worry. He simply multiplied what was in his hands. They all ate and were satisfied, and the disciples picked up 12 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. Matthew 14:20. What if you are about to experience that same supernatural overflow? What if you no longer had to wonder where your next breakthrough would come from, because everything you need is already being arranged on your behalf? Your life is shifting. Can you feel the difference? The things that once caused you worry, stress, and sleepless nights no longer have power over you. You are moving into ease, overflow, and divine provision. My God shall supply all your needs according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. This is not just about financial blessings. This is about a completely new way of being. Look at Elon Musk. He didn't start his journey with billions in the bank. He started with vision, alignment, and an unstoppable belief in what was possible. He didn't chase wealth. He aligned himself with a purpose bigger than money. And as a result, wealth chased him. Isn't that exactly what's happening to you right now? You are not just stepping into wealth. You are stepping into a legacy of abundance, a life where success, prosperity, and opportunities come to you effortlessly. Are you ready to walk in this abundance? This is no longer a season of worrying about finances. That time has passed. Now you are entering a season of ease, of supernatural provision, of effortless overflow. You crown the year with your goodness, and your paths drip with abundance. Psalm 65:11. You no longer need to fight for your blessings. They are already yours. You no longer need to beg for opportunities. They are already finding you. So stand boldly in this truth. Believe it, speak it, receive it. This is your new reality. Wealth is no longer a struggle. It is a natural state of being, and you were always meant to live in it. Chosen one, do you understand what is happening right now? You are not just lucky. You are not just experiencing a streak of good fortune. You are chosen. And because you are chosen, the wealth that is rushing toward you has been set apart just for you. It was never meant for anyone else. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your storehouses and in all to which you set your hand, and he will bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Deuteronomy 28:8. Everything you have given, the love, the energy, the sacrifices, has not gone unnoticed. Every time you helped someone, every moment you chose integrity over shortcuts, every time you remained faithful, even when things were difficult. It was all being recorded. Think about Ruth. She lost everything, yet she remained faithful, sowing seeds of kindness and perseverance. She had no idea that her simple acts of faithfulness would position her to be noticed by Boaz, a man of great wealth. May the Lord repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge. Ruth 2:12. And what happened? She went from working in the fields to owning them. What if you are in the same position right now? What if everything you have given is about to return to you in a multiplied form? This is no longer the season of giving without receiving. This is the moment where the harvest you have been waiting for is finally here. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. The fears, the doubts, the old mindset that told you wealth was hard to attain, let it go. Those limitations no longer have any power over you. Do you feel the shift? You are now in a reality where anything is possible. Think about Oprah Winfrey. She spent years pouring into others, giving, inspiring, serving, without even knowing how big her impact would become. Today, she is not just wealthy. She is a legacy builder, a force of influence, a name that opens doors. And right now, the same thing is happening for you. Wealth is not just approaching, it is gaining momentum. It is pulling in even greater opportunities, larger blessings and breakthroughs that will shift your entire life. Now, to Him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to His power that is at work within us. Ephesians 3:20. Right now, even as you read this, your name is being spoken in rooms you haven't even stepped into yet. People are preparing opportunities for you. Doors are opening in places you never expected. Favor is finding you, even in spaces where you thought you were overlooked. Chosen one, are you ready for what's coming? Because it is not small, it is massive, life-changing, and generational. This wealth is not just for you, it is for your legacy, your lineage, and the future generations that will follow in your footsteps. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, but the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous. Proverbs 13:22. You were not chosen by accident. You have been handpicked to break the cycles of struggle that have held your family back for generations. You are the one who will change the narrative. What once seemed impossible for your bloodline is now becoming your reality. Think about Joseph. He was once a prisoner, yet he became a ruler who not only saved himself, but his entire family and an entire nation. His wealth and wisdom transformed the lives of those around him. What if you are stepping into that same role? When wealth is running after you, all you have to do is be open to receiving it. No more resistance, no more hesitation, no more self-doubt. You will be blessed when you come in and blessed when you go out. Deuteronomy 28:6. Are you ready to fully accept what is yours? The universe has already made the decision. Now it's your turn to claim it. Let go of the old beliefs that told you wealth was only for others. That was never true. Wealth is yours. It is your birthright. Think of Jay-Z. He was born into poverty, but he refused to let his circumstances define him. He saw wealth as something meant for him, not just for others. Today, he is a billionaire who uses his resources to uplift his family and community. If he could shift his reality, why wouldn't you be able to do the same? Pay attention. You will start to see the evidence. Money will appear in unexpected ways. Opportunities will open without effort. You will step into divine alignment, where everything you touch turns to gold. The Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You shall be above only and not beneath. Deuteronomy 28:13. The path ahead is clear. There is nothing standing in your way. Wealth is no longer something you have to force. It is already in motion, moving toward you at an accelerated pace. Can you feel it? The energy of abundance has locked onto you, and there is no turning back. The life you once knew, filled with struggle, worry, and limitation, is disappearing. A new reality is emerging, one where you're surrounded by prosperity, joy, and unlimited possibilities. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. Everything you desire is already yours. Wealth has found you, and now it will never leave you. This is the season of your greatest transformation. The best is not coming, it is already here. Look at the life of Elon Musk. He didn't wait for the right moment to pursue wealth. He saw himself as capable, worthy, and chosen for greatness. Today, he is a billionaire, changing the world. What if your story is unfolding in the same way? The struggles of your past were never meant to break you. They were designed to prepare you. Every challenge made you stronger. Every moment of perseverance shaped your character. Every setback positioned you for a greater comeback. After you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace, who has called you to his eternal glory in Christ, will himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. 1 Peter 5:10. Something is shifting within you. Can you feel it? It may not yet be visible to others, but deep inside you know something extraordinary is unfolding. You sense it. You feel it. Doors that once seemed impossible to open are now unlocking. Opportunities are forming in the background, aligning perfectly for your arrival. This is not a coincidence. This is divine orchestration. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. Revelation 3:8. What is coming your way is not just about money. It is about elevation. It is about stepping into a new level of existence where struggle is no longer your story, where financial worry no longer consumes your thoughts, where you no longer question your worth. The answer has always been clear. You are worthy. You were chosen. And now you are stepping into a new reality of limitless abundance. Think about King David. He was once overlooked, underestimated, and forgotten. But even when no one saw his worth, God did. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. David went from a shepherd boy to a king because he was chosen. What if the same transformation is happening in your life right now? Look back for a moment. Where were you a year ago, 5 years ago? You are no longer that same person. You have grown, evolved, transformed. You have released old limitations, broken free from negative patterns, and stepped into a version of yourself that is ready to receive. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:18-19. You may have experienced delays, setbacks, and moments where you questioned whether wealth and success were truly meant for you. But those delays were not punishment, they were preparation. The universe was aligning everything perfectly so that when your blessings arrived, they would be permanent and overflowing. The waiting season is over. The struggles, the uncertainty, the doubts, they are fading away because the breakthrough you have been waiting for is here. The Lord will grant you abundant prosperity in the fruit of your womb, the young of your livestock, and the crops of your ground, in the land he swore to your ancestors to give you. Deuteronomy 28:11. Look at someone like Steve Harvey. At one point he was homeless, sleeping in his car, struggling to survive. But he refused to believe that struggle was his final destination. He kept going. Today he is a multimillionaire, a leader, and a giver. He always says, God's plan is always better than your plan. What if all the setbacks you faced were simply setting you up for something greater? What if the moments you thought were losses were actually just pauses before your biggest victories? You are no longer in a season of struggle. You are no longer waiting for your breakthrough. It has arrived. The wealth, the opportunities, the favor, they have been waiting for you, and now they are being released in full force. I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten. Joel 2:25. There is nothing standing in your way anymore. There is nothing blocking what is meant for you. The only thing left to do is embrace it. Chosen one, now is the time to step forward with confidence. Doubt has no place in your mind anymore. Fear has no power over you. You were never meant to live a life of struggle. You were meant to thrive. You were created to experience financial ease, to succeed, and to live a life that inspires others. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. The wealth that is coming to you is not just for you. It is meant to bless generations. It will give you the freedom to live in comfort, the ability to help those in need, and the resources to invest in your dreams without limitation. Think about Solomon. He didn't just receive wealth, he received abundance beyond human comprehension. When he asked God for wisdom instead of riches, God gave him both. I will give you wealth, possessions, and honor, such as no king who was before you ever had, and none after you will have. 2 Chronicles 1:12. Solomon's wealth was so great that silver was considered worthless in his time. What if the wealth that is coming to you is greater than you ever imagined? You will no longer be in a position of lack. You will no longer wonder if you'll have enough. You will have more than enough. The energy you carry is magnetic, and everything you desire is being drawn toward you. The Lord will make you abound in prosperity, in the offspring of your body, in the offspring of your livestock, and in the produce of your ground. Deuteronomy 28:11. Can you feel the shift? Every action you take now is infused with prosperity. The right people, the right opportunities, the right circumstances, they are all aligning effortlessly. Look at Warren Buffett. He didn't chase wealth. He aligned himself with long-term success, and wealth followed him relentlessly. He invested wisely, believed in his vision, and today, his fortune not only sustains him but impacts countless lives. Are you prepared to step into that level of financial freedom? You are no longer fighting against resistance. You are flowing with the current of prosperity. Wealth is moving toward you effortlessly because it recognizes you as its rightful owner. There is no need to force anything. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Psalm 23:5. The blessings that are coming to you are not the result of struggle. They are the result of alignment. Opportunities are no longer something you chase. They are chasing you. The right doors will open at the perfect time. The right people will appear when you need them most. Money will flow to you in ways you never expected. Think about Tyler Perry, once homeless, once rejected, once struggling to make ends meet, but he stayed aligned with his vision, and today he is one of the wealthiest men in entertainment. His story is proof that when you walk boldly in faith, opportunity finds you. The universe is responding to your mindset, the wealth, the success, the abundance. It is all a reflection of what you believe to be true about yourself. According to your faith, be it unto you. Matthew 9:29. If you accept that wealth is meant for you, you will begin to see it everywhere. You will notice synchronicities that confirm you are on the right path. Unexpected financial blessings. People mentioning your name in rooms you haven't even entered yet. Everything is aligning. Everything is shifting. Everything is falling into place for you. Are you ready to step into this reality? Because it is already happening. This is your season of wealth, your season of expansion, your season of unlimited possibilities. Chosen one, pay attention. Can you see it? Can you feel it? Money, success, and opportunities are appearing in ways you never expected. The shift is happening now, and the universe is revealing that your time has come. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands. Deuteronomy 28:12. Stay open, stay ready, embrace the abundance that is arriving. This transformation is not something you have to wait for. It is happening now. Wealth is no longer a distant dream. It is your new reality. You are stepping into a life where money is no longer a source of stress, but a tool for expansion. From this moment forward, you will no longer make decisions based on lack, but based on abundance. Think of Jeff Bezos. Before he became the richest man in the world, he started with a simple idea, one that would transform the way we shop forever. He didn't let fear hold him back. He believed in expansion, and because of that, wealth chased after him relentlessly. Are you ready to step into that level of belief? This is the moment where everything changes. The days of struggle, of feeling stuck, of wondering when your breakthrough will come, they are over. The blessings of the Lord make one rich, and he adds no sorrow to it. Proverbs 10:22. Your breakthrough is not coming, it has arrived. You are now entering a season where wealth, success, and prosperity will become your new normal. Are you ready for this new way of life? Every day from this moment forward, you will witness evidence of your transformation. Money will flow effortlessly. Opportunities will multiply beyond what you imagined. Blessings will unfold right before your eyes. Nothing can stop what has already been set in motion. The decision has been made. Heaven has spoken. The doors are wide open. Can you walk through them with confidence? Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. Wealth is chasing after you with unstoppable force. No more hesitation, no more waiting. Your time has come, and nothing can hold back the flood of abundance that is about to pour into your life. Look at the story of Joseph. He endured hardship, betrayal, and setbacks, but in one moment, everything changed. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Genesis 41:41. Joseph's promotion was sudden and unstoppable. One day a prisoner, the next day a ruler. Are you ready for your sudden transformation? Everything is shifting to make way for the wealth that is flowing into your life. You are not just stepping into financial prosperity, you are stepping into a completely new reality. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:18-19. The chapter of lack, struggle, and uncertainty has closed. The new story is one of overflow, joy, and limitless abundance. Every obstacle that once stood in your way is dissolving. Every delay that once held you back is now working in your favor. Every past struggle was a stepping stone to this moment of breakthrough. Nothing can block what has already been decided for you. Look around you. Signs of your transformation are already appearing. Unexpected financial blessings, new opportunities, small shifts in your reality. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. Chosen one, you do not have to wait years for this transformation. It is unfolding right now. Every second that passes is drawing you closer to financial freedom, unlimited abundance, and a life beyond your wildest dreams. Before they call, I will answer. While they are still speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65:24. You have worked hard. You have endured seasons of uncertainty, moments where you questioned whether you would ever break free from the cycle of struggle. But those days are over. You are no longer hoping for change. It is already happening. Think of Elon Musk. At one point, he had to borrow money just to pay rent. He faced rejection, failure, and moments where quitting would have been easier, but he refused to back down. He kept going, and today, his wealth is not just personal, it is generational. What if you are standing at the same turning point? The battles you fought are behind you. Every setback, every test, every moment of difficulty was never meant to break you. It was proving that you were ready for this exact moment. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. Because you have remained steadfast, because you refused to quit, wealth is now pouring into your life in ways you never imagined. Your name is being spoken in rooms you have not yet entered. The right people are being drawn to you effortlessly. The resources you need are already on their way. Do you see what's happening? The doors that were once shut are now swinging wide open. The universe has decided, and nothing can stop what has been set in motion. The Lord will send a blessing on your barns and on everything you put your hand to. The Lord your God will bless you in the land he is giving you. Deuteronomy 28:8. This is not just a temporary blessing. This is permanent transformation. You are stepping into a season where financial overflow will become your new normal. Think about Oprah Winfrey. She was once told she wasn't good enough, wasn't worthy, wouldn't make it, but she refused to accept those limitations. Today, her name alone is synonymous with success, influence, and generational wealth. Are you ready to claim your place among those who walk in abundance? The time of worrying about bills, stressing about making ends meet, and living in financial uncertainty is over. You are now in a time of overflow. And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. 2 Corinthians 9:8. You will have more than enough. You will give freely without fear of lack. Money will no longer be a burden. It will be a tool for expansion. Wealth is no longer something you have to fight for. It is chasing you. Chosen one, you are not being blessed with wealth just for yourself. You are being positioned to manage it wisely, grow it effortlessly, and use it for a higher purpose. There is a reason you were chosen. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. This wealth is not random. It is not a stroke of luck. It is divine entrustment. You have been given this opportunity because you will use it for good. You will not only elevate yourself, but you will uplift those around you. Look at King Solomon. He didn't just accumulate wealth. He used it to build, to bless, to create a legacy that outlived him. I will give you what you have not asked for, both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. 1 Kings 3:13. What if the wealth coming to you is not just a blessing, but a divine assignment? You are not just someone receiving wealth. You are someone who will illuminate the world with it. You are no longer chasing after success. Success is chasing after you. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. The energy you carry now is magnetic. Opportunities are gravitating toward you. The right people are drawn to your presence. Everything you desire is coming effortlessly. You no longer have to force anything, struggle for anything, or beg for anything. The universe is responding to your faith, your belief, your new vibration. Think about Warren Buffett. He didn't just grow wealth, he used it strategically, investing in the right places, making decisions that expanded not only his fortune, but the well-being of countless others. Are you ready to handle wealth at that level? Think back. There were moments when you felt forgotten, times when your hard work seemed to go unnoticed, moments where you wondered if your efforts were in vain, seasons where you gave but received nothing in return. But they were not in vain. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. Galatians 6:9. Every sacrifice you made, every act of discipline, every moment of persistence was seen. And now the universe is responding. Look at Tyler Perry. He spent years struggling, being rejected, facing setbacks, but he never stopped sowing. Today he is not just wealthy, he is a force of inspiration, using his success to elevate others. Could it be that your story is unfolding in the same way? You are stepping into a season of reward, a season of reaping, a season of limitless overflow. Then your light will break forth like the dawn, and your healing will quickly appear. Then your righteousness will go before you, and the glory of the Lord will be your rear guard. Isaiah 58:8. The universe saw you even when no one else did, and now your time has come. This is not just prosperity, this is purpose. This is not just money, this is a mission. Chosen one, money will flow to you in unexpected ways. Doors will open, even the ones you never knocked on. Invitations, offers, and opportunities are about to come into your life, and they will change everything. Everything is happening at the perfect time, and that time is now. And my God will supply all your needs according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. There is no more waiting, no more hoping, no more wondering if financial abundance is truly meant for you. The universe has already decided, and its answer is clear. You were meant to live in financial overflow. Wealth is not something to fear. It is not something that will change who you are. It is a gift, one that will enhance your ability to live fully, to give freely, to experience life in its highest form. You will be enriched in every way so that you can be generous on every occasion. 2 Corinthians 9:11. Think of Oprah Winfrey. She didn't let wealth change her. She used it as a tool to create impact, to bless others, to inspire millions. What if your wealth is meant to do the same? You were never meant to struggle. You were created to thrive, to experience joy, success, and ease. And now, the universe is ensuring that you step fully into the destiny that has always been yours. The obstacles that once stood in your way, they are disappearing. The negative beliefs that once held you back, they no longer have power over you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. The wrong people will naturally drift out of your life. The circumstances that drained you will no longer affect you. The habits that once kept you stuck will no longer satisfy you. Can you feel it? You are stepping into a version of yourself that is fully aligned with success. Look at Steve Harvey. There was a time he was homeless, sleeping in his car, but he never stopped believing. Today he is not just successful, he is a symbol of what happens when faith and persistence meet divine favor. Are you ready for your transformation? The Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You will always be at the top, never at the bottom. Deuteronomy 28:13. You are shifting into a life where only prosperity, only elevation, only success can exist. The struggle is over. The waiting is over. The wealth that has always been meant for you is now running after you. No more financial stress, no more limitations, only limitless abundance, expansion, and fulfillment. Walk boldly into this new season. Claim it, embrace it, own it, because from this moment forward, nothing will ever be the same. Chosen one, wealth is no longer something you are hoping for. It is something you are now living. Everything that has been aligning in the background is now manifesting before your eyes. The energy of abundance is not just around you. It has locked onto you and is moving toward you with unstoppable force. I will give you the treasures of darkness and riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, who calls you by name. Isaiah 45:3. Nothing can block what has been written for you. No past struggle, no delays, no circumstance. You are chosen, and because of that, wealth is running after you. Think about Joseph. He was betrayed, imprisoned, and forgotten, until the exact moment when divine timing lifted him from the prison to the palace. His struggles were not punishment, they were preparation. What if every difficulty you faced was setting you up for a level of success beyond what you imagined? You may not have realized it before, but everything you went through has led to this breakthrough. The times you struggled, the moments you questioned if things would ever change, the times you almost gave up. All of it was shaping you. It was refining you, strengthening you, preparing you to receive the wealth that is now chasing you down. After you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. Look at Steve Jobs. He was once fired from the very company he built, forced to start over from nothing. But he came back stronger, and because of that, he revolutionized the world. Could it be that everything you lost was making room for something greater? You are not stepping into this abundance by chance. Every opportunity appearing right now is intentional. Every door opening before you was meant to open at this moment. Every financial blessing coming your way has been stored up just for you. The Lord your God will bless you in all the work of your hands, and your joy will be complete. Deuteronomy 16:15. You were meant to receive wealth. You were meant to experience financial freedom. You were meant to live in overflow. Do you see it now? The time of struggle is over. The time of waiting is over. The time of abundance has arrived. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. Now you must walk in the energy of abundance. No more fear, no more hesitation, no more questioning whether you deserve this. You deserve it. You have earned it. You are ready for it. Think of Elon Musk. He didn't wait for permission to step into his success. He believed in it before anyone else did. And because of that, he changed the world. What if you are standing at the same turning point? Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Psalm 23:6. You are no longer in a position where you have to fight for every opportunity. Opportunities are now chasing you. Money is flowing to you effortlessly. Financial freedom is no longer a dream. It is something you now embody. Everything you once struggled for is now coming with ease. Chosen one, have you noticed how everything in your life is beginning to shift? The way you think about money, the way you attract wealth, and the way you experience financial success, it is all transforming right before your eyes. This is no longer a process of waiting or hoping. It is happening now. Can you feel the change? You are moving from uncertainty to confidence, from lack to overflow, from stress to peace. Do you realize that you were never meant to struggle? Wealth is not just about financial gain. It is about living in freedom, security, and limitless possibilities. The moment you shift your mindset to fully embrace this truth, you will see everything in your life begin to prosper. This principle has always been true. King Solomon did not only receive wealth, he walked in wisdom and divine understanding, positioning himself for unlimited prosperity. Because of his mindset, it was written that King Solomon was greater in riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth. 1 Kings 10:23. His success was not a coincidence, it was the result of divine alignment. Are you prepared to walk in that same wisdom and abundance? The moment you align yourself with success, success will naturally find you. You are no longer in a place where you must force things to happen. Have you noticed how opportunities are now presenting themselves effortlessly? The right people are coming into your life at the right time. Every action you take is leading you closer to success because you are now operating from a place of certainty rather than fear. Are you still waiting for a sign? The sign is already here. Wealth does not come to those who chase it desperately. It comes to those who align themselves with the energy of abundance. Whatever he does shall prosper. Psalm 1:3. You are now in a position where everything you touch will flourish because you are walking in alignment with the highest version of yourself. Think about Jeff Bezos. Did he chase after success in desperation? Or did he position himself with a vision so strong that success had no choice but to find him? He understood that mindset is the key to abundance. Today, he is one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, not because he pursued money, but because he pursued alignment. Are you positioning yourself for the same level of success? Have you felt the shift? Do you see how things that once seemed impossible are now unfolding with ease? Struggles that once held you back are now dissolving. The obstacles that once blocked you are being removed. Do you understand that the universe is clearing the path ahead for you? You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Psalm 23:5. This is not just about receiving money. It is about walking in a reality where everything is abundant. Do you still believe wealth is something you must fight for? Or are you ready to embrace the fact that it has already been given to you? Tyler Perry once struggled with homelessness and rejection, yet today he stands as one of the most successful figures in the entertainment industry. Did he force success? Number. He walked in alignment, and success found him. Now, every project he touches turns to gold because he is operating from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. Are you ready to do the same? From this moment forward, financial stress no longer has a place in your life. Are you still allowing worry to occupy space in your mind, or are you ready to trust that everything is already being taken care of? And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. The provision you need has already been set in motion. The wealth you have always desired is no longer something you are pursuing. It is something you are now embodying. Can you accept this truth? This is your time. Are you ready to walk boldly into the abundance that has been waiting for you? No more hesitation, no more doubt, no more questioning whether you deserve this. You do. The shift has already happened. Walk in it boldly, because everything has already been prepared for you. So, will you claim what is already yours? Beloved chosen one, this is a defining moment in your life. From today forward, you will never see money the same way again. You will never operate from a mindset of lack. You will never feel stuck or limited. You are now stepping into a space where wealth, success, and prosperity are flowing toward you in limitless supply. You are chosen, and because of that, everything is aligning in your favor. Can you feel it? There is no more waiting. The time for action is now. As you move forward, trust that everything is happening exactly as it should. Do you understand? that the wealth chasing you down is not just for today, but for a lifetime. This is generational. This is transformational. You are breaking financial barriers, rewriting your story, and stepping into a life of ease and prosperity. Wealth is no longer something you only dream about. It is something you live. The universe has already decided, and nothing can change that. Money will no longer be a source of stress. It will be a tool for growth, a resource for expansion, a key to unlocking new possibilities. You are stepping into a reality where everything flows effortlessly to you. This is the season of receiving. Prepare yourself, because what is coming is greater than anything you imagined. The breakthroughs that are arriving will be bigger than anything you prayed for. The financial freedom you are stepping into will change your life forever. This is your moment. Will you fully embrace it? Wealth is running after you, and nothing can stop it. It is already yours. Embrace it, receive it, live it. If this message has resonated with you, if you have found value in these words, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your time, your energy, and your belief in the abundance that is unfolding in your life. Whether you choose to donate through Super Thanks or not, please know that I truly appreciate your presence here. Your support, in whatever form it takes, means more than words can express. If you feel led to contribute, your donation helps keep this message of abundance reaching more people who need it. But if you are unable to, or choose not to, that is completely okay. You are still deeply appreciated. I speak blessings over your life. May your hands always prosper in everything you do. May doors continue to open effortlessly before you. May wealth, joy, and peace follow you all the days of your life. This is your time. This is your season. Now go forward and live in the overflow. If you are hearing these words right now, it is not by chance, not by accident. This moment has been divinely orchestrated, a sacred appointment between you and the voice of God, the very creator of the universe, the one who spoke the stars into existence, has drawn you here for a reason. There is a message waiting for you, a revelation so powerful and so life-altering that once you receive it, your entire reality will shift. For far too long, you have carried the weight of burdens that were never meant to be yours. You have fought battles in silence, struggled against unseen forces, and wondered when your breakthrough would come. The long nights of doubt, the heavy sighs of frustration, the feeling of being trapped in an endless cycle of lack, they have drained you, tested you, perhaps even made you question your worth. But today, hear this truth. Your season of struggle is over. The chains of scarcity are breaking. The tide is turning. The very thing you have prayed for, the financial freedom you have longed for, the divine abundance that has seemed just out of reach, it is already on its way to you. For God himself has spoken, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Jeremiah 29:11. These are not just empty words or distant promises. This is a divine guarantee. You were not created to struggle endlessly. You were not meant to live in lack. You are a child of the Most High God, and his desire for you is abundance, overflow, and supernatural provision. The wealth that is coming your way is not dependent on the world's economy, the opinions of others, or your past limitations. It is in the hands of God Almighty, whose resources are limitless. The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, declares the Lord Almighty. Haggai 2:8. When he is your provider, there is no shortage, no lack, no scarcity. What he has ordained for you cannot be stopped. Now is the time to step into this truth. Now is the time to claim what has already been set aside for you. The floodgates of heaven are opening, and what once seemed impossible is about to become your new reality. Doors that have remained shut will swing open. Resources you never expected will flow effortlessly into your life. The provision you have longed for is already being released. But before we go further, I want you to take a step of faith right now. If you believe that your time has come, if you are ready to step into the divine abundance God has prepared for you, declare it in faith. Hit the like button, not just as an action, but as a statement that you are aligning yourself with divine provision. Subscribe, because what God is about to reveal in this message has the power to transform your life. And in the comments below, I invite you to type 777, the number of divine completion, the number that signifies the fulfillment of God's promises in your life. By typing it, you are not simply leaving a comment, you are making a prophetic declaration that your waiting season is over, your breakthrough is here, and you are stepping boldly into the overflow God has ordained for you. And to those of you who have supported this ministry through super thanks, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude. Your generosity does not go unnoticed. May the Lord multiply every seed you have sown, returning it to you in supernatural abundance. Stay with me, because what you are about to hear next is more than just words. It is an activation, a divine impartation that will shift your life into alignment with the promises of heaven. You're not here by accident. This is your moment. This is your time. Get ready, because your life is about to change in ways you never imagined. Your season of supernatural abundance begins now. God's chosen ones, it's your time. Eternal wealth is waiting for you. There comes a point in every journey when the struggle ceases and the blessings begin, a moment when the weight of uncertainty lifts and the divine flow of abundance takes its place. That moment, my friend, is now. For too long you have carried the burden of provision as if it was solely your responsibility. You have labored, worried, and pushed yourself to exhaustion, believing that the weight of your financial security rested entirely on your shoulders. But today, you must hear this truth. It is no longer your duty to struggle. It is God's responsibility to provide for you. The Creator of the universe, the one who has orchestrated every moment of your life, has already set into motion an everlasting flow of abundance that will never run dry. This is not a wish, a possibility, or a hopeful thought. This is a divine guarantee. God has spoken over your life, and what He declares, no force on earth can reverse. Just as He rained down manna from heaven for the Israelites in the wilderness, Exodus 16:4. Just as He commanded ravens to feed Elijah during the drought, 1 Kings 17:6. Just as He multiplied 5 loaves and 2 fish to feed thousands, Matthew 14:19-20. He will provide for you in ways you cannot yet fathom. His provision is supernatural, unlimited, and unstoppable. Imagine a river that never runs dry, a well that replenishes itself no matter how much is drawn from it. That is the nature of God's provision for you. You are not meant to live by the sweat of your brow alone, constantly battling to make ends meet. No, you were chosen for something greater. Your prosperity is not dependent on the economy, your job, or the limitations of this world. It is rooted in the unshakable foundation of God's faithfulness. The moment you embraced your divine calling, a shift occurred in the heavens. You stepped out of a season of struggle and into a life of supernatural provision. The uphill climb you once endured has turned into a path of divine favor, where you are carried effortlessly by His grace. You no longer have to fight for survival. Now you are positioned to thrive. But understand this, divine abundance is not just about money. It is about a life overflowing in every area: your relationships, your health, your purpose, your peace. True wealth is not just having material riches. It is walking in the fullness of life that God desires for you. It is the ability to wake up each day free from anxiety, knowing that you are fully cared for. It is the joy of knowing that your provision is already secured, your path is already blessed, and your future is already written in prosperity. This is not because of your strength, intelligence, or hard work. It's not because of what you have done, but because of who God is. He has chosen you, not because you are perfect, but because His will for you is perfect. Your days of struggling to prove yourself are over. What awaits you now is a life of abundance that goes beyond anything you have ever imagined. And with this abundance comes a powerful confidence, not a confidence in yourself, but in God's unwavering commitment to you. You see, true confidence is not born from self-reliance, but from the absolute assurance that you're supported by a power greater than yourself. Jesus Himself told us in Matthew 6:26, "Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they?" If God so carefully provides for the birds, how much more will He provide for you, His beloved child? Think of the confidence of a child who never worries about their next meal or whether they will have a place to sleep at night. They simply trust that their parents will take care of them. This is the same kind of confidence that God invites you to embrace, to walk through life with peace, without anxiety, without fear. From this moment on, you are free, free from endless toil, free from sleepless nights spent worrying about finances, free from the burden of trying to figure it all out on your own, because from now on, wealth is God's responsibility. Your only task is to align with His will, to trust in His timing, and to remain faithful as He moves on your behalf. The more you release control, the more space you create for God to work miracles in your life. The moment you surrender the need to make it happen and instead rest in the assurance that it is already happening, you will see blessings begin to chase you down. The doors that once seemed locked will suddenly swing open. The opportunities that seemed impossible will come to pass effortlessly. You will look back and realize that the very things you once struggled for have now been placed in your hands. This is your moment to step into divine provision, to embrace the life that God has already prepared for you. Let the heavens hear you. Let the divine shift begin. Your season of supernatural abundance starts now. This is not a passive waiting game. It is an active partnership with God, a journey of faith where each step forward in obedience unlocks doors of prosperity beyond your wildest imagination. This is the kind of faith that moves mountains, the kind of trust that allows you to walk on water, the kind of surrender that brings supernatural provision exactly when you need it. God is not just your provider. He is the master architect of the universe, the one who spoke galaxies into existence, who set the stars in the sky and commands the sun to rise and fall. If He can carve out the oceans with His breath, if He can shape the mountains with His hands, if He can sustain all of creation with a single word, then surely He can provide for you. Nothing is too great, too difficult, or too far out of reach for Him, and that includes the wealth, resources, and opportunities you need to fulfill your divine purpose. Many people live their lives weighed down by anxiety, constantly trying to figure out how to make things happen on their own. They stress about finances, chase after success, and exhaust themselves striving for provision that God has already set aside for them. But when you understand that wealth is God's responsibility, not yours, something incredible happens. You become free, free from the pressure, free from the burden, free from the fear of lack. This is the kind of faith that Elijah had when he stood by the brook during a drought, with no food, no visible means of survival. Yet God sent ravens to feed him daily. 1 Kings 17:4-6. It is the faith of the widow in Zarephath, who, though she had only a handful of flour and a little oil, obeyed the word of the Lord's prophet and saw her supply miraculously multiply, never running out. 1 Kings 17:14-16. It is the faith of Peter when Jesus told him to cast his net into the deep waters after an entire night of catching nothing. The result? An overflow so great that the nets began to break under the weight of the blessing. Luke 5:4-6. This is the God you serve, the God who not only provides but overflows. When he takes on the responsibility of your prosperity, expect more than enough. Expect the kind of provision that not only meets your needs, but empowers you to bless others. Expect the kind of abundance that allows you to give freely, live boldly, and walk confidently in your calling. But here's the key. You must remove every ounce of doubt. Doubt is the thief of blessings. It is the enemy's greatest weapon against your faith, because he knows that a double-minded person is unstable in all their ways. James 1:6-8. But hear me now. God is not a man that he should lie. His promises are not temporary, conditional, or fragile. They are eternal, unshakable, and guaranteed. Numbers 23:19 declares, God is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should change his mind. Does he speak and then not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? If he has spoken prosperity over your life, if he has declared that you are meant to live in abundance, then you can be sure that he will make a way. Your dreams are not too big for him. Your goals are not out of reach. What seems impossible in the natural realm is already accomplished in the spiritual. God has never been limited by human logic, and he won't start now. He is the God of the impossible. The Red Sea didn't part because it made sense. It parted because God commanded it. Walls didn't fall because of human strategy. They fell because of faithful obedience. And your provision won't come because of your effort alone. It will come because of your alignment with his divine plan. Now is the time to let go of hesitation, fear, and second-guessing. Now is the time to step boldly into the wealth that God has already prepared for you. Your breakthrough is already in motion. Your abundance is already on its way. This is your moment. Step into it. There is a lie that has kept many people trapped in a cycle of scarcity, the false belief that financial success is reserved for a select few, that only a privileged handful are meant to live in abundance while the rest struggle to get by. Maybe you've been told that wealth is not for people like you, that you must accept a life of limitations, that you're unworthy of great prosperity. But hear me now, this is not the truth of God. You are not forgotten. You are not left behind. You are not destined for lack. You are chosen, handpicked by the Creator of the universe for something greater than you have yet to see. Your life is not meant to be a constant battle for survival. It is meant to be a testimony of God's unshakable faithfulness and overwhelming abundance. The resources you have been praying for, the opportunities you have been seeking, the wealth you have only dreamed of, it is not just for your personal gain, but to equip you for your divine purpose. Whether that purpose is to help others, support ministries, build a legacy, or create something that changes the world, God is going to ensure that you have the resources to do it. The moment you cast out doubt, the moment you refuse to accept the lie that wealth is beyond your reach, you open the door for miracles. Because here is a truth that the enemy doesn't want you to grasp. God doesn't withhold abundance from his children. He is not a God of lack. He's not a God of just enough. He's the God of overflow. Psalm 35:27 declares, "Let the Lord be magnified, who delights in the prosperity of his servant." Do you hear that? God delights in your prosperity. He takes joy in blessing you, in meeting your needs, in positioning you for greatness. This is not about greed or self-indulgence. It is about stepping into the fullness of God's plan for your life, a plan that includes financial freedom, not financial bondage. Too many people walk through life weighed down by fear, fear that they will never have enough, fear that they will always be one step behind, fear that their breakthrough will never come. But when you understand who your provider is, fear loses its grip on you. There is incredible power in knowing that God will provide. It gives you a deep, unshakable peace, a security that no economic downturn, no financial hardship, no worldly circumstance can take away from you. When you're certain that your needs will be met, you begin to live differently. You stop making decisions out of desperation. You stop living in survival mode. Instead, you move with boldness, knowing that God's provision is always just a step away. This is not blind faith. It is faith rooted in experience, in the undeniable reality that God has already provided for you time and time again. Look back over your life, every breakthrough, every unexpected blessing, every open door. Those were not accidents. Those were divine provisions, a testimony that God will continue to provide for you, just as He always has. The more you meditate on this truth, the more it becomes the foundation of your life. When you know, truly know, that God will provide, you no longer have to fear the unknown. You don't have to fret about tomorrow, because the Creator of the heavens and the earth has already gone ahead of you. He has already made a way. His plan for you is perfect, and His provision is guaranteed. But understand this, not everyone will celebrate your abundance. As you step into this divine wealth, as your life begins to reflect the favor of God, there will be those who question, those who doubt, those who even mock your success. But let me tell you something, they are not your concern. What God has spoken over your life is not subject to human opinion. Your abundance is not up for debate. Remember the story of Joseph. His own brothers mocked him, despised him, and threw him into a pit, thinking they had destroyed his future. But what they didn't realize was that God's hand was on his life. What seemed like his downfall was actually setting him up for his destiny. Years later, those same brothers who had once scorned him stood before him, desperate for his help. Because when God blesses you, no one can take it away. This is your reality. The favor on your life is irrevocable. The provision that is coming to you is unstoppable. God is establishing you, elevating you, setting you apart for a life of divine wealth and supernatural prosperity. So, let go of doubt, release the fear, walk boldly into this new season of abundance, knowing that what God has promised is already unfolding before your eyes. There will always be voices of doubt, whispers of negativity, and those who look at your dreams and say, "It's impossible." There will be people who mock your aspirations, belittle your success, and question the blessings flowing into your life. But let me remind you of this undeniable truth. They do not hold your future. God does. No human opinion, no criticism, no jealous words can alter the destiny that God has already spoken over your life. When God calls you to prosperity, when He anoints you for greatness, no force on earth can stop it. Your wealth, your success, your divine increase, these are not merely for your personal gain. They are evidence of His favor, proof of His power, and a testimony to the world that He is a God who provides abundantly. The very blessings you are walking into are a declaration of His goodness, and no voice of doubt can silence that truth. Think about the life of Nehemiah, a man called by God to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. As soon as he began his mission, opposition arose. Sanballat and Tobiah mocked him, ridiculed his efforts, and tried to discourage him from fulfilling God's purpose. But Nehemiah did not stop. He did not engage in arguments. He simply kept building. He stayed focused on the vision God had given him, and in the end, the very people who mocked him were silenced by the work God had completed through him. Nehemiah 4:1-6. That is exactly what will happen in your life. As you rise above the noise, as you fix your eyes on God's promises, you will watch as your abundance speaks for itself. Every doubt, every opposition, every naysayer will be left speechless as the undeniable evidence of God's favor unfolds before their very eyes. And here's something you must know. God's prosperity is not temporary. It is not fleeting, nor is it something you must constantly chase. The world teaches that success is the result of relentless toil, sleepless nights, and an exhausting pursuit of wealth. But God's way is different. His provision does not come from striving, it comes from trusting. His blessings are not the result of endless struggle. They flow when you walk in alignment with His will. Deuteronomy 28:2 declares, "All these blessings will come upon you and overtake you if you obey the voice of the Lord your God." Did you catch that? The blessings will overtake you. You don't have to chase them. They will find you. When you are faithful, when you walk in obedience, the riches of heaven will flow into your life effortlessly. This is the ultimate freedom, living without fear of scarcity, without anxiety about where the next breakthrough will come from. It is walking with the confidence that your life is a reflection of God's divine plan. A plan not just for you, but for generations to come. The wealth God is releasing into your hands is not just for personal enjoyment. It is a tool, a kingdom resource given to you so that you may fulfill your divine calling. With great wealth comes great responsibility, but this responsibility is not a burden, it is a privilege. You are now in a position to impact lives, transform communities, and leave a legacy that will continue long after you. Your financial abundance is not just about comfort, it is about kingdom expansion. It is about helping those in need, funding ministries, and spreading the love of God in ways you never imagined. Look at the story of Solomon, a man whom God blessed with wisdom, influence, and immeasurable wealth. But Solomon understood that his wealth was not just for himself. He used his resources to build the temple of the Lord, a place of worship that stood as a testament to God's greatness for generations. 1 Kings 6:1-38. This is what divine prosperity looks like. It is wealth with purpose, riches with impact, financial blessing that transforms the world around you. And here is the secret. The more you give, the more you will receive. This is the very principle of abundance. What you sow, you reap. As you use your resources to bless others, as you pour into God's kingdom, you will see an even greater overflow of blessings coming into your life. It is an unstoppable cycle of provision, a divine economy where generosity multiplies wealth rather than depleting it. Luke 6:38 affirms this truth. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. The more you open your hands to give, the more God will fill them again and again. This is what true prosperity looks like. It is not just about accumulating riches, it is about using your wealth as a vehicle for love, healing, and transformation. It is about making a lasting impact, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. As you step fully into this divine calling, as you embrace the prosperity that God has already ordained for you, I encourage you to release any lingering doubt, fear, or hesitation. Step boldly into this season of overflow, expansion, and supernatural provision. If this word has stirred something in your heart, if you are ready to walk in the fullness of God's abundance, declare it now. Type "I am ready" in the comments below as an act of faith, as a prophetic statement that you are stepping into the greatest season of your life. This is your time. Rise, receive, and walk in the wealth that was always meant to be yours. Every blessing that flows into your life is not just a moment of favor. It is a divine reflection of God's unchanging character and His unwavering commitment to see you flourish. It is evidence that He sees you, He knows you, and He is actively working on your behalf. Think back on the times in your life when you felt helpless, when you had no answers, when you reached the end of your strength, and suddenly a door opened, a way was made, provision arrived at just the right moment. Maybe it was a financial breakthrough that came when you needed it most, a miraculous healing when all hope seemed lost, or an opportunity that appeared out of nowhere and changed your entire future. That was not coincidence. That was God. Perhaps you've experienced His faithfulness, not just in the grand, miraculous moments, but in the quiet, everyday blessings, the small provisions, the unexpected kindness, the subtle reminders that He is always near. Divine richness is not just found in big victories. It is woven into the steady, unshakable provision that sustains you day by day, every sunrise that greets you, every breath in your lungs, every meal on your table, every moment of peace in your heart. These are all signs of a God who never fails. Deuteronomy 8:18 declares, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth and so confirms His covenant, which He swore to your ancestors as it is today." The abundance in your life is not the result of your efforts alone. It is a gift, an inheritance, a fulfillment of His promises. And because God is faithful, you can trust that this divine flow of blessings will continue, not just today, but for the rest of your life. When you shift your perspective from striving to receiving, from effort to grace, everything changes. You realize that you are not just surviving, you are thriving. You're no longer chasing blessings. Blessings are chasing you. Yet as you step into this abundant life, there will be those who doubt your success, those who mock the favor upon you, those who question why you are so blessed. But here's the truth. They cannot touch what God has blessed. No amount of criticism, judgment, or negativity can diminish what He has ordained for you. If God has set His favor upon your life, if He has decreed prosperity over you, then who can stand against it? Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord." Your wealth, your success, your divine increase are not about proving others wrong. They are about fulfilling the purpose God has placed upon your life. Those who once mocked you will one day stand in awe of what God has done. They will see that it was never about your ability, but about His favor, His grace, His power working through you. And in time, your testimony will speak louder than their doubts. But remember this, those who criticize often do so from their own insecurities, from a place of misunderstanding. Their opinions do not define your reality. God's word does. His promises do. Stand firm in His truth and do not let negativity sway you. Keep your eyes on the vision He has given you. Stay faithful to your calling. As you walk in the fullness of His provision, you will see mockers fade into silence, and what will remain is the undeniable evidence of God's goodness in your life. Living in God's abundance is more than financial wealth. It is total transformation. It is peace in your mind, joy in your spirit, strength in your body, clarity in your purpose, and favor in everything you touch. When you truly step into this divine prosperity, lack becomes a foreign concept. Scarcity is replaced with sufficiency. Fear is replaced with faith. This is not just an external change, it is an inner awakening. It is the deep, unshakable knowing that your needs will always be met. It is stepping into each day with confidence, peace, and gratitude because you know that your Creator is walking with you, orchestrating every detail of your life. The journey to divine abundance is not overnight. It is a process of growing in trust, deepening your faith, and learning to walk in alignment with God's plan. As you continue on this path, you will begin to witness miraculous breakthroughs, unexpected doors opening, opportunities that seem too good to be true. But they will be true because God is faithful. And here's the greatest revelation. Abundance is not about having everything you want. It is about receiving everything you need and more. When you live in the fullness of God's provision, you no longer fear not having enough. You no longer worry about tomorrow because your future is secure in His hands. You were created for abundance. You were destined for overflow. And now it is time to fully embrace it. This is the life God has called you to, a life of peace, abundance, and unshakable joy. It is not a life of uncertainty where you constantly wonder if you are on the right path, nor is it a life of fear where you worry about how things will unfold. No, this is a life where you walk in divine assurance, knowing that every step forward is already prepared, every need is already met, and every blessing is already in motion. Stepping into wealth is not about leaping into the unknown blindly. It is about moving forward with confidence, knowing that God has already gone ahead of you, clearing the way, making provision, and aligning opportunities that you cannot yet see. When you understand this, you no longer hesitate, no longer second-guess your decisions. You step boldly into new ventures, investments, and opportunities because you're not relying on your own strength. You're relying on the one who holds all things together. Think of Abraham, called by God to leave everything familiar behind and walk toward a promise he had never seen. He had no roadmap, no blueprint, only the voice of God telling him to go. And yet, because of his faith, he became the father of many nations. Genesis 12, 1-3. What would have happened if Abraham had let fear stop him, if he had doubted the divine assurance that God had already prepared the way? Now let me ask you, what blessings are waiting for you on the other side of your obedience? Divine wealth is not something you chase after. It is something that follows you as you remain faithful. Scripture says, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." Psalm 23:6. When you walk in alignment with God's will, favor becomes your shadow. Wealth is no longer something you have to fight for. It flows into your life effortlessly, a natural byproduct of living under His provision. Your prosperity is not just for you. It is a testimony of God's faithfulness. Every dollar, every breakthrough, every resource that comes into your hands is evidence that God is fulfilling His promises. And because His word cannot return void, Isaiah 55:11, your life will be living proof that He is a provider, a sustainer, and the source of all abundance. The blessings you receive are not just for this moment, they are for generations to come. When God blesses, He does not bless partially. He blesses completely, eternally, and abundantly. This is why Proverbs 13:22 tells us, "A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children." The wealth you are stepping into will not only transform your life, but it will also impact your family, your community, and the world around you. And yes, there will be those who doubt. There will be those who question why you are so blessed, why things seem to work in your favor, why doors open effortlessly for you. But let me remind you of this. No one can curse what God has blessed. No amount of criticism, no words of doubt, no judgment can alter the favor upon your life. When God sets His hand upon you, His blessing is irreversible. This is your time to embrace the wealth God has promised you. Not temporary riches, but divine wealth, eternal, overflowing, and boundless. This provision knows no limits, no restrictions, and no ceilings. God's supply is endless, like the vastness of the ocean, continually replenishing itself no matter how much is drawn from it. This is the kind of abundance you're stepping into. Jesus Himself demonstrated this when He fed 5,000 people with just 5 loaves and 2 fish. Matthew 14:13-21. The world operates in scarcity, believing that if you take from a small supply, it will run out. But in God's kingdom, the more you give, the more you receive. What should have been insufficient became more than enough, and this is your inheritance. You are no longer bound by the limitations of this world. You are aligned with the abundance of heaven. While the world operates in fear, lack, and struggle, you operate in divine overflow. While others toil and worry, you rest and receive. While others try to control their future, you walk in the certainty that God has already secured yours. And let me remind you, wealth is not just for personal enjoyment. It is a tool for purpose, a resource for impact, and a blessing meant to be shared. As you step into greater financial freedom, you become a vessel through which God's provision flows to others. You will have the ability to uplift, to build, to heal, and to change lives. Your wealth will transform communities, restore families, and be a beacon of God's goodness in a world that desperately needs it. And here's the greatest revelation: the more you give, the more you will receive. This is the principle of divine abundance. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. Your generosity creates a cycle of blessing that never stops. The more you pour out, the more God will refill your hands, because He trusts those who steward His riches for His glory. So now, the only question is, are you ready to receive? Because this moment is not by accident. You were meant to hear this. This is your confirmation, your reminder, your divine call to step into the fullness of what God has already prepared for you. Stepping into the overflow, embracing the fullness of God's provision. Divine wealth is not merely about accumulating material possessions. It is about stepping into a life where every need is met, where every area is enriched, and where the abundance of heaven flows freely into your existence. God's provision is holistic. It touches your emotional well-being, your spiritual depth, your physical health, your relationships, your dreams, and your purpose. His blessings are not confined to finances alone. They are the foundation upon which you build a life of peace, joy, and supernatural overflow. When you walk in alignment with His divine plan, scarcity becomes a foreign concept, and lack no longer holds a place in your life. Many struggle to believe that God wants them to prosper. They have been conditioned to think that wealth is reserved for a select few, or that they must live in constant toil to achieve even the smallest success. But this is not the nature of the God you serve. He is not a God of barely enough. He is the God of more than enough. His provision does not come in small portions. It overflows. Psalm 23:5 declares, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows." This is the life God has called you to. A life where your cup never runs dry, where your needs are not just met but exceeded, where His favor surrounds you like a shield. The moment you embrace this truth, your entire perspective shifts. What once seemed impossible suddenly becomes inevitable. The things you used to struggle for now come effortlessly. Doors that once remained shut swing open on their own. The divine favor upon you begins to create opportunities that no human effort could orchestrate. You step into a reality where you're not chasing blessings. Blessings are chasing you. Think about the widow of Zarephath, 1 Kings 17:8-16. She was preparing to eat her last meal with her son and then die, believing that there was no way out of her poverty. But when the prophet Elijah came and gave her a word from the Lord, something shifted. She was instructed to give out of her lack, to take the little oil and flour she had left and use it to feed the prophet first. In the natural, this made no sense. How could giving away her last meal possibly result in abundance? But she obeyed, and because of her faith, her oil never ran out, and her flour never diminished. What should have been her last meal became the beginning of supernatural provision. This is what happens when you trust God's economy over the world's economy. The world says, hold on to what you have because there is not enough. But God says, give, and it shall be given unto you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. This divine wealth is not a coincidence. It is a direct result of your alignment with God's will. When you place your trust in Him, He releases opportunities, connections, and breakthroughs that surpass human understanding. He opens doors no one can shut. He creates pathways where none existed before. Isaiah 43:19 declares, See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I'm making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. This is what happens when you step into the overflow. You begin to experience miracles that defy human logic, breakthroughs that come from places you never expected. But here is the secret. Divine abundance is not received through striving. It is received through surrender. The world tells you that success requires relentless toil, sleepless nights, and an endless pursuit of wealth. But God's way is different. His riches do not come from exhaustion. They come from trust. When you release control and align yourself with His perfect timing, you enter into a supernatural flow where blessings come effortlessly. Jesus demonstrated this when He instructed Peter to cast his net after a long night of catching nothing. Luke 5:4-7. Peter had worked tirelessly, using all his skill, yet had caught nothing. But the moment he obeyed Jesus and cast his net again, this time in faith, not in his own effort, the catch was so great that his boat began to sink under the weight of the blessing. What had been impossible through human effort became an overflow through divine intervention. This is how God's provision works. It is not about how hard you work. It is about how aligned you are with His word. This is not a season of scarcity. This is your season of divine abundance. You are stepping into a time where the favor of God will overtake you. Deuteronomy 28:2 declares, "All these blessings will come upon you and overtake you if you obey the Lord your God." This means that you will not have to chase after blessings. They will find you. You will wake up and discover that favor is waiting at your doorstep. You will walk into rooms where opportunities are already prepared for you. You will receive breakthroughs that you didn't even pray for. This is what happens when God's hand is upon your life. But divine wealth is about more than just financial success. It is about favor in every area of your life. It's about restored health, healed relationships, clarity of purpose, and supernatural elevation. It's a complete transformation where you no longer live with the anxiety of what if, but instead walk in the certainty that God has already made a way. The flow of divine abundance is not just for you, it is meant to be shared. Your prosperity is a tool to impact lives, to uplift those in need, and to expand God's kingdom. The more you open yourself to be a vessel for His blessings, the greater the outpouring in your life will be. When you give, you activate a cycle of supernatural provision that cannot be stopped. Proverbs 11:25 says, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." The more you pour out, the more God will refill your hands. So now, the question remains, are you ready to receive? Because this is not a coincidence. This moment was divinely appointed for you to hear this message. This is your confirmation, your reminder, your call to step fully into the abundance that has already been set aside for you. Your divine provision is here. Step into it. The journey to divine wealth is not a straight path, nor is it one that is always visible to the human eye. It is paved with unseen doors, doors that God is preparing to open for you at just the right time. These doors are not randomly placed, nor are they products of coincidence. They are divinely orchestrated opportunities waiting for you to step into them. But here's the key. They can only be unlocked by faith. Often we expect success and prosperity to come in obvious ways, through predictable paths, familiar routes, or logical progressions. But God does not work according to human logic. He works according to divine purpose. His plans are higher, His ways are greater, and His blessings are beyond what you could ever foresee. Isaiah 46:10 reminds us that God declares the end from the beginning, and His purposes will stand. The path to prosperity is rarely clear at first, but when you walk in alignment with God's will, He will reveal the opportunities meant for you at the appointed time. This means that you must learn to trust, even when the way is unclear, even when doors seem closed. Even when you can't yet see the breakthrough, God's plan for you is far greater than what you could imagine, and your faith is the bridge that will carry you into that destiny. Consider the story of Ruth. She was a Moabite widow with nothing, no wealth, no status, no security. In the natural, her future looked bleak, but instead of allowing her circumstances to define her, she remained faithful, followed God's direction, and stepped into the unknown. What she did not realize was that her obedience was leading her straight to divine favor. One simple decision, to stay with Naomi and walk into Bethlehem, unlocked a future of abundance that she could have never planned for herself. She found herself in the fields of Boaz, gleaning what she thought were mere leftovers. But in reality, she was stepping into divine provision. That very field, that very opportunity, led her to become the great-grandmother of King David and part of the lineage of Jesus Christ. Ruth 4:13-17. What does this mean for you? It means that your breakthrough is often hidden in what seems like ordinary obedience. The simple steps of faith you take today are leading you to extraordinary doors. That will change your life forever. You may not yet see the full picture, but God is positioning you. He is setting things in motion. What looks like a delay is actually divine preparation. There are opportunities waiting for you that you could never have planned or imagined. It may be a job offer that comes unexpectedly, an investment opportunity that appears at just the right moment, or a partnership that aligns perfectly with your calling. These doors are not by accident, they are strategic moves of God to position you for divine prosperity. But here's something crucial to understand. Before every open door, there is often a season of testing. Many times the greatest blessings are preceded by trials that prepare you to handle them. Just as Ruth endured loss before stepping into abundance, just as David faced Goliath before becoming king, your challenges are not roadblocks. They are the training ground for your elevation. Galatians 6:9 declares, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." This is why you must remain steadfast. You cannot quit before your door opens. You cannot allow temporary struggles to make you abandon the divine opportunities that are waiting just beyond the test. And remember this, true wealth is not about personal gain. It is about kingdom purpose. God is not just blessing you for your own comfort. He is blessing you to be a blessing. Your prosperity is meant to be a tool for impact, a vessel for change, and a testimony of God's faithfulness. Every dollar you receive, every resource that comes into your hands, every opportunity that unfolds before you is an assignment to make a difference. Whether it is supporting a cause, helping someone in need, or investing in a mission that furthers God's kingdom, your wealth is meant to be a conduit of His goodness. The more you give, the more you will receive. This is the divine cycle of abundance, a principle that is unshakable. Proverbs 11:25 says, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." This means that as you pour out, God is already preparing to pour even more back into your life. Think about Solomon. God did not just bless him with wisdom, He blessed him with unimaginable wealth, not because he sought riches, but because he sought God first. 1 Kings 3:5-14. The wealth that was placed in his hands was a direct result of his desire to align with God's will. And that is the secret to unlocking supernatural wealth, seeking God first. Matthew 6:33 is clear. "Seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you." You are not just accumulating riches for personal luxury or status. You are stepping into divine abundance so that you can fulfill the higher calling that God has placed on your life. The more you invest in others, the more God will multiply your blessings. Your wealth is not just about financial increase. It is about generational impact. It is about creating a legacy of faithfulness, abundance, and transformation that will touch lives long after you're gone. But here's the key. God's timing is perfect. And when you align with His timing, you unlock the seasons of wealth that He has ordained for you. There will be times when it seems like nothing is happening, when doors seem closed, when progress seems slow. But do not be discouraged. These are the seasons of sowing, waiting, and preparation. God is working behind the scenes. He's arranging every detail. He's moving on your behalf. And then, suddenly, the floodgates will open. The blessings you've been praying for will pour into your life in a way that only God can orchestrate. Divine connections will appear. Unexpected favor will find you. Doors that seemed locked will burst open. This is what happens when you trust in divine timing. You step into a flow of provision where everything falls into place, not by your striving, but by His sovereignty. So now, I ask you, are you ready? Because this is not by chance. This moment was ordained for you to hear this message. This is your confirmation, your reminder, your call to step fully into the divine opportunities that are waiting for you. If you are ready to walk into the doors God has prepared, if you are ready to embrace divine wealth and purpose, declare it now. Type, "I step into my divine opportunities" in the comments below as a statement of faith. Let the heavens hear you. Let your spirit rise in expectation. Your season of abundance is here. Step into it, beloved. Today, we come before the Lord, standing on His promises, declaring His truth over our lives. This is not just another prayer. This is a divine activation, a moment where we align ourselves with the supernatural flow of heaven. The Word of God tells us in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a future and a hope." This is your time to step into those plans. This is your season to embrace the doors of opportunity that God is opening for you. We are not praying for mere survival. We are praying for supernatural overflow, for divine opportunities, for a release of financial, spiritual, and emotional wealth that transforms not only our lives, but also the world around us. So wherever you are right now, take a deep breath. Center your heart on God, and let's step into this powerful moment of prayer. Heavenly Father, King of glory, the source of all abundance, we come before you today with humble and expectant hearts. We lift our voices in faith, knowing that you are the God who makes a way where there is no way, the one who opens doors that no man can shut. Lord, you are Jehovah Jireh, our provider. Every good and perfect gift comes from you. You have declared that we are not meant to live in lack, but in divine sufficiency, in supernatural abundance, in generational prosperity. Father, we thank you that our journey is paved with unseen doors of opportunity, placed there by your divine hand. We may not always see them, but we trust that you are guiding us step by step into the places where our blessings are waiting. Your word says in Isaiah 22:22, "I will place on his shoulder the key to the house of David. What he opens no one can shut, and what he shuts no one can open." Lord, we ask you today, open the doors that you have assigned for us. Open doors of financial breakthroughs, career advancements, divine connections, and supernatural increase. Father, help us to recognize and walk through these doors with confidence. Just as you led Ruth to Boaz's field, positioning her for favor, position us in the right places, at the right time, with the right people. We will not miss our opportunities. We will not hesitate in fear. We will not doubt your ability to provide. We declare that every opportunity assigned to us will not pass us by. Lord, we surrender our timelines, our expectations, our plans. Your ways are higher than our ways. Your thoughts are greater than our thoughts. Teach us to trust your process, to walk by faith and not by sight, to believe that even in seasons of waiting, you are working behind the scenes. We will not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. Father, we reject the lie that wealth is only for a select few. We are your children, heirs to the riches of your kingdom. Your word tells us in Deuteronomy 8:18, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth, and so confirms His covenant." Lord, we stand on that covenant. We receive the anointing for increase. We receive the wisdom to steward wealth righteously. We declare that as you bless us, we will be a blessing to others. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Beloved, this is not just a prayer. It is a divine decree. It is a spiritual transaction heaven has heard. The shift has already begun. The doors are already opening. If this prayer has blessed you, type, "I receive my divine wealth" in the comments below. Speak it, claim it, and let the heavens witness your faith. Thank you for joining me today. May God's unlimited favor, prosperity, and supernatural doors be opened in your life like never before. Stay strong in faith, keep trusting, and remember, you are stepping into a future of divine abundance. As we conclude this powerful message, remember that God's chosen ones are destined for greatness. The eternal wealth and blessings waiting for you are beyond your wildest imagination. Trust in God's timing and step boldly into the purpose He has set before you. If you feel led to support this ministry, I encourage you to donate through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue spreading these messages of hope and faith. Whether you donate or not, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence and support. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with others who need to hear this message. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I love hearing from you. May God's abundant blessings pour into your life today and always. Keep shining, and remember, your time is now. Dear chosen ones, before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank everyone who has given through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps spread this message of truth and divine abundance to more chosen ones who need to hear it. Whether you donate or not, please know that I am deeply grateful for you. Your support, your presence, and your faith in this message mean everything. Now, listen carefully. You're not ordinary, you're not here by accident. God has marked you for something greater, far beyond what your mind can currently grasp. You may have struggled, faced rejection, or endured losses that seemed unfair. But hear this truth today. God has decided that you deserve wealth, not just enough to get by, not just enough to survive, but abundance beyond measure, prosperity that flows like a mighty river. And I am not just talking about a little wealth. No, I am talking about trillions. Trillions in resources, in influence, in opportunities. Trillions in all areas of life. Finances, health, love, wisdom, and divine favor. The kind of wealth that breaks generational curses, that builds legacies, that expands the kingdom of God. This is what has been prepared for you. But here's the question. Are you ready to claim it? Are you ready to step into the inheritance that has been set aside for you before you were even born? Because God does not bless without purpose. He is not just giving you wealth for the sake of having it. He is positioning you for something bigger. Drop 777 in the comments right now as a sign that you received this message and are ready to walk in divine abundance. The time of waiting is over. The shift is happening. Your wealth, your breakthrough, your divine elevation, it is already in motion. Stay with me, because in the next part, I will show you exactly how to step into the trillions that God has already decided for you. God's chosen ones, you deserve trillions in wealth. God has decided. Chosen one, the world has tried to condition you into believing that wealth is corrupt, that abundance is only for the wicked, and that money is the root of all evil. But ask yourself, who benefits from this deception? If the enemy can convince you that wealth is something to be feared, he can keep you from stepping into the divine inheritance that God has already set aside for you. The truth is, money itself is not evil. It is merely a tool, a resource that can be used for good or for destruction, depending on whose hands it is in. And God's word makes it clear, the wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous. Proverbs 13:22. That means you. The treasures of the nations, the riches of the earth, the abundance of the universe. It is meant for those who walk in righteousness. But before you can receive it, you must break free from the mindset of lack that has kept you in chains for far too long. Stay with me, because by the end of this message, you will understand why God has chosen you to receive limitless wealth, and more importantly, how to claim it. For generations, people have been deceived into thinking that wealth is merely a matter of luck, privilege, or external circumstances, reserved for a select few. But that is far from the truth. Wealth is not an accident. It is a spiritual law, a divine principle woven into the very fabric of creation. From the beginning of time, God established abundance as the foundation of His kingdom. Look at the world around you. Did God create scarcity, or did He create an overflowing, ever-expanding universe? The trees do not produce just one fruit. They bear in abundance, season after season. The rivers do not run dry. They flow endlessly, nourishing everything in their path. The stars in the heavens are beyond counting, stretching infinitely across the cosmos. If God, in His infinite wisdom, designed nature to reflect limitless provision, why would He want His chosen ones to live in poverty and struggle? Do you think the God who created galaxies beyond measure would want His people to live in constant lack? The answer is simple. He doesn't. But wealth is not something that simply falls into your lap. It is something you must step into. But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the power to create wealth, and so confirms His covenant, which He swore to your ancestors as it is today. Deuteronomy 8:18. This verse is profound because it reveals something that most people overlook. Wealth is not given to you randomly. You have been given the power to create it. God has placed within His chosen ones a unique ability to manifest abundance, not just financially, but in every area of life. But here is where most people go wrong. They do not recognize the power that is already inside them. They have been conditioned to think small, to believe that success is for others, but not for them, to accept the lie that wealth and spirituality cannot coexist. Look at the lives of those who walked in God's favor. Abraham was blessed beyond measure, his descendants becoming as numerous as the stars. King Solomon, known for his wisdom, was also the wealthiest man of his time, because he understood that divine wisdom and financial abundance go hand in hand. Even Job, after being tested, received double of everything he had lost. Their wealth was not just material, it was a reflection of their alignment with God's divine order. The greatest deception the enemy has ever told is that poverty is somehow a sign of holiness. That lie has kept millions trapped in mediocrity, believing that they must suffer lack to prove their faithfulness. But the truth is, God wants His chosen ones to walk in overflow so that they can be a light to the nations. If wealth was truly a curse, then why did God bless His most faithful servants with riches beyond measure? Now, let me ask you, are you ready to claim what has already been set aside for you? Because what I'm about to reveal next will show you exactly how to break free from the limitations that have held you back for so long. Your days of lack are over. It's time to step into the wealth that God has destined for you. Stay with me. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why some of the greatest figures in biblical history, those closest to God, were also among the wealthiest? Why was Abraham a man of faith overflowing with riches, Why did Solomon, known for his wisdom, also sit upon a throne of immeasurable wealth? And why was Job, after enduring unthinkable loss, not only restored but blessed with twice as much as before? These were not random occurrences. They were divine laws in action. God rewards faithfulness, wisdom, and divine alignment with abundance. And if he did it for them, why would he not do the same for you? The world has conditioned many to believe that wealth is an accident of birth, a result of privilege, or something that only a chosen few can attain. But what if I told you that you are among the chosen? What if I told you that your abundance has already been set aside, waiting for you to claim it? The problem is not that wealth is scarce. It is that most people do not understand how to step into their divine inheritance. They remain trapped in a mindset of lack, convinced that poverty is somehow noble or that success is reserved for others. But that is not what God's word says. The Lord will send a blessing on your barns and on everything you put your hand to. The Lord your God will bless you in the land he is giving you. Deuteronomy 28:8. God has already established laws of abundance, and those who walk in alignment with him will naturally receive overflow. But notice, this verse does not say that blessings will fall from the sky without action. It says God will bless everything you put your hand to. This means that your actions, your faith, and your obedience are the keys to unlocking what is already yours. Abraham did not become wealthy by sitting still. He stepped out in faith when God told him to leave his homeland. Solomon did not ask for riches, he asked for wisdom, and because he sought wisdom first, God gave him both wisdom and wealth beyond measure. And Job, he endured suffering with unwavering faith, and in the end, he was given double what he lost. Think about that. Double. If Job had given in to fear, if he had doubted God's plan, he might have remained in his suffering. But because he held firm, his restoration was greater than his loss. Do you see the pattern? The key to unlocking abundance is not simply waiting, it is walking in faith, taking action, and aligning yourself with God's divine principles. So, are you living with the expectation of abundance, or have you unknowingly accepted a life of struggle as your fate? Have you allowed fear, doubt, or the opinions of others to convince you that wealth is beyond your reach? Because here is the truth. You were never meant to struggle. You were meant to thrive. The world will try to convince you that money is evil, that success is for the corrupt, and that wealth is a sign of greed. But let's break that lie right now. If wealth were evil, why did God bless his most faithful servants with it? If success were a sign of corruption, why did God make Solomon the richest man of his time? If money itself were the problem, why would God promise to bless everything you put your hand to? The real problem is who controls the wealth and how it is used. And this is exactly why God is calling his chosen ones, you, to step into prosperity. Because when wealth is in the hands of the righteous, it is used to build, to uplift, and to glorify God's name. But are you ready to claim what is already yours? Because if you are, then it's time to break the chains of limitation and step fully into the destiny God has prepared for you. In the next part, I will show you exactly how to align yourself with divine abundance and walk in the same blessings that these great men of faith received. Chosen one, many of you have been struggling financially, feeling trapped in a cycle of scarcity, watching others prosper while you wonder why wealth seems so elusive. You work hard, you pray, you push forward, yet the financial breakthroughs you desire never seem to manifest. But let me tell you this, it is not because God is withholding blessings from you. It is because you have yet to fully step into the spiritual law of wealth. The key to unlocking divine abundance is not found in mere effort alone. It is found in alignment. Think about this. Everything in creation moves in harmony with divine order. The sun rises and sets with precision. The tides flow in perfect rhythm. and even the human heart beats to a steady, God-designed pattern. Wealth is no different. Money is not simply paper or coins. It is energy, a representation of value, a tool that flows where it is aligned. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to attract financial success effortlessly, while others struggle despite working just as hard? This is not a coincidence. It is not just about labor. It is about frequency. When you align yourself with the frequency of abundance, you naturally attract opportunities, resources, and financial breakthroughs. Gratitude, faith, and a divine sense of purpose create a magnetic force that pulls prosperity toward you. But when you operate from a mindset of lack, fear, or doubt, you repel wealth without even realizing it. The Bible reminds us, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." Proverbs 23:7. If you constantly dwell on lack, you will live in lack. If you believe money is hard to obtain, it will be. But if you truly understand that God's abundance is already set in motion, that He wants you to prosper, and that you are meant to be a vessel of divine wealth, everything changes. Look at Joseph. He was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and imprisoned. Yet, in every season of his life, he prospered. Why? Because no matter what situation he faced, his mindset remained aligned with God's promise. He did not see himself as a victim of circumstance. He saw himself as a steward of divine purpose. Because of his unwavering faith, Joseph rose from the depths of prison to the heights of power, managing the wealth of an entire nation and ensuring that many lives were saved during famine. This is the true purpose of wealth. It is not just for personal comfort, but for fulfilling God's greater mission. If you want to unlock divine wealth, ask yourself, what is my mission? Are you using your talents and gifts in a way that glorifies God? Are you prepared to be a vessel through which blessings can flow to others? Are you operating from faith, or are you trapped in the illusions of lack and fear? Wealth follows those who are aligned with purpose. It is not about chasing money. It is about stepping into your divine role. And when you do, prosperity will chase you. Now, take a moment to reflect. What have you been believing about money? Have you unknowingly been blocking your own blessings? The time has come to shift your mindset and step into the flow of divine abundance. Stay with me, because what comes next will show you exactly how to remove these spiritual barriers and claim the prosperity that has been waiting for you all along. Chosen one, many chosen ones experience intense financial struggles, and this is no accident. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself why? Why is it that no matter how hard you work, how much faith you have, or how diligently you try to break free, financial barriers seem to rise up against you? Why do others seem to prosper with ease, while you, despite your calling and devotion, feel stuck? Let me tell you the truth. The battle over your finances is not just physical. It is a spiritual battle. The enemy knows exactly who you are. He sees the anointing on your life. He knows the moment you step into the fullness of your divine wealth, you will become unstoppable. You will fund ministries that spread the truth. You will build schools, businesses, and organizations that empower others. You will break generational curses of poverty that have held your family captive for generations. You will not just change your own life. You will shift the course of history. That is why He fights you so hard. That is why, from an early age, you have faced more financial hardships than others. The enemy has been working overtime to keep you bound in struggle. But here is what you must understand. He has no real power over you. The only weapon he has is deception. He plants lies into your mind, whispering that money is evil, that wealth is for the corrupt, that suffering is a sign of holiness, that you were never meant to be successful. But none of this is biblical truth. These are man-made distortions designed to keep you small, to keep you from waking up to your divine inheritance. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it abundantly. John 10:10. Do you see it now? The enemy's entire strategy is to steal from you your joy, your peace, your destiny. But Jesus came so that you would not just survive, but thrive. He did not call you to a life of lack. He called you to a life of abundance. But make no mistake, the real battle is not about money. It is about control. The world's financial system is designed to keep people dependent, struggling, and small. It wants you to believe that success is reserved for a select few, that prosperity is out of reach, that wealth belongs only to the powerful. This is the deception that has enslaved generations. It keeps people working for money instead of making money work for them. It keeps people trapped in endless cycles of debt and survival, rather than stepping into the freedom and influence that God has already prepared for them. But today, that deception ends. Today, you wake up to the truth. Today, you are breaking free from the limitations that have held you back. God has already chosen you for supernatural wealth. He has already spoken it into existence. The only thing left is for you to claim it. And that is exactly what we are about to do next. Now, I know what you are thinking. Why me? Why would God choose you for this kind of abundance? Out of the billions of people in the world, what makes you so different? What makes you worthy of such divine favor? Let me tell you why. Because you were never meant to fit in. From the moment you were born, you have felt different. You have sensed it deep in your spirit that you were not designed for an ordinary life, that you were not meant to follow the crowd, to accept mediocrity, to settle for less than what God has promised. You have always known, even in your lowest moments, that there is something greater for you, and you were right. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. This is why your journey has been so difficult. This is why doors have closed on you, why opportunities have seemed just out of reach, why people have misunderstood you, because you were being set apart. You were being tested, refined, strengthened for what is coming next. God does not give great assignments to the unprepared. Every hardship, every setback, every trial has been part of your training. He has been shaping you, preparing you, making sure you are ready to handle the wealth and power that is coming your way. Look at the great biblical leaders, Moses, David, Joseph. Every single one of them went through seasons of hardship before stepping into their divine calling. Joseph was sold into slavery and thrown into prison before he became the ruler of Egypt. David was an outcast before he became king. Moses wandered in the wilderness before leading a nation. Their struggles were not punishment, they were preparation. And so are yours. Chosen one, the system of this world was never designed for people like you. It was created to keep the masses small, to suppress divine power, and to ensure that true influence remains in the hands of a select few. Have you ever noticed how society rewards obedience to the status quo, but punishes those who think differently? It celebrates mediocrity while resisting those who are set apart. But let me tell you something. God is disrupting this system. He is raising up his chosen ones, positioning them in places of power, and transferring wealth, not just financial wealth, but spiritual, emotional, intellectual, and generational wealth into their hands. This is not just about money. This is about restoration. Look around you. Have you ever felt like no matter how much effort you put in, something unseen has been working against you? Have you noticed that while others seem to advance effortlessly, your path is filled with obstacles? Maybe you've worked tirelessly, yet financial struggles continue to follow you. Maybe you've possessed undeniable talent, yet you've been overlooked and undervalued. Maybe you've watched people rise to success while you have been forced to wait. This is not a coincidence. There is a reason the enemy does not want you to rise. He is not concerned about those who chase wealth selfishly. He fears those who will use wealth to build, to empower, to free others. He knows that when chosen ones step into their divine inheritance, they change the world. They break generational curses that have bound families for centuries. They create opportunities where none existed before. They fund missions, build communities, and spread wisdom that threatens the structures of control. This is why the world has tried so hard to keep you small. The enemy has used every trick in the book to fill your mind with false beliefs about wealth. Money is the root of all evil. Only corrupt people get rich. If I want to be spiritual, I must remain poor. But these are all lies, distortions of the truth designed to keep chosen ones from stepping into their God-given prosperity. The real scripture does not say money is evil. It says, the love of money is the root of all evil. 1 Timothy 6:10. Do you see the difference? Money itself is neutral. It is neither good nor bad. It is simply a tool. What matters is who controls it and how it is used. When placed in the hands of the wicked, it is used to oppress, manipulate, and destroy. But when placed in the hands of the righteous, it becomes a force for transformation, a weapon for good. Look at the great leaders in the Bible: Joseph, Esther, Nehemiah. Each of them rose to places of power and influence, and with that influence they saved entire nations. Joseph used his position to store food and prevent famine, ensuring the survival of countless lives. Esther used her access to the king to save her people from destruction. Nehemiah leveraged his resources to rebuild Jerusalem's walls, restoring strength and dignity to God's people. Their wealth was never about personal gain. It was about divine mission. And now, it is your turn. You are not meant to be small. You are not meant to struggle. You are not meant to live beneath your potential. The very fact that you are reading this now is confirmation that God is calling you into a new level of abundance. He has already spoken it over your life. The question is, are you ready to receive it? This is your wake-up call. The time for waiting is over. The time for doubting is over. What happens next will show you exactly how to step into your divine inheritance. Stay with me, because everything is about to change. Chosen one, the wealth that has been set aside for you was never meant to be out of your reach. You were always destined for abundance. From the beginning, God designed his chosen ones to walk in prosperity. Not just financial prosperity, but spiritual, intellectual, and generational wealth that transforms lives. So if wealth is your divine right, why have you struggled for so long? Why has your journey been marked by financial hardship, setbacks, and closed doors? Because God was preparing you. Listen carefully. The greater the calling, the greater the preparation. If God had given you wealth years ago, before you were ready, it could have destroyed you instead of blessing you. He needed to refine you, to test your faith, to sharpen your wisdom, to strengthen your character. True wealth is not just about having money. It is about knowing how to steward it, how to multiply it, and how to use it for divine purpose. Think of it this way: if you hand a child $1 billion, what happens? They will not know how to manage it. They will waste it, misuse it, and before long, it will be gone. Wealth without wisdom leads to destruction. But when you place that same wealth in the hands of someone who has been trained, tested, and proven through the storms of life, someone who has endured hardship yet remained faithful, that wealth becomes a legacy. It creates impact. It transforms generations. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. God is not just blessing you with wealth. He is entrusting you with it. This is why you had to go through the fire. The financial struggles, the betrayals, the disappointments, they were not random. They were part of your training. Every time you experienced loss, you gained wisdom. Every time you faced rejection, you built resilience. Every time you suffered setbacks, you learned how to rise again. Look at Joseph, sold into slavery, thrown into prison, falsely accused. His journey was filled with hardship, yet through every trial, God was preparing him for something greater. When his moment came, he didn't just receive wealth. He controlled the wealth of an entire nation. If he had not been tested, he would not have been ready to carry such responsibility. And this same principle applies in today's world. Consider Oprah Winfrey, one of the most influential and wealthiest women in the world today. She was born into extreme poverty, raised in hardship, and faced obstacles that would have crushed most people. She was told she would never make it, rejected in the early stages of her career, and even fired from her first television job. But she refused to let struggle define her. Instead, she embraced the lessons, allowed her hardships to refine her, and stayed aligned with her purpose. Today, she's not just wealthy. She's a force of influence, using her wealth to uplift, educate, and inspire millions. Or take Elon Musk, a man who has faced repeated failures and financial near collapse. There were moments when his businesses were on the brink of destruction, where he had to put every last dollar on the line. But he persisted. He understood that setbacks were not punishments, but preparation for something bigger. Today, he is one of the wealthiest individuals on the planet, yet he continues to reinvest his wealth into pioneering industries that will shape the future of humanity. What do these examples teach us? That the struggle you face today is not meant to destroy you, it is meant to prepare you. The enemy wanted you to believe that your hardships were a sign of failure, but in reality, they were a sign of divine training. Because what comes next is your season of overflow. Are you ready? Because everything that has been delayed is about to be released. Everything that was blocked is about to open. Everything you have prayed for is about to manifest, not in small portions, but in abundance. Stay with me, because in the next part, I will show you exactly how to step into this season and claim what has been waiting for you all along. Chosen one, can you feel it? A spiritual shift is happening right now. The world is being shaken, systems are collapsing, and God is transferring wealth from the hands of the wicked to his chosen ones. This is not just a promise, it is a prophecy unfolding before our eyes. For too long, the wicked have hoarded wealth, using it to manipulate, oppress, and control. They have built empires on deception, exploiting the weak while keeping the righteous in struggle. But God is saying, enough. He is tearing down these corrupt foundations and raising up a new generation of wealth carriers. People who are faithful, people who have been tested and refined, people who are ready to use wealth for good. And that means you. The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. Proverbs 13:22. But here's the truth. This wealth will not simply fall into your lap. It must be claimed. Many people pray for financial blessings, but when opportunities come, they hesitate. They fear success, doubt their worthiness, and question if they are truly meant to receive abundance. Have you ever found yourself rejecting the very thing you prayed for? Have you ever sabotaged your own progress because deep down you weren't sure if you were ready? This is why many remain stuck, because when the door opens, they don't step through it. But not you. You are here for a reason. You are reading this because God is calling you to step into something bigger. He is positioning you right now for opportunities that will change your life forever. But here's the catch. You must be ready to say yes. Look at the story of Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. He grew up in poverty, in a struggling family where financial hardship was all he knew. But when the opportunity came to take over a small coffee company, he took the risk. He could have let his past define him. He could have told himself that success wasn't for people like him, but instead he believed. And because of that, he built an empire that changed the way the world experiences coffee. His wealth wasn't just about money, it was about vision, impact, and breaking the cycle of scarcity. Or take Tyler Perry, who was once homeless, living out of his car, struggling to get his work recognized. There were moments when he could have given up, when it seemed like the world was rejecting him, but he kept going. He didn't let fear stop him. He didn't let failure define him. And today, he owns one of the largest film studios in the world. His wealth is not just financial, it is generational, transformational, and purposeful. These stories prove something powerful. Wealth is not just about money. It is about mindset, faith, and stepping into divine opportunities. These men aligned with the frequency of abundance, and their obedience opened doors that no man could shut. Now, let me ask you, what are you afraid of? Do you fear stepping into success because it feels unfamiliar? Do you hesitate because you worry about what others will say? Do you hold back because you question whether you truly deserve it? Chosen one, God is calling you forward. The doors are opening, the floodgates are being released, but only you can decide whether you will walk through them. Your future will not be determined by chance. It will be determined by your readiness to say yes. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to ask yourself why God wants you to be wealthy? Why does it matter? Why would the Creator of the universe place such a strong calling on your life? Not just to be faithful, not just to be wise, but to be abundant? Let me tell you why. Because when wealth is in the right hands, it changes the world. Look around you. The world is filled with broken systems, poverty, injustice, corruption, and oppression. The wicked have used wealth to build empires of control, to manipulate society, and to keep the righteous in a cycle of struggle. But what happens when wealth is transferred into the hands of those who walk with God? What happens when people with integrity, wisdom, and divine purpose control the resources? Nations change. Generational curses are broken. Communities are restored. The chosen ones are not meant to suffer under the weight of the system. They are meant to rise and transform it. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because He has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free. Luke 4:18. But here is the truth. You cannot fix a system if you are still dependent on it. You cannot uplift others if you are struggling just to survive. You cannot bring freedom to others if you yourself are financially enslaved. This is why God is calling you into abundance, because you must rise above the system to change it. Think about this. Why do world leaders, celebrities, and billionaires have so much influence? Because money is power. And while the wicked have used power for selfish gain, imagine what happens when the righteous step into that same influence. Imagine what happens when the chosen ones own the banks, the media networks, the businesses, and the industries that shape the future. Imagine what happens when you are no longer a servant to the system, but a ruler over it. This is why wealth is not a luxury. It is a necessity for the chosen ones. It is not about greed. It is not about selfish gain. It is about power. It is about influence. It is about fulfilling the mission God has placed upon you. Look at Kanye West, a man who went from being rejected by the industry to becoming one of the most influential artists and business moguls in the world. Whether you agree with all of his views or not, you cannot deny the fact that his wealth gave him a platform to speak truth in ways that many others could not. He disrupted industries, built businesses, and used his influence to challenge narratives. His wealth was not just about money, it was about freedom to move beyond the system and create his own. Or consider Warren Buffett, a billionaire who has dedicated his life to giving away vast amounts of his wealth to philanthropic causes. His success was never just about personal gain. It was about stewardship, about using wealth as a tool for greater impact. And while many billionaires hoard their riches, he proved that wealth in the right hands can uplift millions of people. The question is, what will you do when your time comes? Will you shrink back in fear, believing that wealth is not for you? Or will you step into your divine inheritance and claim the power that has already been set aside for you? Chosen one, God is calling you to be a financial leader, not a financial slave. He is not calling you to merely survive. He is calling you to build, to expand, to uplift, and to leave a lasting legacy. The wealth that is being released to you is not just for your personal gain. It is for divine impact. It is for the communities you will restore, the people you will empower, the generations you will change. Are you ready to take on that responsibility? Are you prepared to step into the role that God has chosen you for? For too long you have waited. You have endured storms that others could not withstand. You have walked through fires that would have consumed lesser souls. You have been tested, refined, and strengthened in ways few will ever understand. And yet, you remained faithful. You did not give up when others walked away. You did not surrender when doors closed in your face. You held onto the vision even when it felt impossible. Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time. 1 Peter 5:6. The season of struggle is over. The season of lack is over. The season of waiting is over. You are no longer waiting. You are stepping forward. The chains that once held you back have been shattered. The doors that were once locked are now swinging open. The prayers you whispered in the dark are manifesting before your eyes. This is your moment to rise. But will you seize it, or will you let it slip away? And here is the truth. When God decides to bless you, nothing can stop it. No enemy, no circumstance, no setback, no system of oppression can block what God has already declared over your life. He has already decided. And that decision, you deserve trillions in wealth, not because of greed, not because of vanity, but because you are a chosen one, and chosen ones are called to operate on a different level. You were never meant for mediocrity. You were never meant to live in financial bondage. You were meant to lead, to reign, to take dominion over resources so that they can be used for good. Do you understand now why you had to go through so much? Can you see that all along God was preparing you for something greater? But here is where most people fail. They do not claim what is rightfully theirs. They hesitate, they doubt, they shrink back in fear. But listen carefully, wealth is not simply given, it is unlocked, it is activated. Look at Jeff Bezos, a man who started Amazon from a small garage, selling books with no guarantee of success. He could have stayed small, he could have accepted a life of limitations, but instead he expanded his vision, took risks, and claimed opportunities that others ignored. Today, he is one of the wealthiest men in the world, not because wealth was handed to him, but because he unlocked it. What opportunities are right in front of you that you've been afraid to claim? What doors are opening that you haven't walked through yet? Or consider J.K. Rowling, a woman who was once a struggling single mother, living on government assistance, barely able to afford rent. She was rejected by publisher after publisher, told that her dream was impossible. But she refused to believe that lack was her destiny. She kept going, she kept believing, and when the time was right, the wealth that had been waiting for her was released. Today, she is one of the most successful authors in history because she activated what was already inside of her. Chosen one, many people have been misled into thinking that if something is meant for them, it will simply fall into their laps without any effort. But that is not how divine abundance works. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to attract opportunities while others struggle endlessly? Have you ever asked yourself why certain individuals walk in overflow while others remain stuck in cycles of lack? The answer is simple. God provides the opportunities, but you must step forward and claim them. Faith without works is dead. James 2:26. God does not pour wealth into idle hands. He has already stored up abundance for you. but you must position yourself to receive it. Imagine a king giving his son the keys to a vast treasure vault. Inside that vault are gold, diamonds, and riches beyond imagination. The wealth already belongs to the son. It is his inheritance. But there is one thing the son must do. He must use the key and open the door. The inheritance is already his. The treasure is already waiting. But until he takes action, he cannot access it. How many times has God placed opportunities before you, yet fear, doubt, or hesitation kept you from walking through the door? How often have you prayed for financial breakthroughs, but remained stuck in the same habits, the same mindset, the same limitations that have kept you in lack? This is where many chosen ones get stuck. They pray for abundance, but they do not prepare for it. They ask for wealth, but they hold on to the belief that money is hard to obtain. They declare prosperity, but their actions are still aligned with scarcity. They say they trust God's promises, yet when the moment of opportunity arrives, they hesitate. Is this you? Have you ever stopped yourself from stepping into the very blessing you prayed for? Look at Steve Jobs. Before he became the co-founder of Apple, he was a college dropout, lost and uncertain about his future. But he had a vision, and when the opportunity to create something revolutionary presented itself, he took action. He didn't wait for someone to hand him success. He built it. He pursued what was already inside of him. What gifts, ideas, or opportunities has God placed in you that you have yet to act upon? Or consider Denzel Washington, a man who started his career with rejection after rejection. He could have accepted failure. He could have believed the lie that success was not for him. But instead, he stayed prepared, kept working on his craft, and aligned himself with his divine assignment. Today, he is not just a successful actor. He is a voice of wisdom, a leader, and an inspiration to millions. And it all happened because he stepped forward and claimed the life God had already set aside for him. Chosen one, if you want to unlock your divine inheritance, you must align yourself with wealth, spiritually, mentally, and physically. It is not enough to desire abundance. You must become a vessel that is ready to receive it. Many people wonder why their financial breakthroughs seem delayed, why they pray but see no change, why they work hard but remain stuck. The answer lies in alignment. Let me show you exactly how to shift into divine alignment so that the wealth meant for you can finally manifest in your life. The first step. You must shift your mindset from lack to abundance. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Your mind is the most powerful tool in your spiritual wealth journey. Before wealth manifests in your physical reality, it must first exist in your mind. Everything you experience in life begins with thought. The way you think about money, success, and opportunity determines what you attract. Look at the wealthiest, most influential people in the world. Do they speak about lack? Do they tell themselves that money is hard to make? Number. They think, act, and speak in alignment with abundance. This is why they attract more. Now ask yourself, how have you been thinking about wealth? Do you unknowingly block your own blessings? Have you ever had thoughts like these? I will never be rich. Money is too hard to make. I'm not lucky enough. Only corrupt people get rich. These are not just harmless thoughts. These are spiritual barriers that block the flow of abundance in your life. When you think like a poor person, you will attract lack. When you think like a wealthy person, you will attract wealth. So, which mindset are you choosing? To unlock your inheritance, you must reprogram your mind for abundance. Instead of repeating limiting beliefs, start affirming truths that align with divine wealth. I am a magnet for divine wealth. God has already prepared my financial breakthroughs. Money flows to me effortlessly from expected and unexpected sources. I am worthy of wealth, and I receive it now. These are not just words, they are spiritual keys that unlock doors in the unseen realm. When you speak them, you activate them. Look at Jim Carrey, the famous actor and comedian. Before he became a household name, he was broke, struggling, and unknown. But he did something that most people don't. He visualized his wealth before it became reality. He wrote himself a check for $10 million for acting services rendered and dated it years in the future. Every day he looked at it, believed in it, and acted as though it were already his. And what happened? That exact amount became his first major paycheck for a movie role. He aligned his mind with abundance before it physically manifested. Or consider Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. She started her company with just $5,000 working from her small apartment. She was rejected time and time again by manufacturers who didn't believe in her vision. But instead of focusing on lack, she trained her mind for abundance. She told herself, "I am building a billion-dollar company." And today, she became the world's youngest self-made female billionaire. She aligned herself with wealth before she ever saw it in her bank account. Now, chosen one, what about you? Are you willing to speak wealth into your life before you see it? Are you ready to align your words, thoughts, and actions with divine prosperity? Your words shape your reality. If you truly believe you are chosen for wealth, your energy will shift, your confidence will grow, and your actions will align with financial increase. So start now. Speak abundance daily. Write it down. Meditate on it. Act as though the breakthrough has already happened, because the moment you shift your mind, you open the floodgates of divine wealth. Are you ready to step into that shift? Because what I am about to reveal next will take you even deeper into unlocking your divine inheritance. Stay with me. Your financial transformation has already begun. Chosen one, wealth does not come to those who chase it blindly. It comes to those who align with their purpose. The world teaches people to run after money, to hustle endlessly, to chase success without direction. But let me ask you, have you ever seen someone work tirelessly and still struggle financially? Have you ever wondered why some people seem to attract wealth effortlessly while others fight for every dollar? The answer is simple. God does not bless without purpose. Look at the wealthiest people in history, whether they were biblical figures like King Solomon or modern-day entrepreneurs. They all had one thing in common. They stepped into their divine purpose. Solomon didn't just pray for wealth, he aligned with wisdom, and wealth followed. Today's billionaires didn't just seek money, they identified their purpose, created massive value, and as a result, wealth found them. A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men. Proverbs 18:16. What is your divine assignment? What are the gifts and talents that God has placed inside of you? How can you serve at the highest level? If you have been struggling financially, feeling unfulfilled, or constantly fighting to get ahead, that is a sign that you are out of alignment. Wealth is not something you force. It is something you attract when you step into your God-given role. Look at Oprah Winfrey, a woman who started with nothing but a gift for communication. She could have chosen any career path, but she followed her calling to inspire, to teach, to uplift. And because she aligned with her divine purpose, wealth chased her. She didn't have to struggle for success. It flowed effortlessly because she was operating in her God-ordained space. Or take Steve Harvey, a man who was once homeless, living out of his car, struggling to make ends meet. But deep down, he knew that God had given him a gift, the ability to make people laugh and inspire through words. He didn't let fear stop him. He took action, stayed committed, and today he is not just wealthy, he is walking in divine favor. Are you walking in divine alignment, or are you ignoring your calling? Your purpose is your wealth magnet. When you are where God wants you to be, doors will open, connections will be made, and supernatural financial breakthroughs will follow. You will no longer have to chase money. Money will chase you. But here's the truth. Faith without action is dead. Many chosen ones have powerful visions, ideas, and dreams, but they never take action. They wait for a perfect moment that never comes. They tell themselves, "I'll start when I have more money," or "I'll move forward when the time is right." But listen carefully. God moves when you move. Faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. James 2:17. If you ask for wealth, you must be willing to take action when opportunities arise. This could mean starting the business God has been pushing you to start, writing the book you've been procrastinating on, investing in your education, skills, or network, stepping out in faith and trying something new. How many times has God given you an idea, but fear held you back? How many times have you delayed what you know you should be doing? The doors to wealth will not always appear in the way you expect. Sometimes they show up as small opportunities that require you to take a leap of faith. Look at Elon Musk. He risked everything multiple times. He didn't wait until he was comfortable. He took action even when failure seemed inevitable. Today, he is one of the richest men in the world. But what if he had let fear stop him? What about J.K. Rowling? She had every excuse to give up: poverty, rejection, obstacles. But she didn't let fear hold her back. She kept moving, kept writing, kept believing, and now she is one of the wealthiest authors in history. Fear is the biggest killer of destiny. It keeps you small when you were meant to be great. It keeps you stagnant when you were called to expand. It keeps you in lack when you were destined for abundance. But here's the good news. The moment you step out in faith, God will meet you there. What are you waiting for? What is the action that you know you need to take? Because in the next part, I will show you exactly how to step boldly into your divine purpose and activate the wealth that is already waiting for you. Are you ready? Because the shift begins now. Chosen one, many of God's chosen ones carry a deep subconscious fear of wealth. They pray for abundance. They desire financial freedom. But somewhere deep inside, they have been conditioned to believe that wealth is dangerous, corrupting, or hard to maintain. Have you ever felt this conflict within yourself? Have you ever desired success, but at the same time felt guilty for wanting it? This is not your fault. Society, religion, and generational conditioning have planted these false beliefs into the minds of the righteous. Many have been taught that poverty is a sign of humility, that suffering brings holiness, and that only the wicked become wealthy. But this is a deception, one that has kept chosen ones in financial bondage for too long. Let me ask you something. If God did not want his chosen ones to be wealthy, why would he promise, "I will open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing so great you won't have enough room to take it in"? Malachi 3:10. The Lord shall make you the head, not the tail. You shall be above only and never beneath. Deuteronomy 28:13. Does that sound like a God who wants you to struggle? Does that sound like a God who wants you to live in lack? No, wealth is not evil. It is a tool. Money in the hands of the wicked is dangerous, but money in the hands of the righteous is powerful. When righteous people hold wealth, they use it to build communities, spread wisdom, uplift others, and break generational curses. Look around the world. If wealth is in the wrong hands, it is because chosen ones have been afraid to claim it. Are you going to let fear keep you from what God has already prepared for you? It's time to release that fear and step into your divine inheritance. You are not meant to struggle. You are not meant to live in financial bondage. You are not meant to settle for less than what God has prepared for you. God wants you to hold wealth because he knows you will use it for good. Here's a powerful secret. The more you give, the more you receive. Wealth flows like water. When you hold it too tightly, it stagnates. When you let it flow, it multiplies. Many people fear giving because they believe that giving means losing, but this is a misunderstanding of spiritual wealth. Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. The wealthiest chosen ones do not hoard, they give strategically. They invest in others, they support missions, they uplift their communities, they sow seeds of generosity. And because of this, money flows back to them in even greater amounts. Look at Andrew Carnegie, one of the wealthiest men in history. He built an empire but did not keep his riches to himself. Instead, he used his wealth to fund libraries, education, and institutions that still impact lives today. His philosophy was simple: money is meant to circulate. Or take Oprah Winfrey, who has given away millions, built schools for the underprivileged, and funded countless charities. Has her wealth dried up because of her generosity? Number. It has increased. Why? Because when you give, you send a message to the universe. I am abundant. I trust in God's provision. Wealth is always flowing to me. And guess what? It does. Chosen one, your wealth is already waiting for you. The only question is, will you align with it? Will you let go of fear, step into your divine inheritance, and trust that God's abundance is already flowing in your direction? Stay with me, because in the next part, I will show you exactly how to unlock the flow of divine wealth into your life. The shift is happening now. Beloved chosen one, the time for waiting is over. You have received the knowledge, you have seen the truth, and now it is time to activate your wealth. No more hesitation, no more second guessing. This is the moment to step into your divine inheritance. The trillions that God has already decided for you are on their way. They have been stored up, waiting for the right time, the right alignment, the right action. And now that time is here. The only question that remains is, will you receive them? Many people miss their blessings, not because God withholds them, but because they allow fear and doubt to block their abundance. They shrink back when opportunities arise. They second-guess themselves when doors open. They hold onto limiting beliefs that keep them small, despite knowing they were destined for greatness. But you, chosen one, are different. You have come this far because you know that you are meant for more. If you are ready to claim what is already yours, declare this now. I claim my divine wealth. I align with God's abundance. I step into my inheritance. Trillions of wealth flow to me now. Say it, feel it, walk in it. When you speak it, you activate it. When you believe it, you align with it. When you take action, you step into it. The universe is shifting, doors are opening, and limitless prosperity is already moving in your direction. Nothing can stop what God has ordained for you. No enemy, no setback, no doubt, no delay. Once God decides to bless you, it is done. No one can take away what has already been written in your destiny. Are you ready? Are you truly prepared to step into the wealth that God has assigned to you? This is not just another moment. This is your divine calling. This is the season you have been preparing for. If this message has blessed you and you feel called to support this work, you can donate through Super Thanks or the link in the channel's bio. Even the smallest gift is deeply appreciated and helps spread this message to more people around the world. Whether you choose to give or not, know that I am grateful for you. May God bless you abundantly. May every financial barrier be broken, every door of opportunity swing open, and may you walk in the overflow that was meant for you all along. Your breakthrough is here. Walk in it. God bless you, chosen one. Chosen ones, this is no ordinary moment. If your eyes have been guided to these words, it is not by chance, it is by divine appointment. God has orchestrated this very moment to prepare you for what is about to unfold in your life. The struggles, the waiting, the closed doors, they have all been leading up to this. A divine shift is taking place, and those who have been faithful, those who have endured, are about to witness a miracle beyond comprehension. For too long, you have watched from the sidelines as others walked into their blessings, wondering when your time would come. But hear this, your time is now. Everything that was delayed, every opportunity that seemed just out of reach, is aligning in your favor. This is not just about finances. It is about walking fully into the destiny God has set for you. The wealth, the breakthroughs, the blessings, they are all moving toward you at this very moment. Before we step deeper into this powerful revelation, take a moment to step into alignment with this divine shift. Hit the like button, subscribe to stay connected, and comment 77 below as a declaration of faith. This simple act is not just engagement, it is a sign that you are ready to receive what God is preparing for you. And to all of you who have sown seeds of faith through super thanks, your support is deeply appreciated. Your generosity is not unseen, and just as you have given, expect an outpouring of abundance to return to you in ways you never imagined. Now prepare yourself, because what comes next will change everything. Stay with me, because in just a moment, I will reveal exactly why this financial miracle is coming to you and what you must do to step into it. God's chosen ones, warning. If you see this, a financial miracle is coming to you. Something extraordinary is unfolding in your life at this very moment. The forces of heaven have been working behind the scenes, orchestrating events in ways you cannot yet see. Have you ever wondered why your spirit feels restless? Why there is an unshakable sense that change is near? That is not just a fleeting thought, it is divine confirmation. The waiting, the struggles, the silent prayers you thought went unheard. God has been listening all along. Every tear you shed, every battle you endured, every sacrifice you made when you had nothing left, He saw it all. And now, the time of reward is upon you. Think of Joseph, a man sold into slavery by his own brothers and left to languish in prison for years. Genesis 37:23-28. From the outside, his dreams of greatness seemed shattered. But in a single, divinely appointed moment, Pharaoh called for him, and in an instant he went from prisoner to ruler of Egypt. Genesis 41:14-41. Could it be that your breakthrough is just as close? That the very trials designed to break you were actually preparing you for elevation? As you read these words, the shift is happening. The version of you that lived in doubt, the one who struggled with unworthiness, the one who feared the future, that person is fading away. You are walking into a new reality, one where God's abundance flows freely in your life, where His favor opens doors no man can shut. Revelation 3:8. Can you feel it? The shift from lack to overflow, from waiting to receiving, from hoping to stepping into divine manifestation. This is your season. History is filled with stories of those who held on to faith when everything seemed lost. Oprah Winfrey, now one of the most influential women in media, was once told she wasn't fit for television. She faced rejection, criticism, and unimaginable hardships. Yet she persevered, believing in a greater purpose. Tyler Perry, a filmmaker and entrepreneur, once lived in his car, homeless and struggling to make ends meet. Time and time again his dreams were dismissed, but he refused to give up. Both of them, like Joseph, saw their lowest moments turn into stepping stones for divine breakthroughs. Nothing, no force on this earth can hinder what God has already set in motion for you. You are chosen, anointed, and positioned for this very moment. So, prepare yourself. The doors of abundance are swinging open. Your breakthrough is unfolding, and the financial miracle God has planned for you is already making its way into your life. Can you embrace it? Can you step forward in faith, knowing that what is written in heaven is now manifesting on earth? This is not just another day. This is the moment God has ordained for your transformation. You have walked through storms that would have broken others. The hardships, the doubts, the setbacks, they have been relentless. But through it all, God was never absent. Can you recall moments when you thought you were alone, only to realize later that divine protection had been surrounding you all along? Every obstacle you encountered was more than just an inconvenience. It was a lesson designed to equip you. Every delay was not a denial, but a period of preparation. And every trial you faced was a refining fire, shaping you into the person you were always meant to be. Look at the story of Job, a man who lost everything: his wealth, his health, and even his loved ones. His so-called friends doubted him, his wife told him to curse God, and yet, in his suffering, he remained faithful. What happened in the end? God restored everything to Job, blessing him with twice as much as he had before. Job 42:10. Could it be that your own struggles are leading to a double portion of blessings? What if the setbacks you endured were not setbacks at all, but the foundation of something greater? Now, as you step into this new season, understand that nothing has been wasted. Your pain had a purpose. Your waiting had a reason. What once seemed like an endless series of struggles will now reveal itself as part of God's divine plan. Suddenly, doors you never expected to open will swing wide before you. Opportunities will emerge where there were once only roadblocks. And those who doubted you, the ones who mocked your faith, who dismissed your dreams, will witness what happens when God's favor rests upon His chosen ones. Not because you sought revenge or validation, but because the light of God's glory in your life will be impossible to ignore. Think of David, overlooked by his own family, underestimated by King Saul, and ridiculed by Goliath. 1 Samuel 16:11-13, 1 Samuel 17:42-44. Yet, when the time came, the very people who dismissed him had no choice but to recognize the anointing on his life. Are you ready for that moment? The moment when the world realizes that God's hand has been on you all along. But understand this: abundance is not just about material wealth. True prosperity is peace that surpasses all understanding, a purpose that fuels your soul, and the fulfillment of your divine calling. It is about stepping into your true identity as one of God's chosen ones, walking boldly in the authority He has given you. The moment you stop seeking approval from the world and begin walking in alignment with God's plan, the floodgates of blessing will open. Why? Because you were never meant to live in limitation. You were always meant to reflect the boundless glory of God. This is your defining moment. The struggles that once weighed you down are now part of your testimony. What seemed impossible is now inevitable. Everything is shifting, aligning, and coming together in divine order. Many have walked this path before you. Howard Schultz, the man behind Starbucks, grew up in poverty, facing rejection after rejection before building one of the most successful brands in the world. He once said that he was driven not by money, but by a deeper sense of purpose. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, was once a struggling single mother living on government assistance, rejected by multiple publishers. But she held on to her vision, and in due time, her work transformed the literary world. What if your journey is following the same divine pattern? What if your breakthrough is just around the corner, waiting for the perfect moment to be revealed? So, prepare yourself. The battles you fought were never meant to defeat you. They were meant to build you. God is about to show up in ways that will leave you speechless. The waiting season has come to an end. The time for your breakthrough has arrived. Can you feel it? The divine shift is happening now. You may have been overlooked, underestimated, or even betrayed, But have you ever considered that every rejection, every closed door, and every painful moment was not a setback, but a setup? God was never absent from your journey. What if those who dismissed you were merely playing their part in a greater plan, one designed to bring you exactly where you need to be? Think of Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his own brothers and later thrown into prison for a crime he did not commit. Genesis 37:23-28, Genesis 39:20. To the world, he looked like a man forsaken, but in God's perfect timing, he was elevated to a position of power, second only to Pharaoh. Genesis 41:41-44. The very ones who betrayed him were forced to witness his rise. Could it be that your own story is following the same divine pattern? That those who overlooked you will soon see what God had planned for you all along? Understand this: you do not need their validation. You only need God's approval, and that has already been given to you. His favor is upon you, and when God declares you chosen, no opinion, no rejection, no betrayal can alter your destiny. It is written in Psalm 75:6-7 that promotion does not come from the east or the west, but from the Lord. If he has called you to rise, no earthly force can hold you back. But your blessings are not just for you. Have you ever thought about how your testimony will impact others? There will be people who see your life and find hope, who will look at your journey and realize that faith, perseverance, and divine alignment lead to unimaginable rewards. Just as the world was inspired by Nelson Mandela, who endured 27 years in prison before emerging as a global symbol of resilience and justice, your story will be proof that God is faithful. Or consider Oprah Winfrey, who faced rejection early in her career but refused to let failure define her. She has since used her success to uplift others, proving that obstacles are often stepping stones. What if your own struggles are meant to be someone else's inspiration? So stand tall, chosen one. The struggles that once held you down are about to be replaced with blessings so overwhelming that even you will be left in awe. The God who turned mourning into dancing, Psalm 30:11, is about to rewrite your story in ways you never imagined. Get ready to receive. Get ready to step into your divine inheritance, and get ready to live the life you were always destined for. The season of waiting is ending. The doors of abundance are opening. Can you sense it? Your time has come. The enemy worked hard to keep you trapped in a cycle of lack, doubt, and fear. Have you noticed how every time you tried to move forward, something seemed to pull you back? Those were not just coincidences. They were strategic attacks designed to keep you from realizing your divine inheritance. But hear this: those chains are breaking. The season of scarcity is ending. No longer will you live just to survive, struggling to make ends meet. What if I told you that God has already gone ahead of you, opening doors you never even knew existed? That he is positioning you in places you never imagined stepping into? Think of Esther, a Jewish orphan who was raised in obscurity but was divinely positioned to become Queen of Persia. Esther 2:17. She had no royal lineage, no natural claim to greatness, yet God placed her in a palace, giving her influence beyond her wildest dreams. When the time came, she used that position not just for herself, but to save an entire nation. Esther 4:14. Could it be that the blessings God is about to pour into your life are not just for you, but also for those who need your testimony? What if your breakthrough is meant to ignite the faith of someone who is still in their waiting season? Understand this: what is coming to you will not just elevate your life, it will serve as a living testament to the power of faith and perseverance. There are people watching, people searching for proof that God is still moving in the lives of his chosen ones. When they see your transformation, they will know that his promises are true. Look at the story of Tyler Perry, a man who once lived in his car, struggling to make his dreams a reality. Rejected, overlooked, and burdened by failure, he could have given up. But he clung to faith. Today he is a billionaire, owning one of the largest film studios in the world. His story is not just about wealth. It is about perseverance, divine timing, and unwavering trust in God's plan. Could it be that you are on the verge of your own divine turnaround? Stay focused. Stay expectant. The shift has already begun, and nothing, no opposition, no delay, no human opinion, can stop what has been set in motion for you. Just as the Red Sea parted for the Israelites when it seemed like there was no way forward. Exodus 14:21-22. Your obstacles are about to be removed in ways that will leave you speechless. Your wealth, your purpose, your divine inheritance, it is all unfolding right now. Get ready, chosen one. The waiting is over. Your time has finally arrived. Can you feel it? The breakthrough is already here. Your transformation is not just about you. Have you ever considered that what you are about to walk into is far greater than personal success? This is a demonstration of God's power in action. The moment you step into your breakthrough, the world will take notice. The ones who doubted you, who dismissed you, who whispered that you would never rise, they will have no choice but to witness the undeniable work of God in your life. And here is the most powerful part. You will not have to say a single word. Your success, your blessings, and the favor upon your life will speak louder than anything else. Think of Daniel, a man thrown into the lion's den because of his unwavering faith. Daniel 6:16. His enemies expected his destruction, yet the next morning he emerged unharmed. The same king who signed his death sentence was forced to acknowledge the power of the God Daniel served. Daniel 6:26-27. Could it be that your struggles have been preparing the stage for a similar divine revelation? That those who opposed you will soon see that no human force can block what God has ordained? Every financial struggle, every setback, every silent tear you shed, it was never in vain. Do you remember the story of Job? A man who lost everything, his wealth, his family, his health, yet remained faithful. Job 1:20-22. And in the end, what did God do? He restored Job with twice as much as he had before. Job 42:10. What if your own season of struggle has simply been a setup for a double portion of favor? The wealth you're about to receive is not just about material abundance. It is a reflection of divine favor. True prosperity is not merely measured in financial gain, but in the peace, purpose, and spiritual elevation that come with it. Look at Denzel Washington, one of the most respected actors in Hollywood. Many people know him for his success, but few realize that early in his career he faced rejection and self-doubt. He has openly shared how his faith in God guided him through difficult times and how he prays before every major decision. Today, he attributes his success not just to talent, but to divine alignment. What if your blessings, like his, are tied to your obedience and unwavering faith in God's plan? God is using your life as a living example that faith and patience always bring rewards. He is proving to the world that when he blesses his chosen ones, there is no limit to the abundance he provides. The question is, are you ready to receive? Are you ready to walk into a season where what once seemed impossible becomes inevitable? Your breakthrough is already unfolding. The world is about to see what happens when divine favor rests upon you. Get ready. Your testimony is in the making. You may have questioned if you were worthy. Have you ever wondered whether your prayers were going unanswered, whether God had forgotten you? There were nights when doubt crept in, when the silence felt unbearable, and when you wondered if all your efforts were in vain. But hear this now. God has been preparing you for this moment all along. What if every delay you faced was not a denial, but divine timing in motion? What if every closed door was not a rejection, but a redirection towards something far greater? Consider Abraham, a man to whom God promised descendants as numerous as the stars. Genesis 15:5. Yet he waited decades before seeing that promise fulfilled. There were moments when the waiting must have felt endless, when logic said it was too late. But God never breaks his word. When the time was right, Sarah gave birth to Isaac, proving that what God ordains will always come to pass. Genesis 21:1-3. Could it be that your own breakthrough is now arriving at its appointed time? And when your riches come, do not forget where you came from. Do not forget the prayers you whispered in the darkness, the moments you almost gave up, the faith you held on to when everything seemed impossible. True wealth is not just about material abundance, it is about purpose. God is not just blessing you for your comfort, He is equipping you to be a blessing to others. Have you ever considered that your breakthrough is not just for you, but for those who will be inspired by your journey? Look at Steve Harvey, a comedian, actor, and television host who once found himself living in his car, struggling to make ends meet. He often speaks about the days when he had no money, no stability, and no clear path forward. Yet, even in his lowest moments, he refused to lose faith. He trusted that God had greater plans for him. And now, not only has he achieved financial success, but he uses his influence to uplift and mentor others, ensuring that his blessings extend beyond himself. What if your wealth is coming not just to change your life, but to impact those who are still waiting for their own breakthrough? Stand firm in your faith. The floodgates of heaven are opening, and what is about to pour into your life will be greater than you ever imagined. The season of waiting is truly over. This is your moment, your wealth, your freedom, your divine breakthrough. It is unfolding right now. Can you feel it? The shift is already happening. Get ready. Chosen one, the time has come. You must understand this. The blessing that is coming to you is not ordinary. It is supernatural. What God is about to do in your life will not follow the logic of this world. It will defy human understanding, leaving people speechless. They will try to explain it, rationalize it, even discredit it, but they will fail. Because this wealth, this breakthrough, is divine. It is orchestrated by the one who owns the heavens and the earth. Psalm 24:1. For too long you have been overlooked, underestimated, and left in the background. But have you ever considered that all this time God was setting you apart? That He was preparing something so extraordinary that when it finally manifests, it will erase every ounce of struggle and replace it with overwhelming abundance. Think of David, a shepherd boy who was ignored by his own family when the prophet Samuel came looking for a king. 1 Samuel 16:11. Yet God had already chosen him, and when the time came, no one could deny the anointing on his life. Could it be that you too have been hidden for a divine purpose, only to be revealed at the perfect moment? The shift is already in motion, and nothing can stop it. Do you remember the moments when you almost gave up? The times when you questioned if all the sacrifice was worth it? God saw you in those moments. He heard your silent prayers. He felt your pain. And now He is turning every hardship into an unstoppable blessing. This wealth is not just for survival. It is for expansion. It is for growth. It is for you to step into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Look at Oprah Winfrey, a woman who faced rejection, poverty, and adversity at every turn. As a child, she wore potato sacks because her family could not afford proper clothes. Yet she held on to her belief that she was destined for something greater. She faced countless obstacles, but in time, she rose to become one of the most influential figures in the world. And today, her wealth is not just for herself. She has built schools, funded scholarships, and lifted others up. What if your own breakthrough is not just about you, but about the people God is calling you to bless? The floodgates of heaven are opening, and what is about to pour into your life will be greater than you ever imagined. The time of struggle is ending. The time of supernatural overflow is beginning. Get ready, chosen one. Your divine inheritance is here. You are not just stepping into riches, you are stepping into purpose. Can you feel it? This is more than just financial gain. It is the fulfillment of a destiny that was written for you long before you ever realized it. Before you were even formed, God knew you, set you apart, and appointed you for something greater. Jeremiah 1:5. And now, the time has come for you to walk in it. But here is something you must remember. Not everyone will be happy for you. When God blesses his chosen ones, there will always be those who resent it. Some will ask, why you? Why now? Why in this way? But their opinions do not matter. Have you ever considered that their doubt is simply proof that what is happening in your life is beyond human reasoning? Look at Joseph, a man whose own brothers despised him because of the favor God placed on his life. Genesis 37:4. They sold him into slavery, thinking they had destroyed his future. But what happened? The very person they tried to eliminate was elevated to a position of power in Egypt, and in the end, they had to come to him for help. Genesis 45:4-5. Could it be that the very people who underestimated you will one day witness your rise with astonishment? Do not waste time explaining yourself to those who will never understand. Do not look back at those who tried to keep you small. Their place in your story was never to celebrate you. It was to push you closer to your divine calling. And now they will watch from the sidelines as you step into your abundance. When they ask how it happened, when they wonder why you, the answer will be simple: because God said so. This is not just about material wealth. It is about stepping into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Think of Sarah Jakes Roberts, the daughter of renowned pastor T.D. Jakes. As a teenager, she faced public scrutiny when she became a mother at just 14 years old. Many people wrote her off, believing her future was ruined. But God had other plans. She rose from her struggles, embraced her calling, and today she's a best-selling author, a powerful speaker, and a leader, inspiring countless people worldwide. Her testimony is living proof that when God calls you, no mistake, no judgment, and no past failure can stop his purpose from unfolding. Could it be that your own breakthrough is about to silence every doubt spoken against you? This is your time. Do not hesitate. Do not doubt. Step forward in faith and embrace the wealth, the favor, and the purpose that have already been released for you. The shift has already begun. Your destiny is waiting. Will you walk into it? Chosen one, you must understand something critical. This is only the beginning. What God is about to release into your life is not a temporary blessing. It is not a fleeting moment of favor. This is a continuous, unstoppable flow of abundance, a divine inheritance that will not run dry. Can you imagine living in a season where blessings do not come and go but remain, where provision is not uncertain but overflowing? That is what is unfolding before you now. The struggles you have faced were not in vain. Have you ever wondered why your journey was filled with so many trials? Why the road seemed harder for you than for others? It was because God was preparing you for something greater. You were tested in the fire, refined through adversity, and strengthened in seasons where everything seemed against you. But what if those hardships were never meant to break you, but to build you? God was using those moments to deepen your faith, sharpen your discernment, and anchor your trust in Him. And now, because you remained steadfast, because you refused to let go of His promises, you are stepping into a life of divine overflow. But here's what you must remember. This wealth is not just for you. It is for a higher purpose. God is not blessing you so that you can store up treasures for yourself. He is equipping you to be a vessel of His power and love. Have you ever considered that your breakthrough might be the answer to someone else's prayer? That the resources coming into your hands are meant to open doors for others? Think of Solomon, a man who asked God not for riches, but for wisdom, 1 Kings 3:9. Because his heart was aligned with God's purpose, not only did he receive wisdom beyond measure, but he was also given wealth, honor, and influence that surpassed every ruler of his time. 1 Kings 3:12-13. Could it be that your own willingness to use your blessings for God's glory is the key to an even greater outpouring? When people see your success, they will know it was not by luck or human effort. It will be undeniable that the hand of God was upon you. Look at Chris Gardner, the entrepreneur and motivational speaker whose journey inspired the pursuit of happiness. Once homeless, sleeping in subway bathrooms with his young son, he refused to give up. He worked tirelessly, trusted in a vision greater than his circumstances, and eventually became a multi-millionaire. But more importantly, he used his success to lift others, mentoring, giving, and inspiring people to push beyond their struggles. His story is proof that wealth gained through perseverance and faith carries a purpose far beyond personal gain. What if your success is about more than just you? What if God is positioning you to be a blessing to generations? This is the moment where everything shifts. The doors of abundance are opening, not just for your comfort, but for your calling. Stand firm, chosen one. Walk boldly into this next season, knowing that the blessings coming your way are divinely appointed. The world will see, and they will know, this is the work of God. There will be those who try to attach themselves to you for the wrong reasons. Have you ever noticed that when you were struggling, some people only offered just enough support to keep you dependent, but never enough to help you rise? Now that God is elevating you, the motives of those around you will become clear. Not everyone deserves access to this new level of your life. Some will come with hidden agendas, pretending to support you, while secretly hoping for your downfall. That is why you must move forward with wisdom and discernment. Not everyone clapping for you is truly happy for you. Some people smiled while you struggled because it made them feel superior. But now that God's favor is upon you, their true feelings will be exposed. Jesus himself experienced this. Judas was among his closest disciples, yet in the end he betrayed him for 30 pieces of silver. Matthew 26:14-16. If Jesus, who walked in pure love, was betrayed by someone close to him, should it surprise you when certain people turn against you as well? Do not be alarmed when some distance themselves. That is not rejection. That is God removing those who were never meant to be part of your future. Your circle must be refined. Have you considered the weight of what you are stepping into? Wealth is not just a privilege, it is a responsibility. Look at Joseph. When he was elevated to second in command over Egypt, he did not surround himself with those who would drain him, but with those who helped him fulfill his purpose. Genesis 41:41-43. Who is in your inner circle? Are they people who will encourage your growth, or will they hinder your destiny? Surround yourself with those who understand the responsibility of wealth, not just the benefits. Seek those who uplift you, who encourage you, who pray for you in private, not just those who celebrate you in public. Think of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, one of the most successful actors and entrepreneurs today. He often shares how, in his early years, he was abandoned by people who only stayed when he had something to offer. But instead of becoming bitter, he became wiser about the company he kept. He now surrounds himself with a team of people who support his vision, understand the weight of responsibility, and push him to be better. What if your next breakthrough depends on who is standing beside you? Chosen one, this is the season where everything shifts. Be intentional, be discerning. The right people will elevate you, while the wrong ones will drain you. God is calling you higher. Choose wisely who comes with you. This next season is not just about riches, it is about divine alignment. Have you ever felt that deep knowing inside? That sense that something bigger is unfolding, even before you see the evidence. What is coming will change everything. This is not just about financial gain. It is about stepping fully into the calling that was placed upon your life before you were even born. Jeremiah 1:5. The shift has already begun. What God is doing for you cannot be undone, delayed, or denied. No force on earth can stop what has been set in motion. Stay focused, stay faithful, and most importantly, stay ready. Chosen one, you are not just stepping into wealth. You are stepping into a legacy. What God is pouring into your life is far greater than material abundance. It is generational. Have you ever wondered why the struggles you endured felt heavier than what others faced? It is because you were chosen to break the cycles that held your family back. You are the one called to shift the entire trajectory of your bloodline. Consider Abraham, a man called by God to leave behind everything he knew, to walk into a promise he could not yet see. Genesis 12:1-3. Through his obedience, God didn't just bless him. He established a covenant that would extend through generations. Abraham's descendants became a great nation, not because of his strength, but because of divine favor. Could it be that your obedience, your perseverance, and your faithfulness are unlocking a generational blessing that will outlive you? This is about breaking every chain of struggle, every cycle of lack, and every limitation that has plagued your lineage. The debts, the hardships, the battles to survive. God is removing it all and replacing it with prosperity that will stand the test of time. Look at LeBron James, one of the greatest basketball players of all time. He grew up in poverty, raised by a single mother who did everything she could to keep them afloat. He could have been another statistic, another person trapped in generational struggle. But he chose to rise. Today, he is not just wealthy. He has built schools, funded scholarships, and created opportunities that will impact lives long after he is gone. What if your own breakthrough is meant to do the same? What if God is positioning you to create a legacy that will bless generations? This is bigger than you. This is about establishing a foundation so strong that those who come after you will never have to fight the same battles you did. The suffering that plagued your ancestors ends with you. The cycle of struggle stops now. The doors of abundance are opening, and what God is releasing into your life will not only bless you, but will overflow into your children, your children's children, and beyond. Are you ready to walk into it? The shift has already begun. Step boldly, chosen one. Your legacy starts now. But with this level of blessing comes great responsibility. Have you ever considered that wealth is not just a gift, but a test? You must be a wise steward of what is given to you. Jesus taught in the parable of the talents that those who are faithful with little will be entrusted with more, but those who waste what they are given will lose even that. Matthew 25:14-30. How will you handle what God is placing in your hands? Will you use it for selfish gain, or will you build something meaningful? Will you hoard it, or will you multiply it and uplift others? Understand this. The enemy will try to distract you. The moment you begin to rise, the attacks will come. Have you noticed how battles intensify right before a breakthrough? People from your past may reappear, pretending to be for you, but their intentions will not always be pure. Watch their actions, not just their words. Some people are coming back not because they love you, but because they see what is coming to you. Not everyone can handle seeing you win. Some people liked you better when you were struggling because it made them feel superior. But now, as you elevate, their insecurities will surface. Even Jesus faced this. He was celebrated when he performed miracles, but the moment he stepped fully into his divine assignment, those same voices turned against him. Luke 23:21. Do not be surprised when some distance themselves when jealousy rises, or when those who once overlooked you suddenly demand access. That is not rejection. That is God protecting you from those who were never meant to go where he is leading you. Do not be distracted. God is setting you apart for a reason. Have you ever wondered why certain relationships ended? Why some people walked away? It was not by accident. Elevation requires separation. When God took Joseph from the prison to the palace, not everyone from his past was invited into his new season. Genesis 41:41-43. Could it be that God is doing the same for you? That he is pruning your circle so that only those who truly align with your destiny remain? This is your time to move wisely. Look at Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors in history. He did not inherit his wealth. He built it through discipline, patience, and wise stewardship. Even when he became one of the richest men in the world, he remained focused on a greater purpose, pledging to give away most of his fortune to bless others. What if your wealth is not just for you, but for something much greater? What if your financial breakthrough is a kingdom assignment designed to impact lives beyond your own? Remain focused. Stay disciplined. Do not lose sight of your purpose, because what is coming is bigger than you. God has chosen you for something extraordinary. Will you rise to the occasion? This is not just an opportunity. This is a calling. Step into it with wisdom. The kingdom is waiting. The world may have doubted you, underestimated you, even cast you aside. Have you ever felt invisible, as if no one truly saw your potential, as if every effort you made went unnoticed? Those days are over. The time of struggle, of feeling unseen, of wondering if your moment will ever come. It all ends now. You have been chosen, set apart for something far greater than you ever imagined. And the proof of that is about to unfold in your life. When God sets someone apart, he does not do it randomly. He does it with purpose. Think of David, the shepherd boy, who was ignored by his own family when Samuel came looking for a king. 1 Samuel 16:11. To the world, he was just a boy tending sheep. But to God, he was already anointed. And when the time came, no force on earth could stop his rise to the throne. Could it be that you, too, have been hidden for such a time as this? Every hardship you have endured has been a test, a necessary step in shaping you for the blessings that are now being released. Have you ever questioned why your path seemed so much harder than others? The betrayals, the losses, the setbacks, they were not in vain. They were preparing you, refining you, and strengthening you for the abundance that is about to overflow into your life. Look at Viola Davis, one of the most accomplished actresses in Hollywood today. She grew up in extreme poverty, often going without food. For years, she was overlooked, doubted, and cast aside. But she never let the struggles define her. She allowed them to refine her. Through perseverance and faith, she rose to become an icon, using her platform to empower others. And today, she often speaks about how her pain became her power. What if your own struggles were never meant to break you, but to build you into the person God always intended you to be? God never forgot you. He was watching, orchestrating every moment, even when you couldn't see it. Every closed door was not a rejection, it was a redirection. Every delay was not a denial, it was a divine setup for something greater. And now, he is ready to pour into your life in ways that will leave you speechless. Are you ready to receive it? The time is here. The doors of abundance are swinging open. Step into your moment, because this is only the beginning. The financial breakthrough that once felt so far away is now closer than ever. Have you sensed the shift? The heaviness lifting, the doors that once seemed sealed shut now creaking open. The wealth you have prayed for is not just coming, it has already been set in motion. What once felt impossible is now inevitable. The very things that seemed out of reach, opportunities, resources, divine connections, are about to appear right before you. You are stepping into a season of divine favor where struggle will be exchanged for success, where worry will be replaced with peace, and where lack will give way to overwhelming abundance. No longer will you live in fear of what tomorrow holds. How many nights have you spent wondering if things would ever change? How often have you questioned if you were truly meant for financial freedom? You're not just worthy, you're destined for it. God's plan for you was never endless suffering. It was to bring you through the fire, through the testing, so that when your moment of victory arrived, you would be ready to handle it. Think of Joseph, betrayed, thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Genesis 37:23 to 28:39-20. The world would have seen him as a man doomed to fail, but in one divine moment everything shifted. Pharaoh called for him, elevated him to the highest position in Egypt, and placed the nation's wealth under his command. Genesis 41:41 to 44. What if your breakthrough is coming in the same way? Sudden, undeniable, and impossible for anyone to stop. Look around you. The shift has already begun. What was working against you is now aligning in your favor. The right people, the right opportunities, and the right resources are being divinely positioned. The wealth that has been stored up for you is now being released. Proverbs 13:22 says, "The wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous." Could it be that what seemed delayed was simply being prepared for you at the perfect time? Get ready, chosen one. Look at Jim Carrey, one of the highest paid actors in the world today. Many don't know that before his success he was homeless, living in a van and struggling to survive. But he believed in his future so deeply that he once wrote himself a check for $10 million, dated it for a future year, and carried it with him as a declaration of faith. Years later, he was cast in a major film and received a paycheck for that exact amount. He didn't just hope, he positioned himself in faith for what was coming. What if your preparation and faith in this moment are setting you up for an unimaginable breakthrough? Your life is about to change in ways you never thought possible. Are you ready to step into it? The divine doors are open. Step forward and claim what has always been yours. This is your confirmation. Every hardship, every moment of doubt, every silent tear, it was never in vain. Have you ever wondered why the struggle was so intense? Why the road felt longer for you than for others? It was never meant to break you, it was meant to prepare you. And now your preparation is complete. God is calling you into a new reality, one where prosperity is your new normal. The chains that held you back, the fear, the debt, the uncertainty, are breaking. Can you feel it? The weight that once burdened you is lifting. You are stepping into a season where every move you make is aligned with divine favor, where opportunities find you, and where abundance flows effortlessly into your life. Think of the Israelites as they stood at the edge of the promised land. They had wandered in the wilderness for years, living in uncertainty, depending daily on God for provision. But the moment came when God declared their season of lack was over. Deuteronomy 6:10-11. They were stepping into a land overflowing with blessing. Houses they did not build, vineyards they did not plant, and a future they could finally claim as their own. Could it be that your wilderness season has now ended, that you too are about to step into a land of overflow? What once felt impossible is now unfolding before your eyes. You will look back at this moment and realize this was the turning point. The shift is happening, and nothing can stop it. Those who doubted you, who whispered behind your back, who assumed you would never rise, they will witness your elevation. And those who supported you in the struggle will celebrate with you. But most importantly, you will stand in awe of what God has done. You will see His hand so clearly in your life that it will leave you speechless. Prepare yourself. This isn't just about money. It's about stepping into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Wealth and abundance are not just blessings, they are tools. Have you ever considered that the resources coming your way are not just for your comfort, but for a greater purpose? Look at Kanye West, a man who went from struggling to get his music heard to becoming a billionaire entrepreneur. His journey has been filled with ups and downs, yet through it all, he has openly credited God for his success and has used his influence to inspire others in faith. What if your breakthrough is not just for you, but for those who will witness your transformation and find hope in it? You are chosen, you are destined, and now you are ready. Step forward. The promise is no longer coming, it is here. This is not the end of the journey. This is the beginning of the life you were always meant to live. Can you feel it? The weight of past struggles lifting, the shift happening all around you. This is your moment. The door has been opened, the blessing is here, and nothing can stop what God has set in motion. Get ready, chosen one. Step forward with confidence, knowing that you were created for this very season. Everything that once stood in your way is falling. The doubts, the delays, the moments when you questioned if this day would ever come, it was all leading to this. Every prayer whispered in faith, every sacrifice made in obedience, every step taken despite fear, none of it was in vain. Think of the story of Esther. She was an orphan, an outsider, a woman with no status. But what seemed like an ordinary life was actually a setup for something greater. She was chosen to be queen, not for personal gain, but for a divine assignment. And when the time came to step into her purpose, Mordecai reminded her, "Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Esther 4:14. Could it be that everything in your life has been preparing you for this very moment? God has not forgotten you. The abundance now flowing into your life is not just a blessing, it is a statement of his unwavering love and faithfulness. Have you ever considered that what is happening in your life is not just for you, but also a testimony to those who are watching? Look at Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC. Most people know the brand, but few realize that he didn't find success until he was in his 60s. Before then, he faced repeated failures, financial struggles, and endless rejection. But he refused to give up. He believed in the vision that God had placed within him, and in time, his perseverance paid off. Today, his legacy is worldwide. What if your breakthrough is meant to inspire someone still waiting for theirs? This is the moment where everything aligns, where destiny meets divine intervention. You are walking into overflow, into divine favor, into the life that was always meant for you. The world is about to see what happens when God remembers his chosen ones. Step boldly. The journey is just beginning. You are stepping into a new reality, one where wealth is not just material, but spiritual, emotional, and generational. Have you ever felt like your blessings were delayed? Like you were constantly striving, but never quite reaching the breakthrough you longed for? That season ends now. The doors that were once locked are opening, and the burdens that once weighed you down are being lifted. You will rise, not just for yourself, but as a testimony. Your journey is not just about personal success. It is about proving to the world that God provides, that he elevates, and that he rewards those who remain steadfast. Think of Job, a man who lost everything, his wealth, his health, his family, yet refused to turn away from God. Job 1:20 through 22. In the end, God restored him with twice as much as before. Job 42:10. What if your own restoration is about to be revealed? What if every loss you endured was just setting the stage for an overflowing, undeniable blessing? This is your season of elevation. But understand, this is not just about financial breakthrough. This is about reclaiming your divine inheritance. The enemy tried to keep you in a mindset of lack, to convince you that struggle was your destiny. But God's word says otherwise. The blessing of the Lord makes one rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. Proverbs 10:22. Do you see it now? You were never meant to struggle forever. Your pain was not permanent. It was part of the process. And now it is being replaced with unimaginable joy, stability, and fulfillment. Look at J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter. Before she became the first billionaire author, she was a single mother living on government assistance, struggling to survive. Rejected by multiple publishers, she could have given up, but she refused. Today, her success is more than just personal wealth. She has used her platform to bless others, support charities, and change lives. What if your breakthrough is meant to do the same? What if your story will inspire those who are still waiting for their own victory? The shift has already begun. You are walking into the fullness of God's promises. The world is about to witness what happens when faith meets divine favor. Step forward with confidence. Your best days are not ahead. They're here. Look ahead, chosen one. Can you sense it? This is the shift you have been waiting for. The promise is not coming. It is already unfolding before you. Walk into this new reality with faith, with confidence, with the unwavering certainty that this is only the beginning of the abundance God has prepared for you. Your time has come. The very things you prayed for, the financial breakthrough, the success, the stability, it is here, and nothing will ever be the same again. This is it, the confirmation, the validation, the undeniable proof that you have stepped into the destiny that was always meant for you. Think about Joseph. For years, he endured betrayal, slavery, and prison. It seemed as if his dreams would never come to pass. But in a single moment, God elevated him to second in command over Egypt. Genesis 41:41-44. The very people who doubted him had to witness his rise. Could it be that your own elevation is unfolding in the same way? That every delay, every struggle, every moment of doubt was leading to this breakthrough? The struggles, the doubts, the waiting, it was all necessary to prepare you for what is now being released into your life. Have you ever considered that the waiting season was actually a building season? That every tear, every sacrifice, every act of faith was positioning you for a harvest beyond what you imagined. God is handing you the keys to a life greater than anything you envisioned. But understand this wealth, this success, this freedom is not just for your comfort, it is for your purpose. Look at Elon Musk, a man who risked everything he had to pursue his vision. He faced bankruptcy, failure, and extreme doubt from those around him, but he refused to quit, and today he is one of the most influential innovators in the world. His wealth is not just about luxury, it is about expansion, vision, and impact. What if your breakthrough is about more than just financial freedom? What if God is positioning you to leave a legacy that will impact generations? The time of lack is over. The door is open. This is not just a breakthrough. This is the beginning of your divine assignment. Step forward. The world is about to see what happens when God elevates one of his chosen ones. You are now a vessel, set apart to walk in abundance, to inspire, to uplift, and to prove that God never fails. Have you ever wondered why your journey was so difficult? Why you had to endure so much before stepping into this season? It was never about the struggle. It was about the preparation. God was refining you, strengthening you, and molding you into someone who could not just receive abundance, but carry it with wisdom and purpose. The past is behind you. The weight of uncertainty is gone. The fear of failure, the doubt that whispered in your ear, the limitations that tried to hold you back, they are breaking. Every barrier that once stood in your way is now crumbling before your very eyes. You are standing at the threshold of the greatest chapter of your life. Nothing can stop what God has already set in motion. Think of the Israelites standing before the walls of Jericho. For years they had wandered in the wilderness, waiting for their moment of victory. And when the time came, all they had to do was step forward in obedience, and the walls fell before them. Joshua 6:20. Could it be that the walls in your life are falling right now? That your season of waiting has ended and your season of possession has begun? From this moment on, wealth is no longer a distant dream. It is your new reality. Peace is no longer something you hope for. It is the foundation on which you now stand. The life you once longed for is now the life you are living. Go forward with confidence, carry this blessing with gratitude, and never forget, this was not luck, this was not coincidence. This was divine intervention. You are chosen, you are destined, and this is just the beginning. Step forward. The world is about to see what happens when God's favor rests upon His chosen one. As we conclude today's powerful message, remember that you are chosen by God and His blessings are upon you. If you see the signs we've discussed, get ready. Your financial miracle is on its way. Keep the faith, trust in His timing, and know that God has great things in store for you. If this message has touched your heart, I encourage you to consider supporting the channel with a super thanks. Your generosity allows us to continue bringing you messages of hope and encouragement. Whether you choose to donate or not, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your presence and support. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and share this message with others who may need it. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Let's build this community of faith together. May God bless you abundantly and bring His favor into your life today and always. My beloved, have you ever paused for a moment and asked yourself this? Why you? Out of all the generations stretching back through time, from ancestors you've never met to lives long forgotten, why are you the one standing here, hearing this message today? I assure you, nothing, absolutely nothing about this is random. Think about it deeply. Before you were born, where were you? In what mysterious place did your soul exist? And why were you chosen to arrive at this precise moment in history, with this specific body, this set of eyes to see, and this heart to dream? God Himself tells us in Jeremiah 1:5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." You were never an accident. You were never ordinary. You were appointed and hand-picked by the Almighty to fulfill a purpose so great that it defies everything your lineage has known until now. While others in your bloodline lived within limitations, poverty, pain, struggles, and silence, you are different. You are the one who will rise up to break every chain, rewrite the family story, and become a beacon of transformation for generations yet to come. But I need you to listen carefully, for this journey isn't just about you. No, this is about the sacrifices of those who came before, the ancestors who whispered prayers into the heavens, hoping that someone would one day carry the torch of freedom. This is about the tears they cried when life gave them less than they deserved. It's about the dreams they buried in the soil, longing for someone, you, to bring those dreams to life. Did you know that in Exodus, Moses was chosen to lead the Israelites out of slavery and into freedom? Think about this. Moses came from a lineage of slaves who had known only chains and captivity for 400 years. Yet God said to him in Exodus 3:10, "Now go. I'm sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people out of Egypt." God chose him out of everyone to break the chains of His people, and so too has He chosen you. You, my dear, are not just another name in the family tree. You are the one who will shatter generational curses, poverty, fear, self-doubt, and step boldly into unimaginable abundance. Imagine being the first in your family to taste the wealth, freedom, and joy they could only dream of. Does this stir something in your spirit? Because if it does, don't ignore it. God's whispers come only to those whose hearts are ready to listen. I invite you now to take a step, a bold and symbolic step. Leave a comment with 777, for the number 7 in Scripture represents divine completion and perfection. By typing it, you are signaling to the heavens that you are ready to complete the cycle of lack, break the bonds of struggle, and step into your millionaire destiny. Play this message again and again. Let it sink deep into your soul, like seeds planted in fertile ground. For when you hear it, believe it, and claim it as yours, your reality will begin to shift. The chains will fall. The doors will open. And like Joseph, who went from the prison to the palace, you too will step into a destiny that defies every limitation. Now I ask you, do you feel the pull to stay? If you do, then this message is for you. You were chosen, you were set apart, and your time is now. God's chosen ones, you're the first in your lineage to break all chains and become a millionaire. Chapter 1. Breaking the Chains of the Past. Chosen. 1. Can you feel the weight of those chains? The ones you've carried for far too long, yet were never meant to be yours. These burdens, poverty, scarcity, fear and limitation, are not just yours alone. They are legacies, handed down like invisible heirlooms, forged in generations of struggle. For years, these chains have shaped your family's decisions, beliefs, and destinies. But here's the truth that sets you apart. You were not born to continue this cycle. You were chosen to break it. From an early age, you sensed it, didn't you? That faint, persistent whisper deep within, this is not the way it has to be. While others around you accepted their circumstances as final, you questioned them. While they settled into lives shaped by scarcity, you dared to dream beyond the confines of what seemed possible. You might have felt isolated, the odd one out, as if you didn't quite belong. But could it be that God Himself set you apart for such a time as this? The Bible tells us the story of Joseph, a young dreamer thrown into a pit by his brothers, falsely imprisoned and forgotten. Yet God chose him to rise above his lineage of pain, betrayal, and struggle. In Genesis 50:20, Joseph declares to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Like Joseph, you are a chain breaker, the one God appointed to bring redemption and abundance to your family line. Let's examine these chains more closely. They're not just physical struggles like financial hardship or missed opportunities. They're deeply spiritual and emotional. They manifest in patterns, working tirelessly without reward, sacrificing dreams for survival, and rejecting opportunities because people like us don't get chances like that. These limiting beliefs are like generational shadows, whispering lies to keep you small. Money is evil. You'll never rise above this. Who do you think you are to dream so big? But here's the revolutionary truth. Chosen one. Have you ever wondered why it feels like you were chosen to bear this responsibility? Why, out of everyone in your lineage, it is you who hears the call to stand up and say, "This stops with me." God has called you to confront these inherited fears and break their hold. It's not just about material success, it's about spiritual transformation. It's about replacing fear with faith and rewriting the narrative. Jesus himself declared in John 8:36, "So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." Your freedom is not only for you, but for generations past and those yet to come. Think about this for a moment. Have you noticed how every step you've taken, no matter how small, has been breaking chains that once felt unshakable? You've already begun this holy work. Every choice to believe when it was easier to doubt. Every moment you pursued growth while others settled for comfort. These were acts of spiritual warfare. Have you felt it, chosen one? How the chains are loosening piece by piece. Each bold decision, each step into the unknown, and each prayer whispered in faith sends shockwaves through time. The walls of limitation are crumbling like those of Jericho, and your victory is not symbolic, it is sacred. But here's something crucial. Your family might not understand what you're doing. They might question your choices or dismiss your dreams as foolish. After all, transformation often feels unfamiliar to those who have never known freedom. And yet, whether they realize it or not, they are already feeling the shifts. Your breakthroughs are healing wounds that were carried silently for generations. Like the Israelites stepping out of Egypt, you are paving a path from bondage to promise, a path they too can walk one day. Chosen one. Do you realize what this means? This chapter is not just about breaking chains, it's about building a legacy. It's about creating a new reality where abundance flows, where dreams are pursued without shame, and where faith triumphs over fear. You are the vessel God is using to transform not only your life, but the lives of everyone connected to you. The Bible reminds us in Proverbs 13:22, "A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children." And this inheritance, dear one, is more than wealth. It is freedom, faith, and the courage to dream. As you rise, you become a living testimony of God's power to redeem what was broken, restore what was lost, and renew what seemed beyond hope. And this is only the beginning. Can you feel it? The chains are falling, the ground beneath you is shifting, and heaven is celebrating. God is aligning the people, opportunities, and resources you need because you have proven faithful. This is your time to rise. You are not only rewriting your story, you are creating history. So, chosen one, keep going. Stand firm in your calling, for the chains of the past have no power over you. The victory is already yours. And as you step boldly into this new era, know this: your story will inspire others to break free too. This is not the end. It is only the glorious beginning. Chapter 2. Awakening to Abundance. Chosen. 1. Pause for a moment and let this truth wash over you. The chains are breaking, and a profound awakening is happening within you. You're not just stepping into abundance, you're remembering it. This isn't something you must chase, beg for, or earn. It's a divine inheritance that has always been yours. For too long, you've believed abundance was a distant dream, reserved for others, those more fortunate, more talented, or more deserving. But what if I told you that abundance isn't external? It has been within you all along, waiting for you to awaken and claim it. Think of the Israelites in the wilderness, wandering for 40 years, unable to see the promised land because they were bound by a mindset of lack. They had been freed from Egypt's chains, but their hearts still clung to scarcity. Many times we live the same way, freed physically yet imprisoned mentally. But God declares in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Your awakening to abundance is about recognizing that prosperity is part of God's plan for you, not as an afterthought, but as your birthright. Take a moment to reflect. How many times have you whispered to yourself, "I'm not enough, I'm not worthy," or "I can't have that life"? These aren't truths, they're borrowed beliefs passed down through generations who didn't have the tools to dream beyond survival. Perhaps your parents worked tirelessly, yet struggled to break free. Perhaps your ancestors learned to live with just enough because scarcity was all they knew. But you were chosen to break that story. Abundance is not about privilege or luck. It's about alignment, stepping into agreement with God's vision for your life. The moment you released those inherited beliefs and dared to dream, the universe shifted. Can you feel it? Doors that once seemed bolted shut are now opening effortlessly. Resources that felt out of reach are appearing right on time. Opportunities, relationships, and unexpected blessings are flowing to you, not by accident, but because you've chosen to align yourself with abundance. The Bible shows us this truth again and again. Consider Peter, a fisherman who toiled all night without a single catch. Yet when Jesus instructed him to cast his nets again into deeper waters, Peter obeyed despite his doubts. The result? They caught such a large number of fish that their nets began to break. Luke 5:6. What changed? Not Peter's skills or tools, but his alignment with divine instruction. Like Peter, when you shift from striving to trusting, the flow of abundance becomes unstoppable. Abundance is God's default setting for creation. Look around you. The oceans are vast, the skies are endless, and nature overflows with life and beauty. Why then would you believe that God created you for lack? The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it. Psalm 24:21. Your awakening is not about asking for more, it's about receiving what has already been prepared for you. But here's a truth you must embrace, chosen one. This awakening doesn't mean the journey will always be easy. Life will still present challenges, but you will approach them with a new mindset. You'll no longer see setbacks as signs of failure, but as stepping stones leading you closer to your destiny. When you shift from scarcity thinking to abundant faith, every obstacle becomes an opportunity for growth. Have you noticed how your energy feels lighter, freer, and more expansive? That's not coincidence, that's alignment. When you release the old, limiting stories, you make room for abundance to flow effortlessly into your life. God, in His infinite wisdom, is responding to your faith by orchestrating divine connections, breakthroughs, and provision. Seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Matthew 6:33. This is not magic, it is God's promise. And here's the most beautiful part of your awakening. Abundance is not just about what you receive, it's about what you give. When your cup overflows, it naturally pours into the lives of those around you. You become a beacon of light, showing others what is possible when you align with faith instead of fear. This is your legacy, chosen one. You're not just breaking chains, you're building bridges for others to walk across. Let me ask you this, can you see the ripple effect of your transformation? The opportunities you embrace today are paving the way for future generations. You are redefining what's possible, not only for yourself, but for your lineage. Where there was once struggle, there will be peace. Where there was lack, there will be plenty. Where there was doubt, there will be faith. This awakening is not just about external abundance. It's about internal freedom. It's about trusting that God is always working in your favor, even when the path is unclear. The abundance you're stepping into is not fragile. It's eternal. It's rooted in a truth that cannot be shaken. You were born to thrive. So, chosen one, keep moving forward. The chains are gone, the struggle is behind you, and the life you were created to live is unfolding before your eyes. The universe is conspiring in your favor, and God's plan for your life is greater than anything you can imagine. This isn't just a shift, it's a rebirth. You are awakening to abundance, and this is only the beginning. Keep going, for the world needs your light, your faith, and your testimony. The life you've always dreamed of is no longer a distant hope. It's your reality. You were chosen for this, and the best is yet to come. Chapter 3. Redefining Wealth. Chosen. 1. What does wealth mean to you? Is it the car you drive, the house you live in, or the numbers in your bank account? Have you ever wondered if there's more? Something deeper, richer, and far more profound? What if true wealth isn't measured by what you own, but by the life you create, the impact you make, and the freedom you feel? For too long, society has dictated a narrow definition of wealth, one that revolves around material success and social status. But deep down, you know something's missing, don't you? How many people have everything money can buy, but still feel empty? How many spend their lives chasing success, only to realize they were climbing the wrong ladder? Now pause and ask yourself this: what if wealth is not a destination, but a state of being? What if true wealth is the freedom to live life on your own terms, to wake up every day with purpose, joy, and peace, knowing you're creating a legacy that will outlive you? In Matthew 6:20, Jesus says, "Store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal." This isn't a call to reject money. It's a call to see wealth for what it truly is: a resource, a tool, a gift to expand your purpose and impact. Take a moment to reflect, chosen one. When was the last time you felt truly wealthy? Not because of what you owned, but because of how you felt. Perhaps it was when you were fully present with someone you love, when you saw the fruits of your hard work touch someone's life, or when you dared to dream beyond what seemed possible. That feeling, that alignment, is where true wealth begins. Let's redefine wealth together. Wealth is freedom. The freedom to choose your path, to pursue your passions, and to say yes to your dreams without fear of lack. Can you imagine what it would feel like to live without those lingering doubts? To trust that there will always be more than enough for you? This is the kind of wealth you're stepping into. A life where you no longer settle for survival, but embrace the fullness of what's possible. Have you noticed how, as you've released your old beliefs about scarcity, things are shifting? Doors that were once locked are opening. Opportunities that seemed out of reach are now within grasp. What you're experiencing isn't luck. It's alignment. The universe is responding to the work you've done. Work to heal your mindset, break generational patterns, and step into the frequency of abundance. But here's the question you must consider. What will you do with this wealth? Money, when it flows into the hands of someone with vision, becomes a force for good. It becomes an extension of your purpose, a tool for transformation, and a way to touch lives far beyond your own. Proverbs 11:25 says, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." True wealth isn't just about accumulation. It's about contribution. It's about using your resources to build, heal, and inspire. Can you see it now? Wealth isn't just in what you receive, it's in what you give. When your energy overflows with abundance, you become a light for others. You show your family, your community, and even strangers what's possible when you align with faith, integrity, and vision. Your journey becomes a blueprint for others to follow, proving that wealth can be built with joy, peace, and purpose intact. But here's something even more powerful. You're breaking old stories. For generations, your lineage may have struggled, believing that abundance was out of reach. Perhaps they said, "We don't have that kind of luck," or "People like us don't get those opportunities." Those words may have echoed in your mind, but look at you now. You've shattered those lies. By redefining wealth, you're not just changing your life, you're changing your family's future. Imagine this: your children and their children growing up in a home where abundance is normal. Not just financial abundance, but emotional and spiritual abundance. They'll see that wealth isn't about greed or hoarding. It's about freedom, impact, and purpose. How does that make you feel, chosen one? Do you realize the gravity of what you're doing? The ripple effect of your choices will outlive you. This isn't just about you. It's about every life you touch, every person who sees you rise and dares to believe they can rise too. Let's talk about fulfillment for a moment. True wealth is the joy of knowing that your work and your energy matter. It's about waking up excited, knowing that you're walking in alignment with your highest purpose. It's the peace of trusting that the universe is conspiring in your favor, even when the path ahead isn't clear. And let's not forget this, chosen one. Money isn't the goal, it's the vehicle. It allows you to create, explore, grow, and give. It's what enables you to live a life that feels as good as it looks, one where you're not bound by fear, but freed by faith. Do you feel it now? The doors of true wealth are opening wide, and you're walking through them with confidence. The life you're building isn't just a dream, it's becoming your reality. You're no longer chasing abundance, you're attracting it. You're no longer surviving, you're thriving. So, let me ask you this. What kind of legacy will you create with the wealth that's flowing into your life? How will you use your freedom, your resources, and your energy to inspire others? This is your moment, chosen one. The chains of limitation are gone, and the world is waiting to see what you'll build. True wealth is yours to define, and you're doing it with courage, grace, and purpose. The best part? This is just the beginning. Keep going. The legacy you're creating will echo through eternity. Chapter 4. The Courage to Lead. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to wonder why it's you? Why you're the one who feels called to rise, to break generational cycles, and to step into uncharted territory? Have you ever felt the weight of that responsibility and wondered, why me? Let me remind you, this isn't a coincidence. You weren't just born to overcome, you were born to lead. But let's pause here and ask, what does it mean to lead? Is it standing in the spotlight, commanding attention and holding a title? Or is it something deeper, something quieter? True leadership isn't always loud. Sometimes it's as subtle as showing up when no one else will. It's in the way you choose courage over fear, healing over avoidance, and faith over doubt, even when the odds are against you. Think about your life for a moment. Who is watching you? Maybe it's a sibling, a child, a friend, or even someone you don't know yet. Whether you realize it or not, your every step, every act of resilience, every bold decision is becoming a blueprint for those who will follow. Your life is whispering to them, if I can rise, so can you. Leadership starts with courage. And chosen one, you are courage personified. Think back to the moments that shaped you, the times when fear could have paralyzed you, but you moved forward anyway. The nights you cried, yet still woke up to fight another day. The dreams you held on to, even when others doubted you. Those moments weren't random. They were training. They were God's way of preparing you to become the leader your lineage has been waiting for. Let's look at Moses, a man who felt unqualified to lead. When God called him to free the Israelites from slavery, Moses responded in fear, "Who am I that I should go?" Exodus 3:11. He questioned his abilities, his voice, and his worthiness. Yet God chose him not because he was perfect, but because he was willing. Like Moses, you may sometimes feel unprepared or unsure, but God doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called. Chosen one, have you noticed the shifts? The way people look to you for guidance, even if they don't say it? The silent acknowledgement in their eyes when they see your progress? That's because you've already begun leading. You're showing them what's possible, how to rise above limitations, rewrite stories of lack, and walk boldly into abundance. Your courage is contagious, whether you see it or not. But here's something to reflect on. Leadership is not about carrying everyone's burdens. Does that resonate with you? Have you ever felt like you must fix everything, solve every problem, and bear everyone else's pain? True leadership isn't about fixing. It's about inspiring. It's about showing others how to stand, heal, and carry their own weight by leading with your example. Let me ask you this. What if your greatest act of leadership is simply living in alignment with your truth? What if your healing inspires others to heal? What if your courage to pursue abundance gives someone else permission to dream? Leadership also requires a balance of humility and boldness. It means stepping into uncertain spaces with faith that you'll figure it out along the way. It's choosing to speak your truth, even when your voice shakes. It's trusting that your vision, your dream, is worth fighting for, even when no one else can see it yet. Remember David? He was a young shepherd boy, overlooked and underestimated. Yet when he faced Goliath, his courage made him a leader. David didn't wear armor that didn't fit. He trusted the tools God gave him. The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine. 1 Samuel 17:37. Like David, you don't need to fit anyone else's mold of leadership. You just need to trust that what's within you is enough. Chosen one, do you see the ripple effect of your choices? Imagine the child who will one day say, "Because of you, I believed I could do more." Imagine the family member who sees you break free and thinks, "If they can rise, so can I." Imagine the countless lives you're touching simply by refusing to settle. This is the essence of true leadership. It's not about control, it's about influence. It's about becoming a light in the darkness, a voice of possibility in a world that settles for less. And here's the best part. You don't have to lead alone. God is aligning you with people who share your vision, who will amplify your purpose, and who will stand beside you as you rise. But leadership also comes with a sacred responsibility. When you choose to rise, you're not just elevating yourself, you're lifting everyone connected to you. Every breakthrough, every victory, every step forward is clearing a path for others to follow. That's the weight and the beauty of your calling. So, let me ask you again, are you ready to lead? Are you ready to embrace the courage it takes to pave a new path, to inspire others, and to redefine what's possible? Because chosen one, this is your time. The challenges you've faced have prepared you. The strength you've built has equipped you. And the vision you carry will transform lives, starting with your own. As you step boldly into this role, remember this: leadership isn't about perfection. It's about authenticity. It's about showing up even when it's hard. It's about leading with faith, resilience, and purpose. You're not just creating a better life for yourself, you're building a legacy that will last for generations. Chosen one, this is your calling. You are the leader your lineage has been waiting for. The courage you embody today will echo through eternity. Keep going. The best is yet to come. Chapter 5. Becoming the Millionaire Blueprint. Chosen one, do you realize what's happening here? You are becoming the dream your ancestors couldn't touch but hoped for. You are the blueprint. You are walking a path that has never been walked before in your lineage. A path that doesn't just break chains, but rebuilds the foundation for generations to come. Take a deep breath and ask yourself, what does it mean to embody true wealth? Is it just about the zeros in your bank account, or is it about something far greater, something eternal? You see, true wealth isn't a trophy you win. It's a state of being. It's a reflection of who you're becoming, what you're creating, and how you're using your blessings as a force for good. But let me ask you this. Have you felt the shift? That quiet transformation happening within you, where you no longer chase wealth, you attract it. That's because wealth isn't about hustling endlessly. It's about alignment. It's about becoming the person who is ready to hold, expand, and multiply the abundance that flows to them. In Proverbs 10:22 it says, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." This is your reality now, chosen one. You're not striving, you're receiving, because you've done the work to prepare yourself. The universe sees your growth, your courage, and your faith, and it is aligning in your favor. Let's get honest. Who do you need to become to hold the life you're building? Becoming the millionaire blueprint isn't about luck or circumstances. It's about transformation. It's about building habits that align with abundance, setting boundaries that protect your energy, and shifting beliefs that no longer serve you. Think about this. Have you noticed how differently you're showing up? You're no longer afraid to say no to what drains you. You're no longer waiting for permission to chase your dreams. You've shifted your mindset from "why me" to "why not me?" Every choice you make, no matter how small, is a building block of the life you're creating. You've stopped seeing challenges as obstacles and started seeing them as stepping stones. When you faced setbacks, you didn't quit. When doubt crept in, you chose faith. That persistence, that resilience, is why you're here now, standing on the edge of extraordinary. But let me ask you this. Can you feel the ripple effect? Can you imagine the child, the sibling, the friend who will one day look back and say, "Because of you, I believed I could rise too"? That's the power of becoming the blueprint. It's not just for you, it's for everyone who will follow in your footsteps. Here's a shift that changes everything. Money is not the goal, it's the tool. Too many people see wealth as an end, but you know better. Wealth is the means to elevate, to inspire, and to transform. When money flows into the hands of someone with vision, it becomes a force for change. It becomes the resource that builds dreams, creates opportunities, and heals what's broken. Imagine this. What could you build? Who could you bless? How many lives could you touch if you trusted yourself to hold that level of abundance? You're not here to hoard wealth. You're here to circulate it, to use it to build businesses, fund dreams, support your community, and create a legacy of hope and impact. This is what sets you apart. Your wealth isn't just about accumulation, it's about elevation. In 2 Corinthians 9:8 it says, "And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work." Chosen one, wealth isn't just flowing to you, it's flowing through you to uplift others. Pause for a moment and picture it. The family gatherings, years from now, where stories are told about you, about the one who broke the chains, about the one who turned struggle into strength and limitation into limitless possibility. Can you see the pride on their faces? Can you feel the gratitude in their hearts? This is the legacy you're building. Your journey is not just a financial transformation, it's a spiritual revolution. With every step forward, you're proving that abundance is possible, that wealth and integrity can coexist, that success doesn't have to come at the cost of your peace. But let me ask you this, are you ready to take that responsibility? Because becoming the blueprint means owning your power. It means recognizing that you are the first, but you won't be the last. The path you're creating will light the way for generations to come. Do you see the doors opening, the opportunities appearing, the blessings flowing? That's not luck, chosen one. It's alignment. The universe is responding to your efforts, your faith, and your courage. It's rewarding you because you've proven that you are ready. Every lesson you've learned, every challenge you've faced, and every victory you've earned has led you here. This is not the finish line. It's the beginning of a new chapter. A chapter where you embody abundance, where you lead with generosity, and where you leave a legacy that cannot be forgotten. Chosen one, hear me. You are not just becoming a millionaire, you are becoming a living blueprint for what's possible. The life you're creating is bigger than you. It's a story that will inspire countless others to believe in themselves. So let me ask you one final question. Are you ready to step fully into the life you've been preparing for? The universe is cheering you on. Your ancestors are watching with pride. And the best part? This is only the beginning. Keep going. Keep building. Keep rising. You are the one they've been waiting for. The life you're creating will echo for generations to come. This is your time. Chapter 6. Generational Healing Through Abundance. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why it feels like you were born for more? Why you see visions of abundance and healing when those before you could only dream of survival? It's because you're the one chosen to heal the invisible wounds of your lineage. The path you're walking now is sacred. It's not just for you, but for everyone connected to you. The ripples of your courage, faith, and abundance are dismantling generational chains of lack and struggle that once seemed unbreakable. Pause for a moment and ask yourself, what story have you been handed down? For generations, your family may have lived under the weight of scarcity, believing life was about survival, not thriving. Perhaps they whispered, "This is just the way it is," or "Dreams are for other people." Those words, though born of circumstances, created barriers in the minds and hearts of those who came before you. But you, chosen one, are rewriting the narrative. You're showing that abundance is not just possible, it's your birthright. In John 10:10, Jesus said, "I have come that they may have life and have it to the full." Do you see what this means? The abundance you're stepping into is not selfish. It's part of a greater plan for freedom, healing, and transformation. You are living proof that life is not meant to be endured. It's meant to be lived fully, abundantly, and purposefully. Think of the choices you're making right now. Each step, each decision to invest in yourself, to break through limiting beliefs, and to shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance, is healing wounds that have lingered for generations. You are replacing stories of not enough with legacies of more than enough. Can you feel it? The chains of fear and limitation are snapping. Take a moment to visualize this. Imagine your ancestors, those who prayed, struggled, and sacrificed, watching you now. Can you hear their whispers? "We didn't make it this far for you to stop here." Your success is their redemption. Your abundance is their answered prayer. You're honoring their sacrifices by creating a new standard, a legacy of freedom, opportunity, and empowerment. Do you see the ripple effect you're creating? Your healing is not just financial, it's emotional, spiritual, and generational. With every step forward, you're proving that limitations are lies. Your success isn't just inspiring, it's permission. It's permission for others to dream, to believe, and to rise. In Galatians 5:1 it is written, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free." You're living in that freedom now, and you're sharing it with everyone connected to you. The abundance flowing into your life is opening doors that were once firmly shut, not just for you, but for those who will come after you. You're creating a foundation so solid that generations will rise from it with ease. Can you picture it? A child, born years from now, standing in a life of opportunity because you dared to break the cycle. A family, once weighed down by fear, now walking in peace because you chose courage over comfort. The wealth you're building is more than material. It's transformational. It's a tool, a resource that allows you to heal, build, and uplift. It's about giving back, giving hope to those who once felt powerless, giving opportunity to those who once saw none. Your abundance is teaching those around you that the constraints of the past no longer apply. Think of Joseph in the Bible, who rose from slavery to become second in command of Egypt. In Genesis 41:56-57, when famine struck the land, Joseph's wisdom and leadership saved countless lives. God positioned him to create abundance, not just for himself, but for his family and his community. Chosen one, can you see the parallel? You too are being positioned to create abundance that will ripple out and impact lives far beyond your own. But let me ask you this. What will you do with the abundance flowing into your life? How will you use it to create change? How many lives will you touch because you said yes to your purpose? True abundance is not about hoarding, it's about circulation. It's about becoming a vessel, a conduit through which blessings flow. As Malachi 3:10 says, "Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it." The universe is responding to your faith, your vision, and your courage. The blessings flowing to you are aligning with a higher purpose. This isn't just about financial success, it's about spiritual impact. Your abundance is proof of what's possible when you align with God's plan for your life. It's a beacon of hope, guiding others to believe in their own power and potential. Take a moment to see the bigger picture. Your actions today are honoring those who came before you and blessing those who will follow. You are the bridge that connects the struggles of the past to the victories of the future. Can you feel the gravity of that? Your courage is creating ease for those yet to come. Your success is giving others permission to rise. And here's the beautiful part, chosen one. The energy you're cultivating is magnetic. You're not just transforming your own life, you're transforming your community. Your journey is showing others that abundance isn't limited. It expands when shared. Your success isn't a finish line, it's a starting point for those who dare to believe in their own breakthrough. So let me ask you, are you ready to embrace the fullness of this calling? The work you're doing is part of a divine plan. The universe chose you, yes, you, to redefine what's possible. You're not just changing your life, you're changing the trajectory of countless lives. Keep going, chosen one. The generational healing you're creating is only the beginning of a legacy that will echo for lifetimes. The abundance you're stepping into is limitless, and the impact you're making is immeasurable. This is your time, this is your calling, and the best is yet to come. Chapter 7. The Life You Were Born to Live. Chosen. 1. Have you ever stopped to wonder why you've come this far? Why, despite the struggles, the setbacks, and the moments of doubt, something deep within you refused to settle? That's because this, right now, was always where you were meant to arrive. You are stepping into the life you were born to live, the life God envisioned for you long before you took your first breath. Every moment, the pain, the growth, the victories, has led you here, shaping you into the person you were destined to become. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." This moment is not a coincidence, it's a promise fulfilled. You weren't born to live a life of mediocrity. You weren't created to merely survive. You were designed to thrive, expand, and radiate abundance in every form. But what does living the life you were born for truly mean? It's not just about wealth, success, or titles. It's about alignment. A life where every step, every decision, every relationship reflects the truth of who you are. It's about waking up each day with purpose burning in your heart, surrounded by love, opportunities, and joy so profound it feels sacred. Can you feel that possibility stirring within you? Look back for a moment. Remember the storms you weathered, the nights when fear whispered, "This is too much. You'll never make it." But you did. What you saw as struggles were really the fires that refined you. The layers of doubt, fear, and limitation that once weighed you down have been stripped away, revealing your authentic, powerful self. In Romans 8:28, it says, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Nothing in your journey was wasted, chosen one. Every challenge strengthened you, every setback taught you, and every breakthrough brought you closer to this moment. Now, let's talk about receiving. How many times have you poured into others, your love, time, and energy, without expecting anything in return? How often did you give from an empty cup, trusting that one day your efforts would be recognized? That day has come. This is your season of receiving. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is pouring back into you, greater than you ever imagined. You're stepping into abundance that is not just financial, but holistic. Rich relationships, vibrant health, peace that surpasses understanding, and joy that lights your soul. But here's what's even more beautiful. The more you allow yourself to receive, the more you have to give. Can you see the ripple effect? Your courage to live in alignment with your purpose is inspiring those around you to do the same. You've become a living testimony of what happens when faith meets action, when you trust God's promises and step boldly into what he has prepared for you. In Ephesians 3:20 it says, "Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us." Chosen one, there is no ceiling to what's possible for you. The abundance flowing into your life has no limit, because God's provision is infinite. Let's pause here for a moment. Can you feel the freedom you're stepping into? The freedom from fear, doubt, and the old limitations you once placed on yourself. The freedom to dream without holding back. To take bold steps, knowing that the universe will catch you when you leap. This freedom isn't just for you, it's for the world. When you embrace the life you were born to live, you become a light that leads others out of their own darkness. What is your purpose? Have you ever doubted its existence or questioned your gifts? Know this: God doesn't make mistakes. The talents, passions, and dreams within you were placed there intentionally. You are the light of the world, Jesus says in Matthew 5:14. Your purpose is not a puzzle to solve. It's the life you're already living when you show up authentically and unapologetically. Every step you take in alignment with your truth brings you closer to fulfilling this destiny. And, chosen one, don't forget about joy. How often have you seen joy as a luxury, something you experience after you achieve or accomplish? But what if joy is the compass guiding you? The life you were born to live is one filled with laughter that makes your heart race, work that feels meaningful, and moments that remind you you're truly alive. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Nehemiah 8:10. Your joy isn't selfish, it's fuel. When you allow yourself to live in joy, you give others permission to do the same. So, let me ask you, are you ready to embrace this life? The universe isn't asking you to prove yourself. God isn't waiting for perfection. The doors opening before you are not rewards for what you've done. They're invitations to receive what has always been yours. You are worthy simply because you exist. This is your time, chosen one. A time to claim your blessings, to walk boldly into the life you were destined for, and to trust that every step forward is met with divine support. The opportunities, the connections, and the abundance flowing your way are not coincidences. They are evidence that you are aligned, that you are ready, and that this is only the beginning. Keep going, keep trusting, keep stepping into your purpose. The life you were born to live is not just a dream. It's unfolding right before your eyes. And, oh chosen one, the best is yet to come. Chosen one, pause for a moment and let this truth sink deeply into your spirit. You have already achieved so much, yet the best is still ahead. The life you were born to live is filled with infinite expansion, unstoppable growth, and limitless possibilities that go beyond anything you've ever imagined. Every step you've taken, through the pain, the triumphs and the lessons, has been leading you here to this sacred threshold. You've been tested, refined and prepared for this moment. Now, the universe is working tirelessly in your favor, orchestrating events, aligning opportunities and clearing paths that lead you to your highest good. Take this moment to celebrate just how far you've come. Look back at the storms you've endured and the strength you found when you thought you had nothing left. Let yourself feel gratitude for the lessons, the healing and the victories. Everything you've overcome has been fuel for your rise. You are not just entering a new chapter, you are stepping fully into the life you were born to live. In Philippians 1:6 it says, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion." What God has started in you is not finished yet. The path ahead is blessed, and your best days are still before you. Let this be the moment where you give thanks for where you are and trust deeply in where you're going. Chosen one, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your courage to keep going when it was easier to quit. Thank you for being the one in your lineage to rise, to break chains, and to rewrite the story. Thank you for inspiring others, whether you realize it or not, by living in alignment with your truth and showing what's possible. You are a light, and that light is changing the world, one step at a time. As you move forward, hear this blessing over your life. May you walk with confidence, knowing that the universe is conspiring for you. May your days overflow with gratitude, purpose, and divine favor. May every opportunity, resource, and connection you need flow to you with ease. May your heart remain joyful, your spirit unshakable, and your dreams limitless. And may you always remember that God's plans for you are far greater than you could ever imagine. The love, abundance, and blessings pouring into your life are proof that you've broken every chain, overcome every limitation, and stepped fully into your power. You are not only transforming your own life, you're creating a legacy of hope, freedom, and abundance for everyone connected to you. This is your time. You are the first in your lineage to rise this high, and your journey is just beginning. Walk forward boldly, chosen one, with faith in your heart and your eyes fixed on the future. Everything you desire is already on its way. You've earned this. Now go out and claim it. If this message resonates with you, leave a comment with 777 to signal to the universe that you are ready for the next chapter of your life. Like this video to anchor its energy and replay it whenever you need a reminder of your power, purpose, and divine alignment. The universe is cheering you on. Keep shining, my angel. The best is yet to come.